the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster and I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Sonics is still creeping from smoke to smoke. Trying to get this grenade over. That should be a nice little underhand toss. Oh, it's going to connect right onto H-Win. And oh my god, there is nowhere for Sonics to go. Meta off on one side of this, TSG on the other, VP with the high ground. Sonics, the TSG, they have to bring their attention back over. That's going to give a little bit of a reprieve back over towards Meta Gaming, who's still just trying to hold this low angle for it. They really tried to defend up around this, but Sia could find a really sneaky angle of play from it. Sparking coming alive in a big way. Sia runs up right now. H-Win, I guess he's just going to go ahead and creep that last little dip over, and hey, now starting to get control, more range. Grenade's going to bounce at an odd angle, not going to quite connect with that one. The vehicle's going to start getting a little bit more messed up, and VP on no life left. Wicked trying to hold the line up for his team right now, but Sia on the other side of it is just absolutely wrecking everything that moves.
Wow.
He's just going to step. Going to be back behind the tree. We got VP looking back over towards Ping. Going to go ahead and get the shot towards them. Quick exchange back on the other side, so it's going to make this a little bit more difficult, as this is still a neck-and-neck race between VP and not going to connect for it. Lou's still playing back behind this one. Silzen and Rag have got to get at least one more down before they start the advancement over towards it. Tries to spot one out, and that's a ton of damage, and one nade comes. This one isn't as nice as the last one. Balefrost, I feel like this is it for you, buddy. Just go ahead and cut a couple of circles, and oh, Summer's gonna try to go for this one. Should be able to pick it off. The blue zone is gonna get
Lingdu comes in. Now we're all tied up, I believe. A 3 versus 3. Tank gets caught with his pants down, but the 1-2, thank you. Bait and switch comes through. Summer in the smoke, still the 2 versus 2, but instantly is dispatched. Nurins is there to answer. Lingdu, you have to clutch this up. This is going to be hella difficult. A bit of information will come his way from his fallen comrade, but all because they just want to clear Earth out, honestly. If you get this, you get the entire side of the row, but that is an absolute belter of a shot. Snakers follows up as well as Balefrost. So 2 from MCG, 4 simultaneously. He gets the nade through the window mat. This will be catastrophic.
Oh, narrowly misses it there. This is a phenomenal place to showcase what TVP can do, because there is walls everywhere. There's all these little funny angles you can find. Snakers, 3rd time's the charm, maybe trying to connect it through, and there we go. Tank
What in the world just happened there? The smokes were just... It was not good enough. Multi-circle gaming just had them dead to rights. There was nothing they could do. Nurins, can you pick up another frag? Lingdu unfortunately goes down to his own molly. The blue is
he's blinded.
They can't see it. What? Barrels in abundance. They regroup, reposition. A mine goes down. Quick underball. Fair amount of damage. Oh, there's no way it's 1v3. That's the second one. He's got no health. Please do it. Show them what you're made of. Go on, get the 3rd and final one. He's only got 19 HP, but it doesn't matter. The man is an absolute machine. So much damage has been done. The rest of the cleanup crew.
It's going to be Neurons on one angle, still trying to provide some covering fire for Veronica. Just trapped back behind that tree, peeking back and forth, but the blue zone's going to come in, and it does a ton of damage.
It is ticked. That pin is well and truly pulled, and they've landed directly on it. The landmine is set, and now all of a sudden they've been baited into the open. He needs his teammates to try and help him out, which he gets. Nurins comes in for a level support that he was asking for. Flash there to finish him off. Sia has to run the gauntlet, and all of a sudden, Day Trade, they will just continue the run, the stance that they have put in motion today. 3 games already in the bag from the qualification in the quarterfinals, and they're looking to put a 4th on the board. The drive-bys here, the response is there.
Play coming through. VP taking a lot of blue damage off of this one as well. Banana already down to about, I don't know, quarter of his life. Grenade's going to go ahead and be tossed back over here. The roll is good, and there we go. Getting to work with. They're getting just rained upon with grenades right now. Ping finds another angle. Summer, the last one up, and TSG looks like they've just got this one in the back. Summer is going to have to fight his way out of this one like we have not seen so far. Firmly surrounded every single angle, no options. Grenade being cooked, maybe, but I think he was tossed a touch too far. Runs out of the smoke.
But he can probably do some damage. From behind them, they've no idea. They are just straight tunnel vision of what's going on. There's a player down. If he gets he's gone a bit too far with that nade, with the underhand, it will be straight into all of them. They are just bottlenecked behind a car, but the Bison comes flying around the corner. They remove Shan, but VP's here to put a spanner in the works for all of them. Evil Lee Tank simultaneously still battling tooth and nail to the bitter end. There's only 4 players standing. MCG has fallen. And ultimately, I think we know the way this one is going with 3rd and 2nd down.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
It's been 2 weeks. How have you been? Did you enjoy the survival tournament? Well, we are back with the 4th week of Weekly Series and a new episode of Weekly PGI.S. And I'm your host, Shin Choi. Let's go over what's happened during the last 3 weeks. But first, let's take a look at the winners of the Week 3 Weekly Final. They're currently number 1 in prize ranking. It's FaZe Clan! Yay! Let's go! So go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
I'm Gustav, and I'm the in-game leader for FaZe Clan.
And I'm Aitzi, the clown for FaZe Clan.
I'm Uba, I'm second clown for FaZe Clan.
And I'm Fastface, I guess third.
Oh, welcome. Good to see you here. So, do you guys know how much prize money you guys earned in 2020?
In 2020 you said, right?
Yeah.
So, I think it's around like 76,992.
How did you know? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's quick math.
Oh, but you guys, already earned over than $200,000 just by winning last weekly final. So, how does it feel to win the Week 3 weekly final?
I mean, it always feels great to win things, and we're pretty accustomed to it from past. And then we had a couple of bad tournaments and stuff, so it's always good to come back and win things.
Yeah. You guys seem to have the image of being a slow starters. So are you all aware of the fact that you guys get better as the tournament proceeds?
I mean, yeah, I would say in general, like we pretty slow starters. You could tell that by week 1 and 2 we played really bad, and like already week 3 now we're doing really well. So I would say we've seen like a lot of improvement from us, and I think we're gonna do really well the last 3 weeks as well.
Although you guys got the spotlight in week 1 weekly survival by winning the last chicken dinner, but you ended up in 8th place in the weekly final in week 1, and you even failed to advance to the weekly final in week 2. So how was it able to come back so strong in week 3?
I mean, I think even after that first week where we qualified the last game, I think we instantly said that we played really bad that week and we didn't really deserve to go into finals at all. And then the second week we continued to play poorly, so then we tried to improve on those things, and then we played third week a lot better.
And I found something interesting while I was watching your screen. You guys seem to have better results in Iran Guild than Miramar, so what could be the reason for that?
I think in general Miramar is just a harder map sometimes depending on the circles, because it's less entry points into the circles, so you have less options to rotate and get into zones. If the zone is on the other side of the map, it's way harder on Miramar than it is on Erangel. So I think that's probably just the main reason.
Okay, thank you. And let's talk about the weekly final. Are you all ready for that? Gustav. So in the moment, wasn't it really dangerous to go through the frag grenades? I mean, it seems like ants could have shot you.
They sent me to nade the guy because I'm the smallest guy in the team. So no one could see me on the ridge because I'm only like 4 or 5. Like I could just crawl on the ridge almost, and yeah, Inns couldn't see me at all. If it was any of the other guys, they would have been able to see them, I think.
Oh, all right, this is a different type of question. So here, did you guys intentionally sit back and watch ants approach to the waterway, or could you have a better shot? Any chance?
Yeah, it was on purpose that we didn't kill ants here because we knew it was Gen G in the sewers, and we knew that they were probably the only team that could overtake us. So we really needed them dead, so we just let ants push them here to kill them, and it worked out.
Next question. At this moment, which team is your biggest threat? I mean, who do you think is your biggest rival?
Do you have any rival?
Oh.
Like, we usually say Liquid, but
They have been in all finals, but
they've been in all finals, but they haven't done like super amazing.
No.
So I don't know. We don't really have like any specific team we really care too much about.
Yeah, I would say like maybe 4 AM's playing really well. I mean, they didn't qualify to the last final, but overall they've been playing pretty decent, I would say. And
Yeah, 4M has played really well and they're like super aggressive, and it's really fun to watch them as well. So
maybe also Gen Z, I also think they're playing really well right now, and yeah, also a big rival.
So you won the Week 3 weekly final and have been looking really great on screens. So what's your goal for the rest of the tournament? And do you have anything to say to your fans for supporting you?
I mean, we only have one goal, is to win every single week. But we'll see how it goes. I'll say it that way. And thanks for the fans for supporting us, cheering for us. It means a lot. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, we always appreciate the support from the fans, and it's like even though we do bad, they are still there for us, and it feels even better like when we finally do good, and they are just like still cheering for us, and I really appreciate that.
So this is for today, our interview, and good luck with your next weekly series and maybe final. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We've already gone through the half of PGI.S, but before we predict the week 4 weekly series, let's take a look at what's happened in last 3 weeks. Do you remember that Xiaolu made the very first kill at PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 1? Xiaolu from 4am has set lots of kills, including the very first kill in the Weekly Survival. He's the player who's been knocked the most so far, but also has the most kills. I wonder if he'll be able to keep this record up until the very end. And there have been so many impressive moments over the past 3 weeks. 4am versus Digital Athletes in the beginning is one of them. So, who's been using frag grenades the best? The answer is Curdy from Shoot to Kill. In 59 matches, he dealt more than 2,700 damages with just frag grenades. Oof. And TSG, the team that has consistently advanced to the weekly final, won first place in Survival Tournament. The record for the most kills in a single match goes to Lu from Virtus Pro. He put up 12 kills in the Week 3 weekly final and ended up winning a 20-kill Chicken Dino. What kind of records will be set or broken in the second half of PGI.S? I can't wait to find out. The Week 4 weekly series begins today with Korean, Chinese, and European team each winning one weekly final. Let's take a look at some notable teams for this week. There are 7 teams who advance to every weekly final. It's Team Liquid, OS, Virtus Pro, Africa Freaks, Shoot to Kill, TSG, and Genji. Of course, we should pay attention to these teams, right? But there's a team who's been making some big moves in the bottom 16. It's Metagaming. They also showed explosive performance in the Survival Tournament too. Their most outstanding player is Sparking. During the 10 matches of the bottom 16, he scored 23 kills and put up over 4,000 damage. Some good news for Metagaming is that Shulzon's condition is on the rise. Scoring 21 kills with 2,600 damage in the bottom 16 Week 3 shows that he and Sparking are ready to take on anyone. Of course, we'll have to see, but if there's any chance that Metagaming can make it to weekly final, it's probably going to be this week. Virtus Pro, who narrowly missed winning the Week 3 weekly final with a crazy set, is also a notable team this week. Especially, Lu scored 12 kills and put up over 800 damage in the 4th match of the Week 3 weekly final, putting Virtus Pro in a great spot for many of their fights. Other teams should also look out for Spyro. He had a total of 12 kills during this weekly final, and 3 of them were even kill steals. Genji, another team that missed winning the Week 3 weekly final, is one of the strongest contenders for this week as well. The key player of this team is, you guessed it, Pio. During 10 matches of last weekly final, he put up more than 4,900 damage. It's about 44% of Genji's total damage in weekly finals. With Korean, Chinese, and European team each winning one weekly final, if we have to pick a winning team from other regions, it could be probably from North America. Among those teams, let's pay attention to Shoot to Kill. Shoot to Kill is one of the 7 teams in the tournament that's advanced to all 3 weekly finals. They are also showing the most consistent performance, and it's all from living up to the kill in their name. The team with the most kills in Week 1 and Week 3 weekly final was Shoot to Kill. In Week 3 weekly final, Shoot to Kill put up 59 kills in 10 matches, which is also the highest kill count in any weekly final so far. Although all of the players from Shoot to Kill have been outstanding, let's take a look at Luke 12. He had the most kills and damage on the team, and 8 of the 17 kills were by headshots. which definitely shows how deadly his accuracy can be. Well, it's time to wrap up this week's weekly PGI.S. Which teams are going to make it through this week's weekly survival? And who's going to win the weekly final with 150,000 on the line? All of these answers and more are in this week's PGI.S. Make sure to tune in. And don't forget, the prize money is tremendously growing at this moment. Oh, and you haven't forgotten about the Pick'em Challenge, right? Especially, second sets of PGI.S items came out on February 27th. Get additional voting coupons from buying these items and participate in Pick'em Challenge to support your team. Thanks for watching Weekly PGI.S today, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye!
got me like wanna check. Climbing and climbing a humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players, everybody breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. The winner takes it all, taking it off. No more breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all, taking it off. Shoot. Aiming and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
PGI.S continues to roll on here as we get into week 4 of the weekly survival. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, around the world. It is time. We have had quite the tournament so far, and now we get into the nitty-gritty as we have crossed that halfway mark, truly and officially. My name is James Kylaris Carroll, and I am joined by the indomitable Hypoc and Clover. We have got ourselves quite the tournament to come here to find out who is going to be able to move on into that weekly final. Clover, it's my first time ever working with you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and you know, I've been really excited, looking forward to this week with all of you guys. And as you said, we're halfway through, so we've got a lot of showing for this today.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Hypoc, it's not my first time working with you. How's it going?
I'm good. Yeah, good to be reunited once again. Looking forward to this week again after the mental reset, the TPP madness that was last week.
Yeah, definitely madness. That's how I'll describe it. But we're back with FPP here, and of course we are into weekly survival mode. The aim of the game is very, very simple. It's chicken dinners mean a prize, which moves you on into that weekly final, of course, but we do also have plenty of money that's on the line for this weekly survival as well. If you are able to get the first chicken dinner, it's $10,000, and then from there, our top 8 chicken dinners get themselves quite a bit of purse as well. Clover, it's all to play for. Obviously, the prize pool as a whole has been shuffling around, and then our weekly final, $150,000 for first place, Clover, is massive to try and push you up those leaderboards.
It's a lot of money on the line, and as you said, the first game is $10,000, and there's a couple of teams right now in terms of the prize pool leaderboard that are about $10,000 away from each other, so you know that they're going to come into this first match eager to win, and of course this weekend with the big money on the line.
Yeah, definitely so. Last week, of course, Hypoc, we saw FaZe was able to claim first place and actually push themselves all the way up to number 1 in the rankings right now. Yeah. It is fair to say, I think, whilst we take a look at the schedule here for the day, that FaZe has now awoken a bit more than their first 2 weeks, which were shaky at best.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they pretty much doubled down, right? Crowdfunding included on that. So it just goes to show the later this progressives, I mean, there's still lots of movement to make. I mean, they're pretty much, what, 100K ahead of 4AM, who placed very well in week 1 and week 2, right? So it's definitely a factor to consider. Like Clover says as well, though, there's a couple of, there's 4 teams hovering around 10K. So lots of movement towards the middle of the pack, I'd say around the top 10 in terms of overall prize pool.
And here are our top 16 that are going to be playing the first match out. The rules are very simple if you're only just tuning in now, or if you've watched the previous weeks. Of course, we play our first 16 teams in the first match. The winner moves on to the weekly final, and then a team joins from the waiting list. Each game coming in based on their rankings that they were able to get during the bottom 16 rank decision matches. And our one team, Clover, that's not going to be joining us here is AAA, unfortunately for them. It has been a bit of a rough tournament for them. We've seen glimmers of hope, but they will not be here this week, Clover.
No, taking that week off, it's going to give them a lot of time to sit back and focus on things. And on the flip side, I mean, that time off has been really good for some of those teams that thus far have had that bye week. And then we've seen them come back, play well in the bottom 16, and then do well on the weekly challenges. So, hope is not lost. There's still, as you said, lots of money forward and lots more chances for AAA.
Absolutely. I think one of the teams that actually really kind of used that time effectively, Hypoc, when they weren't playing, was Multi-Circle Gaming. That first week that they had was a disaster. They missed out on that opportunity, but since then, I think they've looked a lot better coming into the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And just as a side note from that, James, there's a team that's kind of gone through all weekly bottom 16 so far, which is Meta. And I think they've been looking much, much better the last few times. I mean, they placed first throughout week 2 and 3, bottom 16. They've kind of seemed to have found their feet now with Wicked in this roster. So I'm hoping now, coming into the back half of this tournament, that we're going to see them really improve, maybe convert some of that success through to the weekly finals.
Yeah, I know that Clover will be talking about the meta a little later on when they actually come into the play. They'll be joining in second here throughout the day, or into the second game even, I should say. But let's talk about teams that we think have adapted well to this weekly survival format, because it is very different to our kill everything, try and get the chicken dinner, accumulate those points here, Clover. Who do you think, Clover, across these 3 weeks has really adapted well to this weekly survival play that you think is going to be able to do well to start things off here?
I mean, the team that's been the most consistent from week 1, 2, and 3 thus far, hands down, has to be Gen G. They've really flourished in this environment, and they've only gotten better, which has to be scary for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I can only agree with Gen G. Do you think as well, Hypoc?
No, I'd actually counter that with Liquid. Liquid have seemed to, I mean, they've converted all 3 weeks, right? Got through to the weekly finals. Gen G, unfortunately, missing out on week 1, which I know was a big talking point at the time. They've definitely picked themselves up since that. But, I mean, it's that age-old feast or famine with Team Liquid, right? They either win a game or they go out in 16th. So that's kind of suited them very well through the weekly survival. What we haven't seen them do is find that success in the weekends, because we know, obviously, what happened at was it week 1? They finished first on the first day and just completely flopped on day 2. I think I'm pretty sure it was a similar story on week 2 also. But in terms of consistency, Liquid are able to get themselves there. So I think until they can kind of, maybe just dot the I's, cross the T's, so to say. I hate that cliche. Maybe they can convert some of this consistency from the weekly survival into the finals.
I mean, work on the finer details. It doesn't need to be a cliche when working on the finer details that works things out. Let's take a look at some of our teams here to start things off. We just looked at FaZe, who were able to win out last week. Fantastic for them. A team that's been doing well as well, 120k in the bank, is Virtus Pro. And it does remain a talking point here, Clover, that them playing with a sub and doing this well, I think is very, very impressive from VP so far.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team that we really looked at kind of hitting second place continuously at the very beginning of this tournament. We'd see them get very close to those chicken dinners, wait down to the 11th hour to finally get through to the weekend play. And since then, it seems like now they're finally able to start converting those into wins. They're performing really well on the weekly finals as well. And I think that we're just going to keep seeing more and more improvements from that roster as they get more comfortable.
Can we stop looking at all the teams that have earned so much money? This is more money than I earn in 2 weeks' time. God, 117k for Gen G coming in here as well. And as Clover mentioned, they're one of my teams that I think is going to be able to perform very well here in this weekly survival. And I mean, so far so good in terms of the Pick'em challenge as well, Hypoc, as there's a lot of fans out there for Gen G. This is an all-star roster.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously week 3 coming in, winning out in the first game. Again, it's another team that I feel that they've kind of gone hard very early on the weekly finals they have made to, and costed a few games, I'll be honest. And it's coming down to that decision making. We're seeing it more and more become more and more prominent now of teams struggling to kind of, pin everything on that game-winning play to convert from the weekly survival, and then they get to the weekly finals. It's sort of making these mad dash desperation plays that really have costed them. And it seems like Virtus Pro, in terms of consistency, and they can kind of stick to that same game plan they've had, that have found the success in the weekly finals. So again, it comes down to me. Genji's definitely a team to watch, but they need to clean up their act a bit in the finals.
We're only a minute out. There's so much I want to talk about before we get into the games, but Clover, I want to talk quickly about STK. They've changed the roster. How do you think this is going to impact them here to start things off?
This is going to be the big question. I know they did get to play, obviously, with Pentalil, their new player, this last weekend on the show matches. The question now is going to be, will that play translate to move back into first person for their team?
All right, let's get into things then. Once again, big thank you to our sponsors, Zowie, Toomey, Perrier, and of course, Intel joining us here for the road. There's so much I want to talk about. We'll talk about it in between the games. It is time to dive on in. Weekly Survival, Week 4. Let's get it going with Paperthin and Toby.
Thank you so much, Kalar. It's good to have you back, buddy. Wonderful job by the desk, as always. And indeed, it is I, the paper-thin, the hairless man, along with the man who has plenty of hair, plenty of luscious locks, Toby, joining me here. And Toby, we're starting out on Arago this go-around, and we have a funky plane path.
I like it. Keeping things fresh right off the get-go, and will force teams to maybe divert and go elsewhere than what they normally would do coming into the first day after we couldn't really call it a week break because everyone was playing, but with the show match being the way it was, I think people kind of took the heavy weights off their shoulders. Now they're coming back into it, so throwing a curveball right off the bat like that could opt for some interesting early game action.
And we're pressing the reset button here in some ways, it feels like. It's like, all right, we took a week off, we played a tournament. That was just kind of an event match, sort of for fun, but there was some money involved as well. But now the pressure keeps building week after week after week. I mean, it was funny. I was listening to some of the coaches talk on a podcast the other night about how even in the first week they felt a ton of pressure. Oh, and Onyx, what are you doing? Okay, I guess he's decided he can't get into that driver's seat. Flash gets there first. So Onyx just going to peel off and allow that one to go away. We've seen a little bit of jostling for vehicles between Daytrade and Genji in this area throughout the later stages of this tournament as they've kind of shifted drop locations a bit. But I think, like, as they've said, Toby, like, the pressure was enormous in the beginning of this, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger as this prize pool gets larger and larger.
I mean, we've seen it right from week 1, right? Where people say this is such an exhausting tournament. Not necessarily just like in a physical sense, but more mentally. There's so much going on, especially here with the weekly survivals, the pressure to having to go out and win. And every single time you play a game and you don't win, it's like, oh my lord, there goes one more chance. Maybe we had a good chance to win that game. When will we get a similar opportunity to clutch a win home again in the games to come? So yeah, it's insanely tough on these guys, and as you're saying, with the prize pool going up by quite a margin with every week of play we get into, now you're also starting to look at, okay, so if we don't win week 6, we need to start winning now. I mean, we need to win the next 2 weeks in order to even out what a potential team will be able to bring home in week 6. So I think, I mean, everyone's playing for the win right now, maybe more so than ever.
Absolutely. I think you're really going to see the best rise to the top as this goes along. The teams that have really figured the format out, the teams that have really been able to put the pieces together, stay calm under pressure, all those things go into the formula for finding success to this event. And again, you know, it is hard because, yeah, you have two different kind of play styles you have to bring to the table. You have to look at the weekly qualifiers and then, of course, the weekly finals as well. So you have to be thinking in ways that are outside of the norm of what you're used to, and all those good things do happen. But so far, we've seen a lot of teams be very consistent. This one right here, Toby, Virtus Pro, has been fantastic throughout this event.
Yeah, they've been playing incredibly well. As they talked about in the desk, I believe it was Clover that kind of broke it down. Not only have they been playing incredibly well, but they're playing essentially with a substitute player. It is their coach, so it's not like he's new to the team. It's just this is not the lineup they would have been playing with had everything gone the way they would have wanted it to, right? So the fact that they can go out and deliver and perform as well as they have been without being their usual self, I guess you can say, it's phenomenal to see, and it just makes that much more scary thinking about what they would have been playing like had it been their actual form and roster playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have, to me, been just one of the teams that I've always had my eyes on throughout this event from the very get-go. Here, another team that I have my eyes on all the time, the defending world champions, Gen G, coming back with a very similar roster to what they won PGC 2019 with. Esther coming back, being that veteran presence for them, has been performing very well. He performs very well under pressure. In my opinion, I see him step up in big moments for them time and time and again. Anonix been playing great for Gen G so far this event. He has really showed up.
He has been one of the, I mean, it's so tough to use this word, but when we talk MVP players over the course of all the weeks we've seen so far, I cannot give you just one name. But if I were to give you a short list of people, Anonix is going to be on that list for sure. He's just, every time we've seen Gen G go out and do something phenomenal, 9 out of 10 times, Anonix has had something to do or a big role to play in those good plays that has come out from Gen G, and I think he's really been stepping up and delivering after a, I don't want to call it slumberous part of like the latter 2020, but he's been playing much better in this tournament that I've seen him do in a little while.
Yeah, and, you know, for those of you that kind of watched some of the 2020 Gen G, some of the struggles with Anonix were due to kind of he was struggling to adapt to the barrel meta, and he has been able to really practice on that, work on that, find the right grip that he likes, and he's been able to really find much more success with that. He was always a fantastic sniper, a great rifler as well, but when the barrel became part of the meta, he was struggling with it. He openly admitted it. He talked about it in interviews that he was struggling with it, and he has since found much more success. As you would expect a top-tier talent, when they put in the time and effort, they often get it all figured out.
I thought for a second that Luke had a tire popped on the front of that US. I was like, how did you manage to get a tire popped on your car when you haven't even crossed the bridge yet? But yeah, I mean, barrel meta is strong, and it still is. I do feel like with the ladder changes that more and more people are going back to the M4, not meta, but going back and playing the M4. And I've been reached out to by a lot of people saying, Toby, why do you see so many people play the Scar? Hey, I've even reached out to players saying, guys, why do you play the Scar? We see so many Scars. And they all just go, we just couldn't find an M4. I mean, it's pretty simple. If you go 5.5s, you play the M4. If you go 7s, you play the barrel. It's very rare these days. There are a few that like the AK, but the Scar, the M16, when you see them played, it's usually quote unquote by mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, T1 has been dropping Gatka a lot of this tournament. Sometimes they've been scuffling with other teams for it here. They do have their vehicles prepped and ready to get out of Gatka proper, with VP showing up behind them. They will leapfrog forward. VP is going to take control of this small city for now. And this has been kind of an interesting T1. You know, they qualified for their first weekly finals, and the first 2 weeks were not great, Toby, to put it nicely.
They've had alongside with other teams, hard time adapting to how things have been played. It's taken them a little longer than it's taken some others, but I think now they've figured out that, okay, we don't actually have to aggress in these, and in some situations where you're given the opportunity to either go aggressive or stay behind. I think they've slowed things down a little. In the beginning, they tried to slow things down, and then they ended up slowing things down too much, that they allowed people to take spots that they could have potentially fought for and stayed alive playing from. I've seen multiple times where T1 is in a good spot to win a game, they back off, and then the team that takes the spot away from them ends up winning instead. So now they found a good in-between where they don't go over aggressive like they did week 1, but they also don't just hide and have the blue be their main enemy in the end of it. Now let's see here, STK, there's been a lot of talk about this team coming into this weekly final. Now they drive straight through. GPO is up close, might get a few shots fired off with the, speaking of which, Scar L. But no, nothing connected, and STK will continue forward.
Yeah, I mean, with some of the teams kind of, especially in a circle like this, in a plane path like this, it's going to be a little bit more sparse on loot than normal, particularly for Gen G, kind of vying with day trade around that Ferry Pier area. There's not a ton of loot available, so you got to take what you can get. And yeah, Alo does take about half damage through their Pentalol, took a little bit as well. That the player stepping in for Uncivil for SDK now for the rest of this event, it appears. Day Trade, meanwhile, up on the hill next to Triumphant Song Gaming, the winners of the event match. And look at that prize pool, though. Hold on. Now, let's take a look at that. $5.4 million. That is incredible.
Last time we casted together was at 4.92, I believe. So you guys have been active over the course of the TPP tournament. Kudos to everyone out there in the chat watching along and supporting this mighty tournament, because it's only getting bigger, it's only getting larger, at least in terms of the prize pool for the players and also the prize pool overall. Ends, a team we haven't talked too much about. There's just, I mean, there's so much that can be said about every team, just like with James coming into it. It's like, no, I want to talk more. There are so many things we haven't broken down yet, and there will continue to be. Ends, one of the teams I'm looking to see make their way to the weekly finals quickly, not just sit around and wait until day 3 to make their way through.
Yeah, another team making their way past the Gen G. This time it's Oath, another NA squad, rolling around the beach, catching enough of the edge of it that Gen G isn't able to find much damage. Now Loki gonna let go with an AK here onto Balefrost. Doesn't look like he's been able to control it just well enough. Gonna swap on over to the 3X on the Mini, maybe, see if he can get anything lined up that he likes. Circle's going to go west, centering up on the quarry proper. And this, to me, is one of these weird circles on Erangel that, how do I say this? It almost ends up playing like Miramar in some ways, where it kind of depends on where the next circle cuts, because you got to try to play on one side of quarry or the other because of how tough it is to traverse the quarry, like the mountains are on Miramar.
Exactly. I mean, you and I have had this discussion many times before, where this area of the map is the closest Erangel will get to being Miramar. Essentially, as you're saying, it's very hard to traverse, and quarry does become that blockade. So you see Liquid just pulled up, VP coming in close. Now, oh, he roots it instantly, headshot, and now they're fighting for it. Mexi, get yourself reloaded, get ready for the fight. Spiro takes one down, that's from afar. Batulins finds Mexi in return. It beats out around the corner. Oh my god, Batulins with the hip fire. Found one more, but you can see on the side of things here, Day Trade are peppering him from the side. It's really damn difficult for them to stay alive inside. James lost 2. No flushes confirmed just yet. James finds Hiruzen outside the window. What a quick reaction on that one. These guys are ready and set for these fights to come, and they're taking it to them. 2 down for Liquid so far. EP is flushed. Let's see if VP has anything to do here, with just Lou left alive.
Yeah, Lou's throwing down the smokes, looking for the reses. The initial offense looked pretty good, and no sir, VP is gonna go down. Meanwhile, T1 gets absolutely decimated by Zenith. That was quick, easy done before the camera could even get over there. Also, SDK fighting with Ents into the double warehouses. SDK's Pentalol already knocked here. Purdy Curdy trying to come around the side, seeing if he can help get that knock onto Tixu. Tixu backs out the corner fast enough that he doesn't get seen. That's a great molly there from Purdy, getting the knock with some help from Luke. Good double push there by SDK. They're going to pick up a knock and some flushes along the way. Still Squeaky as well. Going to be taken down. Pentalol being looked to be rezzed, and Ents falling apart here early against a strong defense from SDK.
You know, it's weekly survival when you have 4 teams hard pull up in phase 2. I had for a brief moment in time, I had luckily forgot the aggression these teams bring to weekly survival and trying to claim the good center compounds early. Seeing if they held off 1, now they're taking the fight to Divine as well. We saw them pulling up right behind the other team. Turtle is down, June is down for good. Jand and Lewis will have to hold off on their own here. They found themselves down in the basement. Turtle might be able to get rest there, because I don't think you want to see Zenith push down. Ooh, nice little nade through the window. Tixer trying to stay alive, but him alone against the entirety of SDK is going to be, I would assume, too much to ask for him to hold off.
Yeah, it's not looking great for him, that's for sure. Stuns being used now to try to really keep him pinned down and blinded. There's going to be a molly used, and all they need is a headshot in the end. Alo going to do the work. SDK successfully defending against Ents. Meanwhile, this battle between Zenith and LG Divine continues. June has been taken down for LG Divine as they have been stuck in the basement, trying to defend from there. The basement, very defendable if people come in. The real question is do they need to? Over on the side there, if you got a question for yourself, you want a promo code, get it. It's over on the left-hand side of your screen. Go ahead and pick those up. Get yourself some sweet EP.
Yeah, get yourself some EP. Get ready for the finals to come. Get yourself some good skins. Let's see. Circle down towards the south side. Gen G going to get it on their side of the forest. That forest that ain't easy to play around, though, with opponents on all sides. would assume to see maybe Loki stay on the south side for a little while longer, but as I say that, no, they're crashing in full speed forward. And as you said as well, now we're shifting this compound to the very edge of the circle, and Zenith might be better off just backing off and leaving Divine down here alone. And it seems to me like they are indeed leaving the compound to go further up on the quarter side of things. And ooh, okay, Gen G a little too slow on that rotation. Daytrade came in and said no.
Yeah, Gen G gets swatted away from there. So back to the drawing board for them going into the next circle. There's still the empty spots in the thin forest there. Plenty of space available, I should say, for them. Tianba moving over towards the western edge, just ahead of Na'Vi, but Na'Vi still in the vehicles, potentially looking to make the cross. Let's see what Tianba can do about this. If they can get any damage, maybe pop a few tires at the very least. M200 has just enough of an angle to see the tops of the roofs of the cars, but other than that, not really much going to be done. Besto taking a little bit of damage from the sprays. Oath getting involved in this cross as well as Na'Vi making a dangerous move, but I think they might be able to get through relatively unscathed.
Yeah, my eyes were kind of hot-fixed on Lin Shun. I saw him drive sort of side by side with Na'Vi there for a second. I thought he was going to try and go down and crash the compound, take it away from them. But now Tianba is coming in full speed forward. They might just be late to the party here. But nope. Okay, they are stopping. I'm looking at the map, of course, while this is going on. Ling Du with the bold takes on Sea Out. That's a good distance to it as well.
That's mean. That's absolutely mean, Ling Du. Poor Afrika gonna get one taken down early in transition as they settle up next to STK outside of the quarry in the eastern edge there in between them and Daytrade. Hikari gets popped trying to jump over the edge and get a little information there, so a little bit of damage for his efforts. Hikari banged up as well. So for Afrika, they find themselves with there's a ditch here, sort of like a bit of a mini valley in between these compounds, and that looks like it's going to be their home for now. And yeah, I think this is smart by Zenith, in my opinion. Toby, just leave LG Divine to be in that basement. Don't even try to go in there.
Absolutely no gain in trying to take the fight to them. They know they have 3 back up alive. And again, as we said, it doesn't matter with those kill points, at least not this week. With the weekend will matter. But as long as we're in weekly survival, keep your 4 players up, back off, and take the fight later. Sit yourself inside the circle, wait for them to come towards you, play with the advantage. Instead, smart decision-making on Zenith's part. This next circle now, regardless of whether this fight happens or not, this next circle will be extremely telling of, I want to kind of say what team will go out and win this game, because we could get some really tough shifts. Should it go quarry? Should it go out towards the east? Should it go down to the very open south side? Let's see now where we're headed. East is where we go, and this forest in between Daytrade and Gen G, you really cannot use it for anything. It's flat terrain. Yes, you have some trees there, but as long as Face's compound is still in, you're just going to be exposed from way too many sides. So we have a big portion in the very center of the circle that's going to be practically unplayable.
Yeah, there's a few dips here and there, but there isn't a whole lot available for the teams to get into. And LG Divine trying to get into their vehicles and find a way around Zenith potentially. The tab just goes to run him over. They're going to get each other. Oh my, wait, he did get run over. Lin Shun didn't die from that? Okay, finally, Orange over the side with an AK. Gets the headshot, gonna get another one as well. Luren is down, so Smoke's out to cover the tab. And a few grenades over the backside to see if they can get the flushes. None of them really connecting just yet. And like I mentioned, LG Divine thinking about the vehicles as they're popping in and out of them, kind of trying to make their decision on how they approach this. Probably waiting for Zenith to fully send it up over the hill so they can at least start their movement without being seen in how they load up and begin their rotation into the next circle.
This was a weird commitment. I mean, Tianba is just, they're one of the most day and night teams. They can go out, they can get 17 kill wins, they can get really good performances. Now let's see, they come rolling back towards Gen G once more. They get to back off. It's just they're one of those teams. I mean, that pull-up, they knew where Na'Vi was, and it was kind of half commit. Mings wasn't in a position to help out, and now they're caught on the, I mean, that nade should, yep, it's going to take him down. It's just not the Tianba that I know. The Tianba that we see on Miramar more often than not, go out and have insane performances. That was just a very poorly communicated engagement where half the team wasn't ready to fight when the other team was already shooting. It's very interesting to see Tianba have these insanely good days and then just off games like this one.
Well, this is drawing Gen G out of their compound, and forget it. That's drawing Pio out to finish Tianba out, and I'm right there with you. They've been quite odd to watch this tournament. It doesn't look like the Tianba I saw in 2020. Very disciplined. Volibear trying to get one. Can he get two? He does. Fantastic AK spray from Volibear to take 2 members of LG Divine out. Levi's the last one left for them, sending it on a buggy around the eastern edge. Now Ubo over there waiting, dragging along the sight lines. 8Z as well, getting in on the fun, and he is stuck out in the open, and down he goes. Crossing FaZe Clan's faces, not much he could do there.
I mean, we know it's a tough circle, but if we use that road as the let's hold that thought for a second. Here comes Team Liquid. Are they pushing down towards the compound? Yes, they are. FaZe have neighbors coming in. That's a, okay, nice little flip around with the vehicle there. They do get to stay alive. Navi, in the meantime, they have Zenith pushing around the bottom side of the circle. We have 3 teams that are currently taking up over half the circle, while the remaining 8 are all kind of set up on the north. If this one shifts south, okay, it doesn't. But still, so much terrain in the open on the south side that only 1 or 2 teams will be able to stay alive in. There's going to be a lot of teams falling down in this circle closing in.
And for these teams on the south, keeping those vehicles alive becomes oh so important. Senya, whoo, quick and easy onto Poonage there, looking to get another one onto Roth. Shinboy taking some damage on the side. Reinforcements have arrived to back up the play caller for Na'Vi, but Roth going to get some good damage in return. Going to send Senya packing for a bit. Besto trying to find a good flank angle here, creeping his way down along the side. Tab going to get a great knock onto Shinboy before he can get into the smokes. Heals being produced for Zenith as they get ready. Kickstart will be Johnny on the spot, getting Shinboy up and running, hopefully, but Na'Vi keen to end this fight, keen to surround them and get the job done. Tab here, gonna get one. Can he find another? No, gonna get backed off by some decent shooting. That might have even been Gen G that catches him deep. It is Theo from the side. Gen G's third-partying this. Orange comes in, finishes them. That is Zenith out. Great swarm by Na'Vi, but they might pay the price for it.
Exactly. Here comes Gen G. They know they're wounded. There's just Orange left alive. Once they get Best of got back up. Now they've seen him. Now they see the vehicle driving off. Orange alive for now, but chances of winning this game just went from slim to none, as he's gonna get blown up from that vehicle, trying to get out alive. Will manage to do just that, but we'll see. Now he's gonna run into a 4-man oath. I don't see Orange surviving this one whatsoever. In the meantime, towards the north side of the circle, TSG takes out all of Multi-Circle Gaming. Great hold up on the Cat Hill, as they now find themselves with some space to play around. The only thing is, if the circle goes south, they need to go down the hill, and that's going to be a tough run for sure. In the meantime now, FaZe Clan, Liquid, still sharing the compound.
Yeah, for Orange, he can work the bottom side of this quarry for a bit, but eventually, even if Gen G doesn't come over, it will fall apart. Oath might just let him, because you could get funneled into where Afrika Freaks is over by that Wizard compound. Ooh, Mexi getting a nice knock onto Uba to kick off the battle. Glib going to get taken down though as well. Mexi wants the kills. He's going to get a couple here as 8Z is down. The rest of FaZe looking at him. Oh, never mind. TSG is going to get it done. Forget that. They third party the fight. Now Fuzz is looking to throw some smokes, see if he can find a way to get at least a duo going for the rest of this game.
I really like that proactive play from TSG. They know, should the circle go downhill, they don't want to have to just full speed bomb it into the compound. They want to be able to either run down on the east or on the west side. They hear the fight escalate between FaZe and Liquid. Now they go, great, if we can take out the team on the east, if we can clear that compound, we can push in from here. We don't have to just send it straight down the hillside. So very smart play in TSG from looking down the side. But you can see they're battered as well. Yamsia, sorry, no vest, broken helmet as well. They want to get this kill on the last FaZe Clan member quickly, so they can push in. Yamsia finds him. He's going to go down. Now the circle shifts back, and they can push over the top. Orange, well, it was just a matter of time. Balefrost finds him, and Oath gets themselves their kill number 2.
Yep, Oath just watching him a little bit. They weren't super concerned about it, just kind of taking their time. Now they have to be a lot more concerned about SDK and Afrika in front of them. And Bale trying to see if he could soften up SDK in the double warehouses over on the side. Gen G has a lot of work to do as well. Circle continues to shift away north after an early favorable circle. These last couple, not so much so. Patcap's going to get knocked here. It's actually Hikari from Afrika Freaks from the Wizard, still holding it down on the bottom edge of this, and he's getting help from a couple other teams along the coast. Of course, SDK, Day Trade, have a bit of vision up on top of that Oath hill as well, as they get it down here at Toby, but this one's going to be real tough for Oath.
Yeah, they need to get down, and they want to get down quickly before Gen G starts making their way forward. If Gen G comes in and somehow third parties this, it's going to be really grim for Oath, because Oath cannot fully focus on what's happening on the Gen G side before they deal with the Freak of Freaks. Right now, they're not really doing any damage to them. In the meantime, though, the team that's been third-partying absolutely everything, TSG once again charming in. They force EJ down, and now Hikaru falls down, too. That's going to make it incredibly difficult for Freak of Freaks to do anything, and look at that, right off the battle for that one, Gen G decides to push forward.
Yeah, Gen G's going to make a crash onto the fence line here at Day Trade's compound. Pio, Loki, Esther going to spread out their vehicles a bit, try to avoid those grenades that come out. Pio dancing to the side, does a nice job here. Anonix as the trailer, is the single man. Typically, you'll see Gen G in 1-3 formations, even still these days. That is generally how they like to do it in various formats. Smokes are out, grenades over the fence for Gen G, trying to soften up Day Trade themselves, but right now, there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for either team. No serious knocks, no serious damage done. And eventually those smokes do run out, or this could keep happening. The third party from Triumphant Song Gaming continues to be a real problem for a lot of teams.
And they play this hill so incredibly well, TSG, right now. They know they've gotten full control. They're spreading out. They're taking control. Peng probably would have wanted to hit that one. Unfortunately, can't connect onto a card, but they're really, really playing it wisely here. The only issue for Peng is, as you can see, he's kind of separated from his teammates. He's the one out on the western flank here. He cannot go down. Now, TSG does lose one. Yamcha gets knocked, should be pretty safe. Res coming in as there's a bit of distance to it, but Peng cannot fall. It would be way too much to have to commit to go to the east to get the res in. Luke, we know the MK14 does a lot of damage, but fortunately the Rich keeps him safe.
Yeah, Crate did fall just on the backside of Luke 12's compound there. So for SDK, nice little gift in the way of some level 3 gear, and of course the best gun in the game, the Mark 14. Pengem watches the smokes of Afrika, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for just a little bit of sight or the smokes to dissipate. There they go. They're starting to dissipate. He is right on the money right away. Dials in, gets a COD down and out extremely quickly. Even sees underneath the vehicle to get EJ's feetsies. And EJ takes a little bit of damage, but shimmies off to the side and is able to keep himself alive for now.
Yeah, smart decision in not trying to pop the tires there. Would prevent him from going anywhere, but at the same time, oh, that should be a good nade. Yep, right on the money. Volley finds EJ down. He goes 10 kills for TSG. They do lose Shantian, so second time he gets knocked. No reses came in, and now with the circle going where it has, I think this is time where TSG just backs off and plays it passive. They know that Gen G and Day Trade have to fight in the compound. They know that Oath and SDK have to fight. They can sit as kind of, as we like to say, the ham and the sandwich, but the two pieces of bread have to fight one another on each side. I mean, it's just, they can just back off on the north, let everyone else fight, and then find the wounded teams that are coming in behind it.
Yeah, I was a little confused about Esther's move there. When he was rolling up to that hill. TSG still watching that. Alo gets some good damage in with that Molly. That's 2 that he's going to find on it to Oath. Snakers, though, going to help out, coming for the res onto Bale. And we know that SDK is good at throwables, and we are seeing it again here. Purdy going to jump into the window, but no, Pat Caps with a little help from Peng at range. Going to get the knock and the quick finish. Peng, in fact, gets that kill. As Pentalol watches his in-game leader fall. A good attempt by SDK. They know they need to dislodge Oath here to really open up the space on this circle, or else, like you mentioned, Toby, they could find themselves being the ham in this sandwich.
Yeah, just back off, play it passive, but not too passive. Don't just hide and look into the ground. You don't want to go full ostrich mode, but just play it passive. Let the other teams fight, and every chance you get to take a shot at wound the team that's closing into you. As you can see here, take those shots. You know he ain't got time to focus on you, so play the time, push forward slowly. You know the dot is going to be somewhere around where you are now. Take control now while the other team's fighting, and put yourself up for a good final fight position. I think it's very, very smart the way that TSG is playing this one right now.
Absolutely. They're very well disciplined in this, and they're looking great, even getting another knock there. Over to Gen G. Poochills got taken out and ran himself over with his own vehicle. I think he just got taken out of the vehicle itself. Luke goes down quick to Volley Bear. Nice little spray around the side of that box. Gonna follow up with the grenade, see if he can get the flush in. Looks like it's just going to be short of getting critical damage onto Luke 12. Penta stuck inside of the warehouse, chugging some drinks, getting ready to make his move. Pio's gonna get a knock onto Nurens behind the tree. She still up on top of the hill, waiting for Gen G's move, as Gen G being very patient, very cautious, making sure they're dealing with day trade first, and keeping TSG pretty well at bay here. Loki comes in, cleans up that kill. Still 2 left for day trade. Flash and Veronica stuck inside the satellite dish house.
Right now, the trouble for TSG is they can't really get back up the hill and support Yamcha. And if Gen G should take out Day Trade without losing any players, that could be Gen G with 4 up, pushing up the hill and make it hard for TSG. They need to, I think right now, back off of this Oath SDK engagement and try and see if they can put some pressure on Gen G while they hold out Day Trade. Because if they've been keeping track of the kill feed, which I assume they have, they should know that Gen G is still 4 up and alive. That has to be their main threat right now. Everyone else, as you can see here, they can kind of hold at a distance, but if Gen G gets up on that hillside, it could very easily run away from TSG.
Yeah, for Gen G, this is wonderful. The longer that TSG is involved in that fight, the better. And now it is the move. The smokes are down here. Grenade hits the side of Flash, but he does get around the corner, around that open space in the fence line. Pentalol makes a smoke wall. Still 3 smokes up here for him. There are some stuns being thrown by Oath. Oath back up to 4 people, even after that great molly early on by SDK. They're still finding success. Pio's going to get Veronica. Peng does get Pentalol, so out goes SDK. Now they're up and over the top, trying to finish off Oath's push. Oath gets up over the hill a bit, and this is, like I said, it's going to be rough sledding, but Oath making a hell of a run.
Yep, Yamcha trying to stay alive now, has to prone on down, get healed up. Patcaps is pushing out there, 4 alive as well. As you can say, vests are bruised pretty badly. Oath will be able to push over the top. Day Trade is down, and now Gen G, they're waiting on the other side of the hill. They know they have the dot on their side. They're spreading out, taking full control, waiting for this to escalate more. Once more, hopefully, for them, they will get to do some damage. And yes, there you go. TSG finds 1, Patcaps fall down. Snakers still in a sneaky flank position, trying to hold off here, but they really, really need to take down TSG before Gen G comes over the top and starts doing damage towards Oath as well.
All right, well, Pat Caps was down to about half in the knock status. Balefrost is there again to get another very important res for his team. Raylo doing a good job poking in to TSG's back line, getting some protection, but that molly just too far onto Pat Caps. It does clip Bale, so Bale going for the heal. Looks like he's going to be able to just get it off. Stuns out to buy time. Meanwhile, Gen G just going to wait this one out. They're going to let these 2 teams do as much damage as possible before they decide to get involved. They know the win is all that matters. There's no reason to try to get up over here, maybe sneak some kills in. Better off just kind of doing, you know, what has been done to Oath more than one time in this tournament, Toby, just letting the other teams finish each other up.
This is so smart. They're throwing the smokes forward. They're not smoking off themselves. They're smoking off Oath, kind of forcing them, sheep herding them down in the direction of Gen G, hoping that Oath can maybe somehow do enough damage to Gen G that they can then peek over the top later. But here comes Yamcha. Finds the first one. Doesn't find the second. Yes, he finds the second as well. Relo, last one left alive. Yamcha allowed to reload, and he gets it, but now here comes Gen G. Finds the first instantly. Second one goes down, and Gen G again. First team to go through to the weekly finals, and what a game for the Korean team.
Yeah, they just maneuvered that extremely well from beginning to end, making good push-outs at the right times to take out Tianva, getting into the side of Day Trade, being very patient with that battle. Esther got knocked once, but they were quick to revive him, just completely barricaded Day Trade in. TSG busy fighting the NA teams over on the side. Gen G can wait behind the hill and wait for their moment to strike. And this Gen G team, like they said on the desk earlier, Toby, they get better and better and better as this goes on.
They really do. They were playing the south side. They had no control right off the bat. We saw them try and rotate over. They got kicked out of the compound by Day Trade, went back down towards the south, reevaluated. Then when they see a Freak of Freaks take the fight, they managed to make the push over, get control. And as you said during the cast too, they were fortunate, and I think they were too, that TSG kind of gave up on trying to maintain control of what was happening over there. But they push out in the end. They get the win. They hold off Day Trade without anyone looking over their shoulders, and they get themselves a solid win off of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is $10,000 in the bank for them as well, as you get more money. The earlier on you're able to qualify for those weekly finals, the first 8 teams to qualify for the weekly finals get at least some kind of money from it. And this time around, it is going to be the Korean phenomenons, Gen G. And they will once again be in those weekly finals, once again looking to make their mark on this tournament. But TSG, I got to say, they played a heck of a game, though. It's a little bit weird. They had a rough decision there at the end, Toby, to go between Gen G and then the SDK Oath fight.
Yeah, it was a it was a really tricky situation there in the in the end of it. You had so much going on, and I complimented TSG for what they were doing. I just think they had Ping way too far to the west. He was isolated. They needed to send one over to help, and by overcommitting to the west side, they lost control of the hilltop. That's where you want to be able to sit. That's you want to be able to be dynamic and push onto both sides. They lost that when they pushed over towards the west, and Shanjian went down. That meant they couldn't hold off Gen G. They would have had a chance to do that, maybe get themselves the win, but in this case, not quite so.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic round overall. A ton of kills, really well played by TSG. And at the end of the day, they're not able to get it. I got to give Oath a ton of credit here, too. I thought they were in a really tough position. I've seen a lot of teams that are in that position that they were in, coming out of that southeast side of the quarry and having to wrap around the bottom part of circle like that. That's to the east of the quarry. Very difficult position to maneuver, and I thought they did a fantastic job with it.
Oh yeah, that could have been brutal. Having to push down that hillside towards the Wizard Tower, especially when there's another team in that Wizard Tower, can be absolutely terrible. But they timed it right. They knew they had to wait until the south side fights were over. And once we saw the last engagement, it worked out for them. But now let's hop on over to Gen G and see what they have to say after that win.
안녕하세요, 광민선입니다. 오늘 첫 번째 승리한 팀은 바로
The winners of our
한국팀의
first
젠지였습니다.
survival
지금부터
game
피오
match
선수
was
만나서
South
즐거운
Korea's
인터뷰
Gen G.
나눠볼게요.
I'm here with player Pio. Congratulations on your win.
PGI.S 후반기에 접어들었는데
Now we are in the second
전략적으로
half of
변경하거나
PGI.S.
강화한 게 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
Is there any kind of strategy that you guys have strengthened or changed?
변경된 거는 딱히 없고 그냥 실수를 보완하자라는.
There hasn't really been much changes, but more that we can work on our mistakes.
교전을 보다가 정말 침착하게 판단을 했던 부분이 인상적이었는데
Towards the end, the way you guys made a really calm judgment towards facing TSG. What kind of conversations did you guys have?
저희가 이노익 선수 머리를 커버해주겠다라고 이렇게 콜이 왔었고.
So we got a call that we would back up behind player Anonix.
네, 오늘 무려 상금 1만 달러를 또 추가하게 되셨습니다.
So you guys are adding $10,000 to your prize money.
파이널에 진출을 하셨고 미라마 에란겔 다 강화.
And so in the last week, you guys also made it to the finals as the first team. And I think your fans are really cheering you guys on. But some fans are also saying that if you guys make it to the finals so quickly, then how can they enjoy the rest of the survivals games without seeing you guys as part of the game? Now it's really funny that some fans say that we should make it quickly to the final. Some fans say that we should take our time. So even the finals prize money this weekend is really high. Do you want to say something to your fans to cheer you guys on for this weekend? Thank you so much, everyone, to supporting us. And I think your guys' encouragement really helped us through. Although we are all quite nervous, we're going to try our best for this week's ends finals. Thank you so much.
네, 이렇게 해서 4주차 첫 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 젠지였고요. 피오 선수와 즐거운 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Just like week 3, getting themselves the first win in the weekly survival, Gen G once again shows that they get it when it comes to this format, and they survive in number 1 spot for the first game here as well. Joining me, Hypoc and Clover, to break things down. Hypoc, Gen G just looking fantastic to start things off here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were even talking about this, right? We were talking about it being a favorable shift initially for Gen G, playing over on the south side of that forest. They clean up the back end of that Zenith and Na'Vi fight. And then of all the things to happen, they're allowed to cross as 4 north side of the road, play the back side of the wall on the outside of the warehouse. And I mean, there's 3 teams potentially that could have punished that move, but everybody's playing for that end game, right? Nobody wants to overinvest in that fight. They're allowed to coexist with day trade and end up clutching out the win.
Yeah, we were talking about that as it was going down, Clover. As much as I kind of my chips on Gen G as we take a look at the highlights here for them to take this victory, I did think maybe they were going to get blasted along that wall, but it was not to be. Gen G survives and Gen G takes the win.
No, I mean, TSG did have a little bit of an angle as we saw kind of some knocks come out repeatedly, but ultimately it wasn't as punishable as we expected. I mean, you know, I do want to give a really quick shout out though to TSG because they dominated in terms of kills, but as we know, this weekly format doesn't do anything in terms of kills, so it's a little bit of a heartbreaking game for them in that factor. But you know, it's this fight here with Tianba, and then you know later on this Na'Vi fight, right, where we saw Gen G extend out from the compound. You know, they kind of left Ionix to play anchor, and they just started sending everybody out. You know, Gen G extending their fingers, realizing, hey, we can pick up on this TSG fight, and then ultimately send it to that day trade compound. And that really worked well in their favor, as opposed to the rest of the teams that kind of got locked into Quarry, like y'all were saying.
Yeah, DSG, Volibear making some massive plays, big fragging power, but as I say, it doesn't really matter a huge amount here when the chicken dinner means everything. Over on this east side as well, Hypoc, a lot of teams getting kind of choked up trying to get into some of these final circles.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we actually just had a couple of clips there that shows how kind of terrible TSG's position was. They had to sweep all the way around the south side of that hill to get to that position, just farming kills the entire time. And again, it comes down here, Oath trying to play with their backs to the blue, and it's actually TSG as a 2-man that ends up punishing them here, trying to play inside their smokes. I can't help but feel, you know, with the numbers advantage there, they should maybe try and aggressively take control of their side of the hill, because it comes down to it, Gen G are just, they're sat waiting, right? Their win condition is everybody else fighting. The damage is done at that point. As soon as they see Oath go out in the kill feed, they spring their trap and they clean up the remnants.
Very, very nice. 10,000 going over towards Gen G here as they now get themselves that first place spot, which is effectively 20,000 considering the prize pool that we actually have from crowdfunding. And I mean, just in general, Hypoc, it's nuts for one game to be able to kind of attribute to that.
It is. I mean, we were talking about consistency at the top of the show here. That's back-to-back game 1 wins in the weekly survival. So you can't fault them at all. Again, just coming back to this, how they were able to play the backside of the wall, it's really interesting. And again, I know Clover just touched on it when we were looking at the highlights there. TSG, I think, got an angle onto, was it Esther, right? That was playing a bit, you know, away from the rest of his teammates on that wall side. And TSG were the team that built so much momentum through the mid game there. So I was really surprised to not see them kind of push to punish that position from Gen G. And I'll be honest, it was kind of on them to protect Daytrade because Daytrade didn't make a move. I know we were joking about this. They just didn't make a move, full stop.
Yeah. Even Dave Trade was there, but they really weren't there. It was, and that's how that's going to go. Let's take a look at the numbers.
They're there in spirit.
And Gen G will get themselves the victory here, Clover. Are the teams that kind of stood out to you whilst this was going on?
I mean, I will give Oath credit, you know, for their ability to make it up in the late game with that transition. I think, you know, early on we saw how big of a play that Quarry was in that zone. And if that had shifted any other direction, I think a lot of those teams in the South would have been punished a lot worse. But, you know, playing in and out of the Quarry, that's difficult. And one that we saw quite a couple of other teams not come out so triumphant from.
And triumphant in the songs with the gaming, it's Volibear, Peng, and I Am Seer getting themselves an amazing set of kills, but it's not going to convert to much just yet. PO showing up very nicely for Gen G. And looking at all of those teams over in the Quarry side as well, Hypoc, it's nice, I suppose, to be able to have that spot initially as these circles are slowly closing down, but then fighting out of that Quarry is so difficult towards those later circles.
It is as well, especially when it becomes overpopulated. I mean, STK and Oath were kind of keeping each other in check, right? And of course, both NA teams find themselves on the map once again. It's just a running trend now. And yeah, STK try and mount that push onto the Wizard Tower, but again, it's funny enough, it's the team I was talking about, TSG. They're so active through the mid game that they actually prevented STK pushing all the way up onto the Wizard Tower. I can't remember who the 4th member of Oath that wasn't playing inside. But he kind of got some damage onto Kurt as he came in, and then the third party from TSG came in, that literally just put the stops on SDK altogether. They've lost one member. They're then getting kind of battered back into the warehouse. And like you said, it's so difficult then when there's kind of two teams that are like, okay, we can't move. We literally need to wait for the blue to force somebody out. That it becomes kind of, there's only going to be one team that comes out of that. This time around, it's over.
And speaking on the east side as opposed to the west side of the circle, we had Liquid having some glimmers of hope. Mexi doing some work for his team. Now, Clover, looking at how Team Liquid has played out the weekly survivals in the past 2 weeks, they've advanced second in weeks 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And they're one of the only two teams that has actually got money every single week. Is this now time for Team Liquid to step up and do another second?
I think it's going to happen. I think that match was them just shaking off the rust, just kind of the last of this last weekend, maybe the remnants of TPP. But that said, it was a good play, right? They were already kind of coming into that pull up on as a fraction. I think it was just as a two-man and holding their own there onto phase. I think we saw some brilliance. We're seeing their mechanics already fired up and turned on. But I do want to really quickly point out, because we've got them on the screen, Meta is coming in, and this is another team you talk about, great performance week after week. They have great performance in the bottom. When we have those bottom reseeding matches, Meta coming out on top once again, but then we see them play all 16 matches through the weekly survival, not get a chicken dinner. But I honestly, truly believe that this week is going to be different. Something just looked brilliant about them on that week 3 reseeding matches. And I think that we really need to give Sparking the credit as due. I'm feeling chicken dinner from Meta today.
Oh, that would be good. I would like to see it. Someone like Ragnar, for example, Hypoc. I want to see more of him every day, all day. He's one of the most entertaining players on this field right now.
I don't think anybody would have any objections to just getting Ragnar Cam just as a permanent place on screen. But I mean, just talking about some of these teams on screen now, shoot to kill again. We just touched on kind of their game within Quarry. There's some big questions. These guys need to step back up. Obviously, this roster change is very high profile. Lots of discussions around it. I want to see them make some moves early in this week. Because that's the kind of, that's the confidence boosters, right? You get through early, you kind of have that opportunity to kind of sit back, read the lobby a little better. By now, we're in week 4, but these guys effectively, you can say blank canvas. They got to go back to basics, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're one of the only teams that has also put up money every single week. And you know what? To the haters out there, shut up. All these teams they know what they need to do to potentially get the win down the line, right? That's important, Hypoc.
Yeah. And the thing for SDK is they've set their own expectations now. That's all I was going to follow on for that. Now the expectation is high for this team.
Absolutely. And let's see if they can make it happen. It's match 2. It's $6,000. We're into the next one. Gen G so far has advanced onto the weekly final. Who's going to join them? We are moving on to Miramar to find out exactly who does. Thank you to Intel as we go over to Paperthin and Toby.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Now it's time for you to shut up as we get in to game number 2. Oh, it's good to have Kalaris back because I can make fun of him. So, plane path right down the center to start off our first Miramar. Meta's coming in, and they have looked, they look better and better. They're another team similar to Gen G. I mean, Gen G's peaks are going to be huge, like just because of how talented that roster is. But Meta bringing in Wicked, Toby, having, some admittedly difficult communication issues because English is nobody's first language on that team. But they've seemed to be figuring out they're playing it better and better.
They are. It's I want to see Meta now go out and play, and it's gonna sound weird, but bottom 16 PUBG. Because they play it different. They play different when they play the bottom 16 as opposed to when they play the top. I don't know if it's a confidence thing where, okay, so now we're in the bottom. Now the teams are not supposed to be as good. Maybe we feel more comfortable with not having some of the big name teams. Whether it's that or it's just them all of a sudden playing with their backs even more against the wall than they would if they make it into the weekly finals and go, okay, if we don't do this, we're out. Now everything's on the line, they play so confident, they play so dominant. When they make a decision, they commit to it instantly. They go out, they get themselves kills, they clear out teams, and they push further forward. Their rotations seem to be on point. It just seems like there's not so much second guessing their own decisions when they play in those bottom 16 games, and they can bring just half of that mentality over to not only weekly survival, but also should they make it into the weekly finals as well, I think we're going to see a much more dominant metagaming team.
I agree with you 100%. I think their ability to kind of fix their mistakes early on in games has really brought them a lot more success. They're not losing a member or two during their phase 1 rotations or phase 2 rotations. You don't see players kind of going out on their own on those solo missions, finding themselves knocked quickly or lost even sometimes. Wicked especially, and Wicked's a player that I have watched for years now in Korea, and he is a talented fragger. He is a smart player. But the criticism for Wicked for some time had been that he was kind of a solo player. He was playing off by himself, even more so than like a Pio or something like that, and would find himself knocked or taken down early in rounds and kind of leaving his teams in tough positions. But with Meta, honestly, he's really picked it up. He hasn't been doing as much as that. He's playing with the team, like you mentioned, Toby. They're playing together and they're making decisions together.
Yeah, at least they have been in the bottom matches. Now, well, I mean, they're gonna get themselves 15 attempts should it go to it to make their way to the finals. And as Clover said, I'm expecting a Meta win. I'm expecting to see Meta in the weekly finals. Will it be today? I'm not sure. Maybe they need to get just get dusted off real quick. And also, I mean, we do deserve a little bit of Ragnar screen time. So if they went through game 1, I feel like we wouldn't get the same amount of Ragnar screen time that we probably would have wanted. So maybe they qualify not this game, but next game I'll be fine with that.
Absolutely. I mean, they're a team that I have my eye on for sure. So bring that vehicle over there. That's okay. No problems. No problems at all. There's Team Liquid scouting out area around Picado, as they always do. And there isn't much going on around them. No DA to cause problems. No other teams. No 4AM. Sometimes 4AM will push down into this area if the circle kind of favors it. But right now the circle's pretty centered in between San Martin and Picado, so nobody's really reached out that far south just yet.
Yeah, it's I kind of hope for Liquid that they make it through. I mean, I do hope for all teams that they make it through every game, but because I'm just passive and neutral like that. But I hope for Liquid in particular, because if they stayed around here too long, I mean, we'll have Sonics come back in. They probably won't take pretty much everything that we see Liquid looting right now. We'll have TSM come back at one point. They're going to be having Iroh looting where EP is sitting right now. And all of a sudden, things are going to start being more, not necessarily difficult, but just things are going to change quite a bit. So right now, with where Liquid are looting, with how they're rotating out, with the amount of space that they have to roam around, this is going to be one of the most, we're in our usual setting right now, type games for them to play. And I would love for them to utilize that to full effect.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be more traffic, more congestion. It's like when you're driving out on a road, and it's nice when you have the open freeway, there's nobody else around you. But if there are, say, like a medium amount of cars, you can still go the same speed. You just have to be a little bit more careful how you navigate things. So over towards Picado, it will be VP kind of backfilling on the Team Liquid drop spot there as they see what's going on, and they're going to do a 2-2 split. Pretty typical stuff here for VP. They do, of course, have MCG now along for the ride. That makes things always a little more interesting for them, Toby, here on Miramar.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of curious. I mean, as we look at VP, I'm kind of curious to see how they're playing this one. If they're all four going to commit into Picado, because keep in mind, usually when we don't have multi-circle gaming taking away their loot spots, they would be playing out of Power Grid, and they'd be spending the majority of their time. Like, they would normally be one of the last teams to push down from that plateau. They would sit up there until it was guaranteed that the game wasn't ending up on the hillside. So seeing them play from down below now early on, how is that going to impact things? How will they play things differently than what we normally see Virtus Pro play in these type circles? Now, okay, Wally Bear, we saw him get a double as he was getting drive by last game. This time around, doink. Oh no, he missed. Oh no, doink.
Oh, he missed.
He missed him. Now you have to shoot him. It should be pretty straightforward because he's gonna go for the run over again. We will see the kill feed in, I believe, 1 second. No, not 1 second. Oh, there you go. 2 seconds. It was. Second time's the charm.
2 seconds. You were close.
And there you go. So GSG continuing this drive. Wally Bear still roaring as he finds himself the first kill of the game.
Well, somewhere on the planet, somebody has to be watching Yakety Sax on YouTube and lined up perfectly with that moment. But at the end of the day, job is done, kill is taken, and point. Well, there would be a point. There is no point, but player knocked out of the lobby at least. Circle now as we are getting close to the end of phase 1. We will find out where phase 2 wants to head, and MCG has moved over to that hill to the east of Power Grid. STK reaching out of San Martin, further to the south, LG Divine out of Hacienda. The teams that are in the center just kind of taking up the desired position a little bit more towards the middle. Of course, Na'Vi, ENCE love to play from edge to start, and Tianba is still kind of chasing Daytrade around, and Daytrade seems to be a little bit, you know, trepidatious of what's going on, a little bit scared here. They lost a member already to the talented Chinese team. And I've seen this a lot, Toby, and I actually been wanting to ask you about this, and I figured I'd wait for it on the air. The Chinese teams seem to be a little more keen to try some of the driving and shooting stuff than at least to me, the other regions. Like the other regions will go for it if it's available, but the Chinese team seem to actively kind of take situations where they can utilize it.
I think overall we just see... Oh, wait, hold that thought. I will answer in just a moment. Pojuice, will he get a safe pass or will Hiruzen start shooting? There's no way Hiruzen allows him to sit this close. As I say that, he does, because Virtus.pro currently split in a not wide 2-2 split, but they have 2 inside the city. They have Lou on the hill, and they have Patulans back in the west side compound where we saw them sit around before, and they don't want to take this fight outnumbered. I like the fact that Hiruzen backs off here. Thought he was going to start shooting at Puchus, but opts not to. Spiro is holding the backside entrance to the building, and nice disengage. Again, you know what? If they want 3 buildings on the other side of the road, give it to them. Stay alive in the meantime, back off. There's no reason to risk it. Had this been a weekly finals, you'd see a whole other side of aggression from Virtus.pro, but they know that losing a player early, yes, you might get 1 or 2 kills, but should this next circle shift north, there would have been no fight, like no reason to take that fight whatsoever anyway. So back off, play it safe, and wait for circles to come in. And to answer your question real quick, I think it's got to do with the aggression that we're seeing so many teams bring out of China. A lot of teams force fights all over, and having the region have so many aggressive and so many great aggressive teams has forced other teams that usually weren't as aggressive to really improve mechanically. China has always been a very good mechanical region, not necessarily the best rotation-wise and stuff like that, but because they're so damn terrifying in terms of mechanics, they've all had to learn. And I think that's a big portion of what allows them, or what makes them want to take those more mechanically requiring plays, as they maybe more often than not expect to win them.
That's fair. I think that's a great way to talk about it. That, yeah, they're mechanically gifted, so why not put them in situation? Oh, goodness gracious. The tab. Ross just lines himself up as he backs out. Exactly. The headshot. Easy money for the tab there. But yeah, I think that's exactly a great point about it, that they want to take advantage. Of course, it is easier to shoot out of the vehicles. Of course, everybody's going to use it when they can, but China seems to actively look for those situations. And to me, it's quite interesting to watch how different teams in different regions utilize the new change to being able to shoot out of the vehicles. Besto, though, going to be in a vehicle of his own, rolling up to the back end of Punij, looking to see what's going on with that crate. Punij gets some decent damage. Besto's able to pull the vehicle up enough to the side of the fence to keep himself blocked. Throws a grenade through the crack. That's not going to find much of Punij there. It's Punij backing off further into the God compound. The rest of Na'Vi, once again, swarming on top of Zenith. This is the second game in a row, Toby. Is there a rivalry brewing here?
Maybe there is. I'm surprised to see Na'Vi not commit harder, actually, despite them running forward. They still held their kind of their push for a little while, and it's now allowed for Zenith to push over here. And Na'Vi knows in this circle this is the very, very, very big priority spot to be sitting in, and they are now allowed for the 2 teammates to come back up and help. We'll see now Orange trying to hold from the side. It is Orange playing, by the way, not Kemba, so they're swapping things back and forth once again. We'll see. Kickstart has Orange right now, at least, kind of caught behind a wall. We'll have to throw a smoke, try and get off. He only has 1 smoke to throw, so we'll see if he can get away. Flash is being thrown forward. I don't expect to see Punij push on this, but as I say that, he does. Does he see him? Yes, he does. Kickstart tags him, but it is going to be Kickstart actually through the smoke, able to get the knock.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good start for Zenith. After losing a member early, Shinboy trying to watch the corners, watch the edge. Punich still able to avoid a lot of grenades. Shinboy going to finish off the first member of Nabi. That's going to send the tab kind of readjusting here, rethinking the decision to try to really get into the grill of Zenith. Zenith, for now, has kind of marked their territory, put the flag of NA up for now. Lingdu, again, with the bolts. Is he just actually going to bolt the rest of this tournament? Because right now it looks like he should with some of those shots he's been hitting.
I was gonna say I don't see why you wouldn't. Just popped the head off of Purdy there. Found him. That's pretty. I mean, he makes it look easy. It isn't easy by any means whatsoever, but he makes it look that way. So why not keep on bolting if you can hit shots like that? New circle is gonna be tricky because if it goes west, we're pretty much guaranteed to see it go northwest. If it goes up towards, I mean, there's just because the center has so many of these quote-unquote unplayable rocks, we're going to see hard shift at some point soon. And in the meantime, let's hit going up, only 3 alive on their team. They are focusing multi-circle getting back inside, but it's not going to matter. Summer and Evil Lee, pretty much in an instant, peppers them down, out they go, Day Trade, out to 16.
Well, yeah, Day Trade just kind of bounced from city to city. Never was really able to find a place to call home, and finally they kind of ran it too hard, and MCG is going to be the ones to just welcome them in with open arms. Day Trade goes out first to reload. In the meanwhile, here's their kill on a Star-Lord. I saw this in the kill feed and wondering what the heck was going on, and Star-Lord just running out in the open without a vehicle on Miramar in phase 1. All right. I don't know what the heck was going on there because I saw the rest of T1 up ahead. Maybe there was an accident with his vehicle. Maybe he lost control of it, is what I will give the benefit of the doubt there to the in-game leader for T1.
Yeah, it is tricky. One thing that isn't tricky though is the great amount of numbers and letters on your screen to the bottom left. You can get yourself a little code in there, get yourself some coupons, EPs, all that good stuff. In the end, reward yourself with some nifty skins should you be able to use those coupons to full effect. In the meantime, Circle did go out towards the east. Liquid setting themselves up on the east side of San Martin, and I mean, we know the Circle is going to go north to some extent, but how much, we do not know.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting to see. There's a couple compounds in the middle of that are pretty nice. There's some dead zones in between San Martin and Hacienda that can be a little odd. Aqua 5 around the edge of the rock. Gets some decent damage into Uba. Switches over to the SLR. Pops a tire. Wow, they did not get the finish there onto Uba. That looked pretty doable there for T1, but nope. Uba's going to drive on out, and he's got one tire gone, but the vehicle's a little bit smoking, and rest of it should be okay, I guess.
Not able to find that knock somehow. Lifts with the scare. Purdy, after getting his head torn off by Lingdu, back up on his feet he goes, and he takes down Clip. So at least now, for SDK, they're well aware there's a team chilling on the other side of the road, which I'm sure they were before as well. I'm looking towards Divine right now. If the circle goes where I'm kind of expecting it to, Divine are going to be in an absolute prime position with the compound they have control of right now. Let's see, up towards the north in the meantime, TSG, dominant team last game. This time around, the circle shifts away from them. They have Tianba beating them on their rotation now, and that's just going to make their upcoming run that much more difficult. I would expect to see TSG stick around up here for a while. Now they start shooting, actually. Okay, so maybe they're trying to force them to leave. I'm not sure why they're shooting here before Tianba has seen them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I guess maybe Sean Dion really thought he could land one of those M24 shots, but doesn't seem to find any luck with it this go around. Meanwhile, FaZe has disengaged from T1, finds themselves basically right dead south of this current circle, looking for some kind of entrance to the hills as they drive around the outside of said hills. For the time being, Hacienda still in on the southeast side. Oath headed out over there. T1 went up to the mountainside of San Martin, and for FaZe here, kind of a difficult circle ahead for them. They kind of have to just backfill and kind of watch what the other teams are doing ahead of them.
I like this rotation from FaZe. They know the circle ain't gonna shift south. They know it's gonna go away from the mountain. They know that it's gonna go away from the plane crash hill that Na'Vi find themselves on. They were sitting on the southwest side of the circle. Now they can go, great, let's avoid that whole San Martin cluster by just wrapping south around. And then if we have to, we can crash something on the east side. But at least they're only gonna be one team there instead of the 5 teams should have to crash going into the city. So very heads-up rotation from FaZe knowing, or at least assuming where circles are gonna go. I'm still looking towards Divine to be where the next circle should send up. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Yep, up towards the north we go, and now FaZeland just avoided having to crash down from that hillside, and they avoided having to go through San Martin by making their way southeast around. And they could do it now, but with the circle shifting in, had they tried to go west to east underneath now, it would have taken them too long to get over there. So they'd been blue by the time they got there. Very smart rotation by FaZe.
VP is going to go right through the no man's land here in between San Martin and Hacienda. Are they going to crash into LG Divine is my question. Their vehicles getting hella beat up along the way. Meta's pushing out of Hacienda. Spyro's going to go down to Ibby. Team Liquid. Is that LG Divine even that might be shooting, giving VP a little bit of cover. VP is going to have to bypass the LG Divine compound to the left, losing a member early. It's going to put a little fear into the team from Europe. Tianba has slammed into Hansia's compound. Hansia has a barrel ready. Through the door, doesn't catch any damage. Gonna have to throw a stun around the corner. Stunning, checking, nobody there. Linshu gets in. He's gonna wait around the corner himself. Gonna start throwing some stuns. Reinforcements have arrived for the Freaks, as this is going to be a big-time battle between two very good teams, between Korea and China. Potentially, there is time in this circle right now, and oh, there you go. There's an opening knock for Hikari onto Arena off to the side. So the rest of Tianba pretty well isolated from their fallen comrade.
Yeah, the pressure right now is on a Freak of Freaks to make a play here. They got the knock on one, but these buildings are so damn difficult to push in. They've backed off. They've given them the space to play around. EJ, though, ain't going to give Lin Shun a chance to peek around the side. That's 2 knocks now. This is when you start making plays. Flash thrown forward. Nate thrown forward to follow as well. They throw the flashes. You got to peek with those flashes coming in. Wicked finds Ghost stuff that's elsewhere on the map. Akkad around the corner finds one more as well. Such a clean engagement so far for Freak of Freaks. Minx by himself. And again, a Tianba situation where they got a chance to push in. They had a move to make, but they can't seem to communicate it well enough, and they go 0-4 against a Freak of Freaks. Great hold by Afrika, but I feel like there was a play to be made by Tianba that just never happened.
Yeah, they could never really get themselves quite situated to make that push through the hallway. They were able to knock Afrika sort of back a bit, but Afrika just kept catching them around corners, caught one on the flank, and it all fell apart pretty quickly. Speaking of potentially falling apart, FaZe was kind of forced out to the side. Oath was very slow and wide in their rotations along with Meta, so that forced FaZe out further to the northeast, and Oath finds the hill. They've set up well around it. Na'Vi gonna go right over the fence. Nice little Dukes of Hazzard move here, but TSG swarming. Ooh. They're gonna get a couple down as Senya holds on by a thread right now, and they are looking for him. They are hunting him, and indeed they find him. TSG going to only suffer 1 knock in that fight. Back over to FaZe at Oath. This Pat Cap's going to let loose with a grenade. Can that connect? It finds a little bit of damage. No knocks yet.
I like how Oath are holding off here. They know they have the inside of the circle, and they know FaZe has to make a move. Now Meta is coming over this side as well, though. Oath wants to get rid of FaZe before Meta becomes a factor in this fight. It would be terrible for them if they had to fight both teams at the same time. If Meta is allowed to push underneath, they're going to be in trouble, and I think they are. Rilla was in the vehicle trying to push over the top, but he lost that position now. Fuss, pushing forward, has a nade in hand. Did he spot Rilla? I'm not sure if he did spot Balefrost down the hill. He's trying to wrap back the other side. They need to deal with them. They need to deal with FaZe right now. This is where you need to go aggressive. Take them out, play further forward. First, finds one, unscoped his gun. Unfortunately, goes down 80. Able to do a bit of a return frag. Patcaps goes down as well, so it's a 1v1 for now. Rilo is on his own against 80. Can he find him? Will he go down? So much damage coming both ways, but FaZe are going to be eliminated, but at what cost? Oath just lost 3.
Yeah, meanwhile, Afrika Freaks was able to third-party that from a couple hundred meters away, getting a bit of damage into Oath as well. SDK sees MCG inside of the red brick in front of them. Now it's a shootout inside of this particular compound. Purdy gonna look for those grenades. Zenith here as well with 3, so this fight been brewing. T1 also over on the side of all of this, so basically, for all intents and purposes, 4 or 5 teams in this fight. 2 being knocked for SDK. MCG still hasn't been knocked. They're doing a great job keeping SDK pinned around the edges, not letting them on the inside. You can see Dangche from T1 trying to get down and through, but Punaj is there. Has a pretty good spray with his 3x barrel. And now T1 is like trying to hold off two different angles. And there goes Alo getting traded out. Shinboy left alive for Zenith. This is a mess.
Yeah, this is the cluster that FaZe wanted to avoid by going out on the other side. Unfortunately, it didn't really pay off for them in the end of things. Multi-Circle Gaming right now seem to be the team surviving this push out. Shinboy is still up, could potentially do some damage. Tank knows where he is with that nade from full. We'll see if they can hold off against them. Fully flashed now as well, down to 1 HP. Blue should get the better of him. No, it's going to be the nade from Tank that takes him down. They still have players behind. Purdy is alive in the blue, trying to heal on up. It is phase 4 coming into 5 now, so plenty of damage will be hurting his way, but just one knock and it would be so detrimental, so terrible for Multi-Circle Gaming trying to make the push out from the city.
Can we please watch Lingdu? As a Bolt fan, I would like to watch Lingdu, please. Anyway, grenades on the back of NCG. I know it's hard for the observers to figure that out. Shandian has an AWM. Speaking of bolts, he traded out his M24 for an upgrade, no doubt about it. Purdy trying to snake back around the smokes of MCG, using their own smokes against them, at least as best as he can. Not bad, but that's the last first aid kit for Purdy. So coming up, he's got to get in, he's got to get in now, and he's got to do something rather fast. Aqua 5 and Adder, the two A's left for T1, and Purdy around the back gets tanked. That's a huge knock. MCG, only Evil Lee is left. The grenade does finish off Purdy from Aqua 5. Great grenade from Aqua 5. Underhander bounced one in. Now some more grenades flying in from the back as Aqua 5 looking to his side. TSG is over there, and this is looking good once again for TSG, at least to clean up these fights on the other side. And indeed, a good grenade from Shandian finishes T1 off.
I was just gonna say, Purdy, are you looking to make enemies or what? And he does go for the shot onto Summer. That is so unfortunate for Multi-Circle Gaming. It seemed like for a brief moment that they had control of T1, whether they had gone down to TSG in the end of it, I don't know, but smart hold from them wasn't to be. Purdy falls down in the end of it. Freakin' Freaks now trying to hold off here against Meta Gaming. They were allowed to push below, and Meta Gaming going full aggressive on this one. They have all of Meta caught in this. Sorry, Freakin' Freaks going full aggressive on it. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. A card to find the third. Solid push from them. 11 kills confirmed, and look at the spread on the team. Everyone is in there contributing.
Yeah, this is a huge round for Freakin' Freaks, and once again, TSG putting up amazing kill numbers right now in these rounds. But of course, it is the weekly survival, so what matters is getting that win. The kills open the door for you, give you some space to work with to get into that winning situation. But it is going to, of course, as we saw in the previous game, you can pick up as many kills as you want, but it is who wins. Team Liquid finds a little bit of the edges of these compounds, just barely skirting the edge of the next circle. So they're going to settle up in there for now. Triumphant Song Gaming very closely watching them for now. Lou has a shack, and Hyruzen out there in a big 1-1 split for VP, trying to take advantage of some of the open terrain in the middle of this circle, Toby.
They need to play something. They need to push forward. Their compound is going to be excluded in just a short moment. They need to try and take control, but Hyruzen able to find Clip, couldn't quite connect it. Will go down immediately after, so maybe there's a res opportunity for them, but here comes Triumphant Song again. Double-digit kills, similar to last game. They're trying to take control of the south side here. They're waiting for that next circle to pop to see whether they have to make the hard-committed push into the open or not, but before that happens, do as much damage as you possibly can to make your, I want to say, inevitable next rotation a possibility rather than just driving straight into your own death.
Well, I mean, they could be looking to set their own kill record here. I don't think actually they can. I think they're just going to be a bit short, even if they killed the rest of this lobby. But still, 2 back-to-back massive kill games for the, a COD and Hikari. That wasn't even a Hikari shot. That was a COD shot, but catch Ibiza in the window. Over towards Klib, seeing if he could somehow, some way, buy time, maybe get some knocks, maybe get some damage into a Freak of Freaks who still have frags and other things to work with, picking up the utility off the fallen bodies of Metagaming, exploding around, doing some pretty good damage there to Mexi. Klib still prone, still waiting. A few smokes have come out now, and Circle just donuts, centering in on everything, and TSG continues to work around the edge.
Everyone's going to be playing out to the pancake field other than ENCE, who are, oh, no. Clip just exactly avoiding that one. Able to stay alive. And Volley again. 7 kills already, making it 8 if he can get the flush onto Hikari there. He is feeling it today. He had a massive impact on the last game, even though I know they wouldn't go out and win that game, but still massive impact last game. And I want to see now, TSG, don't overcommit here. You have a chance, clear your site, and then take the fight to end. You know the game is probably going to end outside the compound, so if you can make your way into the field, play it smart from there, but you have to deal with the freaks first. Just don't go full YOLO forward. Play it smart, you play your smokes, and make your way slowly forward, taking out one team at a time.
All right, Team Liquid, still proning, still waiting, trying to let Afrika and TSG beat each other up. And indeed, Hikari has gone down for Afrika. They're down to 3, losing their top fragger, but everybody on Afrika, very solid. They're extremely talented, extremely deep team in terms of their mechanical abilities. Peng providing a little bit of cover fire for the movement. It looks like we're going to send it into the dip here. Mexi's waiting. You've even got a little bit of Ents watching. Squeaky actually gets Volley Bear. Shandian going to find Mexi here. Volley Bear has been knocked, but a good grenade from Clib. Gets another knock on to Shandian. More grenades rolling in. Are they going to be far enough? No, they're coming up just short. Clib does get taken down, so Team Liquid is out. This might have been a little bit of a gift here for Afrika Freaks. They send it towards Ents.
This is such a smart play from Afrika Freaks. It might not pay off, but they knew that all of Ents was looking towards the TSG and Liquid fight, and they go, great, this is our time to wrap around. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. Diggory, solid shots on towards Hansia. This might be a dead race for Afrika Freaks, but at least they made an effort. They tried to make a play where there really wasn't a play to be made. They tried to hold off here, and this should allow for TSG to wrap into the field. That vehicle is going to blow. A card should blow up with it. Yes, he does. Rustenma able to get the kill confirmed there. EJ gets in, gets down. But now, what has TSG done in the meantime? They know that Ents will most likely have to leave, but look at this field. There's just no cover whatsoever.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, but Shandian still holding on to that AWM. He could find 1 or 2 knocks with that. That could really open up a ton of space inside the center of our Phase 8 circle. 16 kills. We're going to maybe put up a 20 bomb here for Triumphant Song Gaming. After a fantastic game 1 where they came up just short, it would be heartbreaking to see them come up short again, but that's the breaks. That's why we play the games. Ents now repositioning themselves, getting ready for a push, because eventually they will have to leave this compound.
You cannot get knocked now if you're TSG. It's such a scary, like, it's such a difficult kind of decision making, and you want to peek, you want to get the info as to where they're going, but at the same time, you don't want to get knocked before they're playing with their backs against the blue. Peng is looking over Yamcha, I believe, just there. Oh, Shandian, sorry, with just 3 bullets left on the arm, and I would assume no chance of picking up a DMR after he's done shooting with that gun. So we'll see where does Ents go. They have to make their way into the field. We do have Tixu already in the circle. Rustenma down on the side as well. We'll have to try and make a rapid drop. But here comes Tixu. Here comes Diggory. They're going into their vehicles. They're wrapping forward. They do have 1 big rock they can play, but those two still have nades. Rustenma trying to get off angle position and hold off.
All right, Shandian, only 2 bullets left of that AWM. He's really got to make these count. It is a barrel behind, so for late game situations, he's pretty well situated with a great gun to have. And it is going to be more vehicle movements for Rustenma. He saw the side of the hill, got a little bit of information, opens up into the sight line to Sia. Sia gets a headshot, but somehow does not get the knock. Rustenma barely able to escape with his life here. It's turned into a 2-2 split for Ents. 2 up front, Diggory and Tixu right in the front lines of TSG, with Rustenma and Squeaky settling into the back. Some grenades coming out around this rock they found for themselves. Let's see if Shandian can get a knock here. Gonna let fly. Cooked that one decently, but it hits the front of the rock and bounces out.
That could have been absolutely clutch had it gone in and popped the buggy as well. Maybe we'll see now. Shandian, you got 2 bullets left, mate. If you can take down Rustenma, this guy going down and oh, I just misread the kill feed there. I just saw it pop as soon as he shot. It's actually going to be Tixu finding Peng as a response to that one. So 1 down, only 2 left alive now. And you can see they're trying to swarm this one. Peng called for info, trying to move up, see what's going on over the hill. So he doesn't care. He's not going to get rest now anyway. Shandian trying to stay put with the armchair. They're full wide. This is the Ents push forward. They got the circle before. They were blessed with it, but there's been no way. TSG wins it, and no, not gonna happen. Ents 9 kill chicken dinner. The Finns make their way to the final.
And there you go. It's heartbreaking for TSG, but it is going to be ENCE coming away with the win, being patient, doing what they do best, finding the right time to make their moves. They hold off of a push against Afrika fairly well. They swarm out around the circle, don't really overexpose themselves. Rustamar took some damage, didn't get knocked. At the end of the day, it will be them taking this, but man, this is a real feels bad, man, for TSG. Back-to-back rounds with insane kill numbers, and they can't find a way to get the win.
It's tough, no doubts about it, but they can only take, I mean, as rough as it is, because yes, in the end of it, it won't really grant them anything. It does grant them a whole lot in terms of them playing incredibly well. There's so much positive they can take away from this. Did I want to see them win it? Kinda. They played an incredibly good game, the way they were able to push out from the west side that they did. But you got to give it to ENCE. I mean, ENCE played it wise in the end there as well. While they were fighting off of a Freaks on the north side, they kept one, trying to make sure there was no chance that TSG could push in from the south. And I was looking at TSG going, why haven't they gone more aggressive while the whole Afrika Freaks things were happening on the north side? ENCE were effectively holding off both those teams at the same time, playing it really well together. So kudos to ENCE for winning. But as you said, TSG, massive game that unfortunately won't lead to a whole lot.
Yeah, a really good game for Afrika Freaks as well. Double-digit kills in the bag, but they were not able to get that win. Kind of stuck in a bad spot with TSG on the other side of a hill. Team Liquid in front of them, never able to get into Team Liquid fast enough before TSG could get to that hill. So they were stuck outside of the circle, outside of the new circle that was coming up, and trying to win that long-range battle. And TSG just had a better position, a little help from ENCE, I think, at one point. But it is difficult there for the Freaks, and well, I'm curious to see what our winners have to say in just a bit here, Toby.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. We'll hear how you gotta love those squeaky interviews. It's just, it brings joy. It brings joy. I still think back about the last one. We'll see if they're just satisfied with getting the circles going their way. I mean, and it's not just them playing fast. They got 9 kills in that game. That is quite a decent number of kills in a match like that. And they were holding off teams. They made sure that TSG, like, they prevented other teams from pushing into their compound. We've seen it before where teams just full speed sended. No one pushed ENCE. That's because ENCE made sure and told them, if you come here, you're gonna die. Every time everyone peeked over to their side, they would headshot them. They would do damage in their direction. Just overall, really well played by ENCE. Now let's hop over and see what the guys from Finland
위클리
has to say
서바이벌
about it.
4주차 함께하고 계십니다. 두 번째 매치에서 상금 6,000달러를 거머쥐고 파이널로 진출하게 된 팀은 바로 ENCE였는데요. 지금부터 루스프마 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win. Thank you.
네, 오늘 자기장 운에 의해서 좀 한 자리를 지키는 플레이를 보여주다가 마지막 자기장이 약간 이를 벗어나면서 어떤 판단을 하면서 좀 둘씩 움직였는지 궁금합니다.
So during the game today, you guys are really lucky in terms of circle, and the last zone was a bit tricky. And how did you guys prepare for the game today?
We prepared the normal way. We played it, practiced yesterday individually. We don't like to scrim before game days, so we don't get, if scrims were bad, you know, it doesn't affect your mentality coming into the day. We just prepare normally, like we play and we chill. We're ready to play. We want to play. We had a good rest week last week, so we were prepared to play again.
네, 저번 주에 평소처럼 많이 쉬어서 이번에 평소처럼 준비한 대로 교전에 임한 것이 오늘 승리의 주요 요인인 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘 정말 좋은 플레이로 결국에 파이널에 진출하신 것 다시 한번 축하드리겠고요. 지금까지 PGI.S 어떻게 보면 전반기를 좀 보내왔는데 많은 팀들을 이렇게 상대해 보면서 전력 분석도 어느 정도 끝났을 것 같거든요. 어떤 팀이 사실 상대하기 가장 까다로운지 이제는 여쭤볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
So throughout the PGI.S tournament here until now, you guys played a lot of games with a lot of different teams. And do you have any teams that facing the most difficult to deal with?
BP is probably our biggest enemy, especially on Eranjo. We share a lot of loot spots, so it's kind of sometimes hard to know because we both like to drop from the start of the plane, so it's kind of a guessing game sometimes that we don't go to the same place. And then STK sometimes plays a lot of same places as we do, So we usually clash with them, sometimes quite a lot.
네, 아무래도 VP와 SDK가 파밍 스팟이 비슷하기 때문에 그 두 팀이 가장 위협적인 상대라고 생각하고 있습니다.
VP와 슈트킬 그리고 엔스의 어떤 교전을 지켜보는 것도 하나의 관전 포인트가 될 것 같은데요. 자, 엔스는 어떻게 보면 빠른 파이널 진출 덕에 이제 파이널까지 연습할 시간을 충분히 확보했다고 봐도 될 것 같습니다. 어떤 점을 좀 더 강화하거나 보완할 생각이세요?
So now they guys advancing to the weekly final after only 2 weekly survivor games. You have 2 days off until the weekly final. How are you guys going to prepare for the weekly final this week?
We're probably going to watch all the games that are going to be played today, tomorrow, and the day after. See which teams come through. See where we can loot. Because we don't really care that much where we loot, but we have our spots that we want to play from. So we'll see if they will be free and just relax, get a good mindset on the weekly final.
네, 빨리 진출하게 되면서 좀 쉬면서 다른 팀들의 경기를 지켜보면서 저희의 파밍 스팟이 어떻게 될 건지 그거에 대해서 좀 연구를 할 계획입니다.
네, 파이널에서도 계속해서 좋은 모습 보여주시길 바라겠고요. 루스트마 선수 인터뷰 응해주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 두 번째로 파이널에 진출한 팀은 바로 엔스 팀이었고요. 루스트마 선수 만나봤습니다. 저희가 분석 데스크도 정말 열심히
Torilla Tavatan, meet me at the market square, and that compound was definitely their market square here for Ents, who ends up getting themselves second victory here in the weekly survival. Admittedly, Clovis joining me here alongside Hypoc. Clover, to get things started, Ents get themselves the victory. It's brilliant for them. $6,000, much richer as well. Very fortunate for them to be able to get the circles quite like they did as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, their compound was really well in the circle, but as we saw too, a couple of teams kind of got a little bit too close for comfort, and Ents was really well at protecting it, pushing people away, going, nah, don't come here. In fact, TSG, another team I know we're going to talk a whole lot about after this match, was one of the teams that kind of investigated that compound early on, like, hey, this would be a really great place to play from, but pulled back away and once again played the edge on that.
Yeah, and I actually, even in some of the final moments, Hypoc, I was surprised that they flexed out as much as they did. Ents is a very reserved team that likes to hunker down and hold on for a while, but they played it kind of like they played against VP in the final week last week, and it was very, very nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about how Ents, have been one of those teams that we can see kind of that team unit. Like they always do things as a team. There's never really anybody making solo plays for Ents, and that end game there was a perfect example. This situation over on the power group was hilarious, by the way. There must have been like 15 or 16 deaths just on that side. It was like T1 trying to gatekeep this, but the Freaks as well. I know we talked about these guys whilst we were watching through the game here, James. They had a really good run. Again, kind of built some momentum out of the Magnet compound. I love calling it the Magnet compound, especially in this game where it wasn't actually the one that got the zone. But yeah, unfortunately, they were forced into this position, as you can see here, pulled up onto Ents, just got cleaned up. Now this could have gone either way, and the fact that Ents did exactly what you said, which is that they pushed out, they were very proactive, prevented them from... Oh, I love that. I love we actually got the reaction at the end. Shame I was talking over it. But yeah, the fact that Ents kind of approached that in such a structured way kind of prevented TSG from making a move in the end game there.
Yeah, there's. I was saying to you guys, we were actually talking about the Finns, and obviously Finns are normally very reserved. And we were saying to Clover that that Squeaky is one of them that kind of breaks that mold a little bit. So nothing emphasizes that quite as much as him going woo. Just what did I witness? But they're great to watch, Clover. They play a little bit of a different style, do Ents. They play to survive more so than kills. It's not entirely flashy, but they know what they're doing when it comes to PUBG.
Yeah, and I mean, with that compounding, Hypoc kind of touched on it briefly. When Afrika kind of took that push, right? We saw all of Ents immediately turn their attention back to Afrika. They let go of TSG, they let go of Team Liquid and everything else that's happening off to the east, and they took care of that threat very quickly. And then you kind of see them hatch plans. You see them pull out vehicles. You see a couple still keeping an eye on what's happening, and that just collectiveness really showed through all the way into the final moments of that fight.
Yeah, I'm going to stick here with you for a moment, Clover, because TSJ has had a bit of a heartbreaker. 2 second places, 17 kills and 16 kills. Oh, that must be frustrating.
If this was the weekly finals, TSG would be looking so hot right now because that's a lot of points, but it's not quite there. If anything, though, I think it shows that they are primed for a chicken dinner. I hope to see it today because, you know, if you sleep on this energy, who knows what tomorrow might bring. So for TSG, you've got to be feeling that pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, Hypoc, the way TSG have been playing these last 2 games has been nothing short of brilliant. They've just not been able to round it out.
No, they've looked so good in terms of edging their way into these circles, come through the mid game. Actually, right there, you know, TSG, the one team that potentially, I think it must have been Circle 4, Circle 5. They were the one team who were actually in a position to punish Ents, right? And the best spot to pull up onto that compound, in my eyes, is the southwest corner, right? They're up on that hillside, and they actually opt to come around, sweep the south side, deal with everything down by the mini power grid, just outside the city there. And I think that it's a pivotal moment of the game. At that point, they're then forced to go and actually progress further all the way east to try and clean up the rest of these teams. So it's interesting to see there, you know, just that change in decision-making that we talked about a number of times through the weekly survival, converting to weekly finals. Right there, you know, potentially actually the position play is the better play, right? But yeah, it can't take anything away from they're playing incredibly well right now.
Yeah, and as Clover says, I hope we see the win come out from them. You've already touched on Africa Freaks here from this game as well, who looked really good with the 12 kills that they got and were really fighting things out. And just in general, I mean, Clover, there was those moments in like maybe week 1, week 2, at the start of week 2, where I was like, Africa Freaks going to be able to do this. They came off that PGI.S win, but now they're looking really, really good. So it's nice to see, especially with some of the money that they've been able to accrue here, that Africa Freaks is going to be putting on the competition.
Yeah, I mean, they're really finding proactive ways to keep up in the late game. I think just unfortunately for them is they're losing out on some of those resources and falling early. I mean, even the Erangel match earlier, we saw them up in that Wizard Tower through the end. And so I think that they've got things figured out. They just need to have a little bit more go in their way.
Yeah, definitely so. Any other teams that really stood out to you, Hypoc, here when it comes to Miramar and how they played it?
I mean, this is going to be short and sweet, but just T1 again. Super split again, losing somebody early in rotation, which is off the back of I've talked about T1 losing members in rotation where they're not even rotating to like a good spot, right? And then we had this weird situation. I think it was Adder and Starlord that were stuck up on the north side of the city. They're then forced to kind of play prone, and there's one person way out on the west. I couldn't even remember who it was. I didn't take a note of the name, but once again, just super split focus. We talked about the IGL factor for this team, and again, it's leading them astray, right? Again, they've got themselves into a decent spot to be able to fight out from, but it's only 2 people once again. So I really do want to see them do something, because it's week after week. I mean, the only person more angry about it is Paper Thin than me, to be honest.
I mean, technically, they're a star-studded lineup, but Aqua 5 is the one that's really putting the work in for them compared to the other guys. I want to see them do well as well. Starlord was one of my favorite players when he was on VSG. And let's see, moving on forwards. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we have 3 more games remaining here today and 3 more teams advancing through to that weekly final. We'll see you in a few.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S starts on February 8th, and as is custom, we're launching a brand new Pick'em Challenge to go along with it. Each Pick'em Challenge is a little different, so make sure to watch all the way through to find out what's new and what's changed this time around. It all begins on January 20th and 21st when the esports tab officially reopens inside the PUBG PC and console clients. All throughout PGI.S, you can use this tab to keep up to date on participating teams and players, along with real-time tournament info. This is also the first chance you'll get to purchase the first set of killer PGI.S gear and begin supporting your favorite teams. Since this is quite a long tournament, a second set of gear will become available at the end of February. The first challenges begin on February 6th, and you'll have from Tuesday to Saturday each week before the weekly final begins to participate in the challenges and pick your winners. Rewards from the previous week will be distributed before the next challenge begins. Now let's talk about those challenges. We've got 3 different challenges this time around, molded to work within the PGI.S tournament format, so pay attention even if you think you've played it all before. The first challenge is to guess the top 4 teams that will advance to the weekly final each week. If one of your selected teams makes it to the top 4, you'll get a prize according to the rank they end up in. Simple as that. You can pick 1 team per voting coupon you wish to use, and 4 teams are guaranteed to be worth EP, so choose wisely. The second challenge alternates its win conditions every other week. On weeks 1, 3, and 5, you'll have to correctly guess which team will score the highest skill points during the weekly final. The correct answer will award you a whopping 200,000 EP. On weeks 2, 4, and 6, you'll have to guess who will take home a chicken dinner during the 10 weekly final matches, with each correct answer earning you 25,000 EP. You can only win once per team, but the good news is you don't even have to pick which game they'll win, making this challenge even easier. This challenge also requires voting coupons, so make sure you plan out where you want to spend yours before making a selection. Voting coupons can be obtained by purchasing PGI.S gear, or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 30% of the revenue from PGI.S item sales is given back to participating teams, so pick up some cool PGI.S gear and show your team spirit. The final challenge requires you to pick the winner of the 32-team event match that takes place from March 5th through the 7th. This is a free event and requires no voting coupons, but can still net you a sweet 50,000 EP for a correct guess. Looking for ways to grab a couple free voting coupons and some EP? The first one's easy. Simply log into the esports tab and you'll pick up a free voting coupon once per week. Make sure you grab them though, there's no going back if you miss a week. Secondly, we'll be randomly showing codes during the PGI.S broadcast. Codes for a free voting coupon will pop up during weekly survival broadcasts, and codes for EP will pop up during weekly final, rank decision, and survival tournament broadcasts. Fans who are quick enough can enter these codes in-game to earn free voting coupons and some free EP. You can only claim 1 free voting coupon per week through this code, and you can get up to 80,000 free EP during the entire PGI.S event. These codes are first come, first served, so be quick or try your luck again the next time a code appears. Once you've racked up a nice pool of EP, make a trip to the esports store and choose from all the sweet new PGI.S gear available. You'll have until April 14th to spend your EP, so stop in early to plan out what you'd like and pick it up as soon as you earn that required EP. That about does it for this overview of the PGI.S Pick'em Challenge. Now it's your turn. Log into the esports tab, research your teams, plan your strategy, and get picking. PGI.S is our biggest tournament yet, and we want you to win big alongside your favorite PUBG teams. PUBG, PGI.S, and the Pick'em Challenge. Your time to win starts now.
Tell me they got me like one shot. Climbing and climbing a humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest to crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players, everybody breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. No more breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
And welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. Paper Thin and Toby coming at you. We are 2/5 of the way done with today, and we get ready for some more excellent games. Gen G and ENCE are going to be the first two to get through here so far, Toby, and then we have 3 more to find out who will move on. Meta joined us in the previous game. Now it is going to be Petrichor Road. Excited to see this explosive team from China coming in here.
Yeah, Petrichor is one of those teams that, well, I mean, talking about teams that have been playing well, they have gone up against TSG a lot of times. I think if you asked TSG who is your rival, or one of those, who is the team that you fear or look at the most, we've seen so many times where Petrichor and TSG have run into one another. And I think TSG, I mean, coming after the last 2 games, feeling hot is a very, very, very light way of saying it. They had a 17 kill second place into a 16 kill second place. If they're going to run into Petrichor now, I hope for TSG they can just steamroll them and continue running forward. But then again, we've seen Petrichor come right out of the gates and have themselves some really good games to start off with. So it's going to be fun to see how much of a disturbance there will be with Petrichor joining the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Petrichor, one of those teams from China that likes to fight. We know that. And they played great during the reseeding after week 3, and them and Metagaming both played extremely well during that reseeding round of multi-circle gaming. Another team from China, I guess they want to keep our eyes on here. They are not at the studio, of course, playing from China, but a very, very, I think, well, typically they're a well-balanced team, and I just want to see Ling Du get some sweet bolt shots, man. He's been nailing them, but they've been off screen.
Yeah, some of them have been out, some of them have not, but yeah, you gotta love that bold action coming into play, especially when it hits as well as it does when in Ling Du's hands. We're gonna head over to Erangel once more. 3 more teams will make their way through to the finals today. The winner of this game will net themselves an additional $5,000 for making it through here in match number 3 of week 4. Who it's gonna be, we're just moments away from finding out. And well, look at this plane right now. We last Erangel game, we said, oh, unfortunate for the Eastern looting teams. Now it's unfortunate for the Western looting teams, Faber, because we're headed way east on this one.
Well, there you go. All's fair in love and war, and yep, getting a little bit of balance here. As eventually, all things will balance out if there's truly random situations, truly random plane baths and such. Eventually, they will find themselves favoring your drop spot at one point or another. Oath out of the plane early. Typically, they are Sosnovka military base. T1 out here early as well with day trade. So, kind of curious to see what T1 looks to do. It looks like they might be thinking about the Western Sosnovka Island split there. Pero, of course, always Novo. If they are close enough to it, they love that spot. FaZe heading over towards Milto along with Afrika Freaks. No Buriram in here yet to kind of get in between those 2 teams to start.
Yeah, there's still plenty of space for some teams to move around, but that's another factor, right? I mean, TSG, fortunately now the whole TSG Afrika Freaks thing has come to an end down towards the south side of Milton, but with more teams being added in, for some, you're going to have to see teams change their loot spots or, well, contest them. SDK, for now, will have the space to go back and take School and Eps all they want, but what happens once we throw 4AM back into the mix? Same thing for VP. Right now, they're enjoying Rostock. What happens once we get the other teams like TSM back in? Maybe DA wants to come contest it once they come back. They want to get these wins while they have the space to move around before we head into the latter stages of the weekly survival. And now, well, it's been a while since I've seen so many teams be inside the circle in phase 1.
Yeah, quite a few are. It's going to be pretty interesting going forward onto this. And yeah, there's Alo just trying to see if he can get lucky with those extremely long-range iron sight SLR shots. But, you know, it's interesting talking about SDK. I was listening to Gunnar talk about some stuff the other day, and he said they don't really care where they drop anymore. That the way they've been practicing, the way they've been preparing for this event is just getting good at just dropping whatever's open, whatever's available, as you know, as much as they like. And if, you know, like you said, if 4AM's not here, they're going to take School and Apps if no one else will. If 4AM and LG Divine aren't in the lobby, they're going to take Hacienda del Patron. Whatever is, you know, they're just going to grab it, and, you know, they know what they want to do in a lot of those different situations. They practice for it, they prepared for it, and that's a big reason he credits their success to the event, is that they are flexible in those drop spots.
Yeah, being flexible like that, being I guess you can say dynamic and where you can play from. I feel like the more diverse you are in how you play, and the more adaptable you are to what goes on in the lobby you're playing in, the better your odds are. Especially in these where we change teams out every lobby or every game. It's that's what you got to do. If you're hard committed to one and you always have to go there regardless of what happens. I mean, we've seen it before, right? Where teams have to fight for the same spots over and over and over and over again. And more often than not, cannot take credit away from 4AM holding out DA for a while and still managing to make money in the finals. But more often than not, both teams that hard commit to going to the same spot every single time, they end up both losing out on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it enough times now, as you know, that's the same story. Doesn't need to be rewritten. And meta is reaching out pretty deep here with Ragnar very far out ahead of the rest of meta to the east of the Potato Mountain there. I mean, literally almost a full kilometer away from the rest of its teammates doing the scouting role here. The good news for him so far, no one's filled in the gaps between these guys. He's going to pop some shots at some tires, make VP a little bit annoyed, I am sure. They get to the buggy, scrambling to try to reposition them to keep the tires safe, but Ragnar gets the 2 tires popped, and he says, thank you much, I'm out.
They essentially just lost 2 vehicles. And I was going to talk about VP, because that's another, speaking of a team being dynamic and good at doing different things. I mean, we've seen the two-way split with 2 in Sarki, 2 in Novo. And I asked Batulins, and he said there's a little bit of a practice element to it. Now, VP, not always, but pretty much always being an edge-dropping team. They're one of those teams that'll jump out early with Petrikov back in. All of a sudden, Nova wasn't free for him to go too early on. They are now sitting in a center positions where usually they would be way out on the edge here, and they come center now without vehicles. They might have 1 or 2 cars. I can see that right now they're going to try and find more. It's, again, forcing teams to play things a lot different than what they normally would be doing.
Yeah, it's extremely annoying and frustrating to lose 2 vehicles like that early, and that's something no team wants to have to deal with, especially if this circle's, starts to center up around the shelter area, around the museum area. It's one of those flat areas that vehicles become oh so important to cross terrain with, because you're just going to run out in the open, and these teams too darn good. You're not going to get away with it for very long. So for them, yeah, absolutely a rough start to begin.
Yeah, not only do you want to keep your vehicles safe, but when you have your when your compound is one of those that has space, open space on both sides, on all sides, it means you're just running out of those compounds on foot or leaving on foot is just, it's just terrible. You can see right now they're actually, I mean, VP are doing everything they can to fetch more vehicles. But as we said before, I said it's been a while since I've seen so many teams be in the first circle as it pops. That means a lot of teams have landed around here. A lot of teams have taken those both hard spawns and random spawns that we see around. So not a whole lot of them to gain. I think they brought back 1 US just before. So Batulin's kind of scouting around trying to find something. I think they managed to get 1 more vehicle back, but again, it's going to be tough for them having to leave if they only have 1 or 2 cars to do with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not fun for anybody, and they are going to be trying to figure some way out of that. And AT watching a little bit of the Peril cross and getting a little frustrated there with his shots. Going to pop a few into the ground. Long and Peril going to hear those shots. Be aware of FaZe, at least watching them, not really hard camping this particular spot or anything like that, but keeping an eye on it. Oath still trailing on the other side of the bridge yet. Waiting to see if they cross. Is there one of the few teams that was not in this very first circle? Fuzzface just clicking a bit. Looking to see if he can find a little luck with his SLR, but not really much doing there, and it's going to force Perro down to the beach at least to avoid FaZe as best they can.
Yeah, I like Petrikov's rotation here. No reason to try and force anything. There's no reason to sit around Milta and, well, potentially have to fight or potentially have to stall out down here while the circles go elsewhere. Put yourself in a position early on from where you have space to make rotations in whatever direction you want, and them getting to wrap around Milton now should make things very easy for them. I do like, though, what FaZe are doing, trying to split out and take control. They know, I mean, we have seen a lot of these circles go on the south side, and that kind of brings me to Liquid. They just moved out of Pachinki, very usual for them to see, take the triple stack, as some like to call it, out towards the east of, or southeast of Potato. But they have had a lot of these circles that do go east come in from the south, but look at how many teams are already on that south side. They trade up to go this way. Oh, down here as well. If this one goes east, I'm very curious to see how Liquid are going to approach it.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky for them one way or another, no doubt about it. Speaking of tricky, SDK actually heads into the shelter. Going to send a vehicle down in the shelter. In case you didn't know, you can actually drive around down in the shelter. You can get those vehicles down in there, no problem, and kind of find your way in and out. That's actually very, very doable. And for SDK, definitely not what I would expect out of any team to come on down here, but it is phase 1, so you might be able to get away with it.
Was it SDK that we saw looting with a buggy? I just driving around with a buggy looting down here. I believe it was. Ooh, Ragnar again active with the minion hand. Quick headshot comes in to Mexi, but look at this. Liquid, they don't shy away from a fight, and here they come chasing him down. The full speed pull-up is here. Clever's in the passenger seat with a gun in hand. Spot one, but Ragnar seems to me like he will be able to get away safely, somewhat unharmed. Just one bullet connected, and fortunately for him, that's why, guys, you don't go too far away from your vehicle, especially when you're playing in the open, because you never know who's going to be coming pulling up on your spot. But smart by Ragnar to have the vehicle close by so you can get away safely.
And it's smart recognition by Liquid, knowing that it is flat open space up on top of this hill, and that if they get up there and they could catch him, they've got a good opportunity to take him down. But yeah, indeed, like you're saying, Ragnar's smart enough to keep his vehicle close enough that he doesn't have too much of a problem getting out of there. It's going to be a long northwestern rotation for T1. Nobody else even within about a kilometer of T1 right now. So for them, they're going to get on top of this hill and see a whole lot of nothing. There's nothing to see. The next team up in front is Tianba.
Sometimes not seeing an opponent can be better, right? Because at least then you know there's anyone there's anyone in the nearby vicinity. Should give you a little more breathing room. But I like how they're going up here, and I don't know if this is directly connected to the fact that Genji ain't around. But this is one of those, okay, so Genji ain't here. They're one of those teams that would make this rotation because T1 were down on the south side. They were way down south. But while Daytrade and Liquid and Oath opt to wrap in from the southeast, T1 just said, you know what? No, let's just back out. Let's go the other way. Let's hop up towards the north. And we'll probably, as they found out now, have a lot of space to move in from up here. So should they be gifted with a north circle, you could see T1 have a prime position coming into phase 2.
Yeah, so the idea here, as it does shift a bit north, the idea here for teams like T1 and Gen.G, sometimes, I think T1 isn't going to do what Gen.G normally would. I think Gen.G would go further to the north here, but you can use that field pretty effectively to get by safely. Not many teams are going to be hanging out around that field to make a rotation and get relatively deep into the circle compared to a lot of other teams that are going to be to your south and west in particular. So for T1, it is going to be the volcano that they're going to hang out at, and just taking some shots at the teams moving around. LG Divine hanging out over there directly to their east. Tianba, like we mentioned early, in front of them. But they're driving around looking for territory to call their own, and T1 is indeed sending it towards those fields. VSG, on the other end, maybe working their way in towards STK. We'll see if they pull up next to them or not. They're going to get on top of the hill above SDK here. And Alo stuck inside of this spot. He's going to have to win this trade. What is Volibear looking at? It's not the right person. That's going to be 2 down for TSG here really quickly. Penta does get knocked by IMC. IMC gets 2 with the helps of Pang. My word. I didn't think this was going to... This, like, went good, bad for both teams. It ended up kind of bad for both of them, to be honest.
Yeah, collateral damage. That's the word here. Both of them taking casualties, and without really it gaining anything for either of them. Luke and Purdy now having to play this one as 2, and they're on the south side of the circle. Should this one shift anywhere but shelter, I think they can easily write this one off as a game they probably won't go out and win. Volley, in the meantime, will be rest, so at least for TSG, they will get 3 back up alive, but it's going to be a tough circle for them to have to play in from, that's for damn sure. In the meantime, I'm glad to see T1. I thought they were going to sit on that volcano for a while, stick around up there and not really do much with it. They realized, and they should realize, that they have a chance to beat a whole lot of teams to that north side of the circle, and they made the move to go out and take control. Now they have Heaven, they have the Yellows on the south side of Fiercenaya. Very glad to see T1 react quickly, as opposed to what we've seen from them in the past, where they just seem to stumble a bit when it comes to quick decision making. Here, they reacted quickly, they left quickly, and they beat Tianba to the rotation. Smart play.
Yeah, it's much better decision making from T1 in this round. Their first 2 rounds were leaving something to be desired. They weren't so great. They slammed into something in round number 1 that I thought they had no business running into. It was a compound with Zenith and LG Divine in it, and I didn't think that was the best of ideas, but it is what it is. T1 going to wrap around the south side of Yasnaya for their rotation. Fuzzface gets spotted by Mill. Shots traded, damage not done. And Peril just looking around, just seeing what's going on here around the lumber mill as they make their way, trying to push forward across the southeastern part of the circle, get towards the center more and more as best they can. You can see there they're wrapping with their vehicles ahead of FaZe. Oath has wrapped all the way far to the east and might be running into the spread out situation that Afrika finds themselves in. Afrika has a 1-2-1 split from the prison up towards that compound there.
Yeah, and I think of Hikari, yep, he's going to leave immediately. In the meantime, on your screen, there is a code. Get yourself the code in, get yourself a coupon, get yourself skins. You know the deal at this point. Everyone, I believe, knows how it works. Get the coupon and get yourself, hopefully, if you can guess right, some skins and, well, maybe some circles going your way, too. That's going to be T1 blessed with that shift. I said if they go north, if they get the shift, they could be blessed with it. Now they are, but I think they're also well aware that there's going to be a lot of teams coming their way because we just shifted out of pretty much all compounds in this circle. Mansion, Heaven, you two are going to be prime territory for many teams to fight for.
Absolutely. VP and LG Divine going to be driving side by side. VP, not sure if that buggy is one of the ones that has the tire shot out or not. The buggy drivable with one tire out. It's just not the easiest of things to do. It is a little slower as well. There's T1 hanging out in the Sky Garden, as we call it here in Korea, Heaven and all the other regions. Oh, Tianba is going to roll up right next to him. Some damage done. Rena has to prone down the V's. Coming out the side, JN's actually going to get 2, but JN's going to get taken down for all his hard work. Right now, from the back end, Turtle, they're just completely circling them. It's staring them. Ming's the only one left. He's so hurt, but he's going to get Turtle. And by the hair on his chin, just barely, Mings wins it, but VP's been watching this. They know what's up. They want these vehicles. They slam in and run over Mings. Down goes Tianba. Down goes LG Divine. What a raucous start here to game number 3.
He ran over all 3 of them. That was as much of a strike as you can possibly ask for in PUBG. Great drive and great recognition by Virtus Pro that they could wipe out 2 teams essentially on that east side or the west side of the circle, giving them more space to play from themselves because they were coming into it kind of late, hoping to find a spot to claim, and seeing a wounded team on the other side, might as well just go run them over, take the spot away from them. FaZe in the meantime didn't up to fully commit to the Heaven. They'll sit underneath. They trade now. Here they come full speed forward. They do lose one in the rotation. Norins not able to stay alive through it. Did go down. In the meantime, Petrico and Oath still fighting, and Zenith now as well. Once again, escalating the engagement with the Freak of Freaks.
Yeah, it's over on the north side of the mansion is where the Freaks have made their approach. Peril is over on the northeast of this. Aches left, Long, with Oath driving their way forward. He's the only one left for Peril now, so they come in, and it's been a bit of a struggle in this first round for them as he's trying to hold it off. Now, Aches left, if you guys don't know, this guy's pretty cracked out of his mind, and he's got some good moments built inside of him, but Pat Caps has a Groza around the fence, so this could be pretty dangerous for him. Grenades rolling around. Pat Caps actually going to cross in front of him. He sees him, and Aches left is down. Nothing that you can do when you don't get to see your opponent, and there you go. Oath wrapping it up and wrapping the bow on top of Peril's round.
Yeah, that's a good compound to get control of, because not only, of course, does the buildings themselves grant you cover, but it gives you a pretty free pass into the forest. Not saying you're going to survive once you get in there, but it's so close to the forest that you don't need those vehicles to make the rotation forward. You can just kind of push in on foot. So let's see, Circle. Oh, the forest ain't in anymore, so that doesn't matter. Good thing they still have the vehicles. And T1, they were the team furthest away from anything viable come phase 1. But I said it, if they rotate north around, if they get a little lucky with the shifts, they could find themselves on the center. And, well, that's where they are.
Well, I'm curious how T1 wants to deal with FaZe coming up underneath them on that south part of Heaven. Some teams will let you stay there. Some teams will try to reach out and take you out. I think you could just, I think T1, I suspect, is just going to let other teams try to do the heavy lifting for them. They don't want to risk giving up this fantastic 2-2 split they have on top of that position. Meta over on the west sees VP. They know VP is there. The good news for VP as well, Toby, in that battle is they pick up a lot more vehicles to use that probably have a few more tires that are a little bit better. So, you know, all in all, I mean, it's a great move by VP, an easy decision to make, I think, if you're really paying a lot of attention, which they certainly are. They're too darn good out in the open. Is somebody from MCG, but Wicked, just not really able to connect with his Mini 14.
Here comes Oath as well. Let's see what they can find. Are they going to crash into the... They couldn't have scouted. Oh, they actually could have scouted. But now they're pushing forward. Okay, so they're going to full speed send it. I assume. I don't think there's any brakes on this vehicle. Patcap's going to send it all the way into the compound. There it comes. Groza in hand trying to take a drive-by. But no damage done. Danche alongside Aqua 5 are trying to back off. Just a little bit of suppressive fire as they try and get away from here. But no, they hit the wall. They need to make a full sprint for it now to get to safety quickly. Danche able to run off an Oath. They claim themselves the glass house, and here comes STK. Oh, they're going over to face. That's going to be troublesome for both teams, I would assume. We do know that STK are only 2 left alive after the skirmish they had with TSG earlier. Are they coming from the same side? They are. There's just something about NA teams fighting NA teams. Oath is here, and now STK is right out the door.
Yeah, this is a really tough one with VP coming up behind. Luke's going to go down. Batulant did get knocked by Purdy Curdy over to the south of all of that. Now there's Meta looking in on this fight. They hear the shooting. They want to get a piece of this. I can't blame them. There's a lot of targets that are going to be out in the open. Luke flush, smokes down for Virtus Pro. Here comes a good grenade from Purdy, just missing the mark. The second one gonna get some good damage, unleashing with another one here from Purdy, but it's gonna be Silzen blowing up or getting the run over with the vehicle. How did that work? Whatever, I don't know. He does end up getting a bunch of them down. He must have hit one and it blew up and crashed into another one.
I think it blew up and flipped on top of him as it exploded. That showed up a bit too far. And it's interesting how nades became the downfall. I mean, how vehicles became the downfall of Virtus Pro, considering the fact that they had none to begin the game with. We'll see now. Na'Vi forced to make the fight here. They want to clear up multi-circle gaming before the next circle pops. Now as it does pop, I like Meta's proactiveness. They're pushing over. They know there's a fight going on. They want to clear their side of the circle too. Senya finds the double. Knows that there are players around, but does he know about Meta Gaming just up over the hilltop?
Well, he's going to find out real fast. Yeah, no kidding. That was a pretty quick headshot and knock there from Sparking. Tank alive. 2 members of MCG, him and Lingdu left. Now T1's decided to try their hand at taking this particular side of Heaven. Oath still fully entrenched on this, and Na'Vi rolling their vehicles around. Sparking going to pick up his kill. Afrika suffering some losses at a Zenith push over by the mansion. Tank going to run out into the open here with a frag grenade, maybe hoping to catch somebody pushing towards them or something like that. Not happening. Fire everywhere. Somebody call the fire department, because this entire building is lit up. But Shinboy and Punich still alive. There's only one left for Afrika. It's just EJ who's on his feet.
And Daytrade's been playing a passive on the south side this whole time, so regardless of who stays alive here, could be potentially Daytrade actually the one team to come out of here alive. I only see one team surviving this, and yep, nice proning down from Shinboy. Waited on the other side. Now Lingdu, we saw what he could do with the bolts earlier, but Tap ain't gonna let him even consider that. Missing a helmet is orange, but maybe you can find one on Lingdu's corpse.
This one gets weird because the circle is Heaven and then a few rolling hills, a few trees, a few rocks. There isn't a whole lot going on outside of that position. That's why you've seen so many teams, you know, slam into it. There just isn't a lot else to work with. And Daytrade struggling to even get out of the mansion. Just to the west of the mansion, it's open space. And it's not easy for anybody. And look, yep, Zenith, it's their turn. Everybody wants a piece of this. And, you know, it's a fun party to be a part of, I guess.
Had T1 at least been contested in the garage building itself, more teams, I think, would have dared to try and push up and take control of third party. But because FaZe, the first team to go here, they didn't opt to go up the hill and fight. The second team, Oath, they allowed them to cross back to safety on the other side. Daytrade, they go down. They opted to play it very passive, and that becomes their downfall. As they didn't take control or clear their side, they leave as the last team, and everyone's already inside holding them out. And now TSG, their last couple of players, trying to find a place to play safe from as well. But as you can see, and as you said, there's just not a whole lot you can play from. And here comes the train, full speed forward. Daytrade, not Daytrade, sorry, TSG are making the push forward. Na'Vi in trouble.
Yeah, Navi has Besto knocked, and Sia and Volibear going to try to come around the corner. It's going to be a tough one to do. The Tab was holding the angle very well, gets the headshot and the quick knock. So up to Volibear. We've seen him be cracked so far here today. Doesn't like what he sees over the hill, and I think that's wise for him to back off. Orange was waiting, getting ready to spray with that 2x barrel, but no one home just yet. Going to fling a couple mollies in there. Not sure if he got any connection with it. It looks like they're just missing Volibear.
This is going to be such a brutal shift for all these teams up on the north side. We haven't shifted completely out of heaven just yet, but if this next one goes south, we're just forcing everybody out into the open. That nade! Oh, no, buddy, don't run towards it. That's dangerous. Loop does go down, so that's going to be Virtus Pro out in 10th, and Volley now trying to stay put on his own. They still have Meta over the top. Meta hasn't really made much of a move just yet. They've been waiting, hopefully, for this fight to ensue on the south side, but hasn't happened, and now they have to make the run on in. Purdy is inside the circle. Ragnar is looking for something to shoot at, not quite going to find it, and Wicked in the meantime is going to be the one to take down one. Bestenbach in the meantime is going to take down Volley, so two teams eliminated in seconds as both TSG and Shoot to Kill go out.
Yeah, this is a tough rotation for Meta. I'm impressed with their ability to keep 4 up this long on the western edge of this circle, but there just, again, isn't a lot for them to do. Everybody else is clustered up on the top, so they try to find something. There's some rocks on the southern end of the circle. That's really all they got to work with. T1 has managed to sweep through, clean out Virtus Pro and STK. Orange situating himself behind Meta, seeing if he can get a cross angle. A lot of smokes are down. Grenade coming out here, bounces just a bit too far to get full damage. We get some another grenade right at his feet. Well thrown by Silzen. Gets Orange knocked. Navi trying to get the reinforcements coming, but there's a lot of crossfire from many different directions.
And this is the issue, because T1 aren't being contested, they can sit and freely look towards the south in the open. And there's just nowhere you can play from if you're Meta or Navi right now where you're safe. Faceland, they're sitting tight on the south side as well, not having to worry about anything. And Meta will fall. Had T1 had another team in the garage itself, had they been contested for anything in there, that position on the south side could really, really have paid off. But because they're free to shoot without any pressure on their backs, it's impossible for Meta to really do anything, and they fall in 7th. Now let's see Liquid. This fight has been we've been waiting for it to start, I should say, for a while now. Clip has managed to wrap all the way around Oath, so we'll see if we can play on the inside and trap them out, but this is going to be a tough one for both teams, for sure.
Yeah, ooh, Bale comes around the corner, gets a quick double onto Ibiza and Jeeves. Well played there by Bale. Pat Cap's going to help finish the job. Clib, the only one left. There's 2 Grozas in the hands of both of these teams, and Clib, still plenty of smokes. Wishing he could have gotten more of his teammates along with him for the ride to utilize them, but not going to be the case. Overthrew. Stakers had a grenade in the hand, but Clip not really able to get a grip on it. Pat has a grip on his, and that's going to be Team Liquid out into 6th place. And now Oath has found themselves in position around the western edge of heaven. Can they get forward? What is this circle going to do? It is going to go, a little bit east here. So FaZe still in, T1 still in. It's going to be moves for the rest of the teams in this lobby to find their phase 7 situation.
This game does not like Navi. They have been forced to make moves in the open for so long, and once again, they're forced to make the move forward. T1 in a solid position right now, but they have to, at this point, anticipate teams to be pushing towards them. The only thing is, the worst thing is, if both Oath and Zenith push in at the same time, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to try and stay put. Zenith doesn't want to look over the hilltop right now. He's trying to focus on Navi out back. I don't believe... they do actually still have vehicles on the east side, but I think everything from here on out is going to be played in on foot. We'll see how this one is going to pan on out. Punich, eyes on FaZe Clan now. They've been somewhat untouched down here as well up until this point.
Yeah, FaZe just kind of came here and nobody really tried to push them too much. Everybody kind of went to the other sides of it, realizing maybe that it was going to be taken already. The problem with this spot can be exactly this. Grenades and people coming up over the top. Snakers gets the knock onto Gustav with a little help from the grenade, but immediately the return fire of the grenades are good. Uba and Fuzzface each picking up one, but the flank from Punich on the side with the bolt. 8C does get Punich knocked, so, they're doing a great job responding to whatever happens to them. Is FaZe, there's just too many teams around them right now. You've got Navi as well, rolling up to the hill. Smokes are down, but I don't know. Can FaZe hold on to this? This is such a tricky situation for them.
One team really clapping their hands and enjoying what's going on right now is T1. They've been just sitting in this house while literally every other team are fighting for survival. In the meantime, T1 gets to lean back and watch all the damage unfold. Now they get to push up. That nade should be golden. Will it be on point? Yes, it will be. Damage comes in. Balefrost, though, able to stay alive. Molly should be a little short, I believe. Adder on the roof now trying to take control, and this is where T1, I mean, they realize, okay, we don't have that much space left. Now let's try and play aggressive and take some more control. Nade, Padcaps goes down. Balefrost able to stay alive for now. Molly shouldn't spread onto him either. As I say, that second one probably will. Yes, it will. Balefrost should go down, and that should be oathed out in a second. There you go. Out they are. 8 kills for T1 as they continue to try and take control on the hillside.
Yeah, it's a good start for T1. One team at a time. Not really biting off more than they could chew. Keeping Adder on the roof to make sure Zenith isn't able to push up over the hill. And indeed, he has done a fantastic job keeping him in there. Probably some help from Star-Lord, it looks like, as well. So FaZe actually gets all their reses. T1's push takes down Oath, a little help from Na'Vi in there, of course, as well, with that grenade from the tab. But that opens the door for FaZe, and they're able to get all 4 up and running in this circle. And that's Phase 8. They're the closest to the center of it. You can see the gas can on the ground there. Just in case anybody tries to push that way. Adder, I wonder if that's T1's gas can that they put there.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
I think it might be.
Ooh,
I think you're right, Toby. Oh,
nice headshot there. But I mean, for T1 right now, how do you get off this? You know they have to come down, and I would assume they go down in the same direction that Oath did. Only thing is, they know Na'Vi is out there. T1 right now, they have to somehow kill off Na'Vi before they make the run down, and we're seeing the next circle close in just a couple of seconds. This is gonna be, I mean, all the pressure is on T1 to find their way out and down of this position right now. If somehow that Na'Vi can be dealt with, as they are being right now, it could really work out for them. Unfortunately, that's the case. Tab still alive. FaZe, you can see, trying to hold up Stallo. You don't want your teammates over. That is legit the worst timing in the universe. And now Aqua 5 gets down as well. How would that even come to happen? Tab is still alive. He finds first FaZe as a result of the aggression from FaZe Clan. Kicks out in the meantime, trying to keep Zenith alive. Oh my lord, so much happening right now.
Yeah, T1 has a great situation given to them, and they're trying to find a way to lose it. But it is Star-Lord and Adder finding some good damage into FaZe. 8Z, the only one alive right now, stuns out around him, grenades as well. Shinboy gonna get some help from Adder to finish the job. Down the hill they go right away. Shinboy has a pretty decent shot, but the blue is here on his back. He's taking some damage himself. Shinboy around the corner. Na'Vi is down. So now it is just a 3v1 here. T1 gonna get the job done. It was dicey. It was a little bit easy at the beginning. Some missteps towards the late game, but it doesn't matter. T1's able to hang on and get the win.
I did not see T1 come out victorious after Star-Lord accidentally runs over a teammate. I liked how FaZe pushed up over the hill. I don't think they accounted for Tap being in the position he was in. First, Aggressed got taken down. And then, I mean, right off the bat of that one, Aqua 5 around the corner finds 2 instantly after. Zenith tried to play Impact, didn't really work out for him. Goes down in the end of it. But what an end game overall. Crazy, clustered, a lot of, I want to say, individual mistakes being made that could have changed the outcome of that one. But overall, just great play by T1. They knew they never got pressured more than they were allowed to sit and control the south from that building because no one aggressed on them. And as we said, they were outside the circle phase 1, but they managed to find a spot in the north and come in and take the victory here in game number 3.
Yeah, it's good early rotations that put themselves into that position to get that $5,000 for winning game number 3. And a lot of other teams playing some great games. To me, Na'Vi played one hell of a game in there, Toby. They were fighting constantly, being pressured from multiple different angles, out in the open, shooting and moving with their cars. I was really, really impressed with how they handled themselves in that game.
Yeah, the circles were like levels. Every time they completed one, they just immediately got thrown to the next one without having a chance of resetting. They finally go, oh, okay, we got a place to play safe now. Can we please just, oh, no, okay, so we have to move again because the new circle just went away from us too. They were playing that one extremely well, and that's just said, I mean, them getting 3rd place in that game is beyond what I would have expected from the position that they were in there as well. But hell of a game, and I think T1 in the end of it, other than, of course, the little vehicle mishap, the way they pushed down, the way they aggressed on towards Oath when they had to, the way that they managed to deal with Na'Vi on that west side of the circle when they had to, they played it really well overall in the end of the game.
Absolutely. Other than that one mistake, you're 100% right. That was a really nice finish for them at the end of that. They were doing a good job, you know, fending the teams off the whole time, making sure Zenith never could come up with the hill on their backside.
Yeah, now let's turn to T1 and see what they have to say after that win.
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 4. And we have another South Korean team making it to the finals. I'm here with player Star-Lord. Congratulations. I think today's match, has it gone according to your plan? I think the first match was a bit disappointing, but the third match went really well, especially to my teammates. They did really great, so I'm really thankful to them. Towards the end, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but what were you thinking? I was thinking that everyone's going to hate me, that we failed. Honestly, it was really hard to think about anything else in that moment. So now this is your second finals, and you guys have added $5,000 to your prize money. Is there a specific team that you are anticipating playing against this finals? To be honest, I think the other South Korean teams have been really strong, so it's a little nervous playing against them, especially Genji. What kind of strategies do you feel like you need to play against Genji? I haven't really thought about it, but I think we really need to develop a more flexible play to be able to play against them. Is there anything you would like to say to your fans? Or a team cheer?
네, 혼자 하겠습니다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, T1 많이 응원해 주세요.
많이 응원해 주세요.
Thanks for supporting us.
스타로드 선수 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요.
Thank you so much for your interview and congratulations on your win.
네, 이렇게 해서 T1의 스타로드 선수 만나봤습니다. 계속해서 분석 테스트가 이어지겠고요. 저는 네 번째 매치.
Boxer be proud, a team that is deep-rooted almost back into 2002. T1 gets themselves a victory here, moving through into the weekly finals. So South Korea so far looking primed and in position to make waves happen down the line. Joining me, Hypok, as well as Clover. And Hypok, to start things off, T1, they had Heaven for a long time, and they made strong use of it.
Thank God. Thank God. I mean, yeah, if you're going to convert any game, that's got to be the one, right? But yeah, an interesting mid-game throughout there. Again, a couple of teams looking to contest that position. I mean, FaZe, they had to position somewhere on that, right? And it's never viable at that stage of the game to be the one pushing up into that flat top. So it's kind of fortunate in that sense that T1, a lot of pressure that T1 could have faced was alleviated by other teams' positioning.
Yeah, definitely so. Clover, when we're talking about T1 as a roster here, we've had our concerns. I think that's fair to say. But converting this to the victory when survival matters most, this is hopefully an opportunity for them to, you know, take a step back and start working on that weekly final. Oh, is Clover muted? Oh.
Not like this.
Oh no! Oh no! It happened. It finally happened to me. It finally happened. There we go. All right. Victim of the mute. But no, I mean, as you bring up a great point, you know, there's been a lot of expectations that we've had on this roster, not only as a team as a whole, but individual players. I know there's been a lot of conversation as well on Star-Lord, right? And we had a little bit of that whoopsie, you know, you ran over a teammate. And I think there was even a point at the end, right? Kind of in this part where we were concerned, oh shoot, like, is this going to be where T1 throws it? FaZe sees it in the kill feed to kind of take the push up on that, but Na'Vi helps out a little bit. This is the play right here, right? Star-Lord. Yeah. Oh, buddy.
I'm glad we called that first.
But they recovered from this, and that was the most fascinating thing because we did not lose any opportunities to frag out as well.
Yeah, strong recovery. Hypok means that they get themselves the chicken dinner. T1 moving through in third place. They get $5,000 on the board as well for that, which again converts into effectively 10,000. So T1 got to be very happy with this, Hypok.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we're talking about, yes, it's playing survival. And a lot of people were saying, you know, that compound heavily gifted in that game, but they convert down to kills as well. And they were calculated kills. It's kind of that risk evaluation of who you pick to fight, right? And the one team that potentially could have weakened T1 was Oath. And they decided to obviously wrap around the west side of the compound because they had lost a player, maybe not feeling as confident about taking that fight. But it's kind of like a knock-on effect, right? By not dealing with T1 or weakening with them, actually you're almost strengthening their position even further because they're able to bring 4 into phase 7.
Yeah, and actually, Mike, I want to stick with you here for a moment whilst we take a look at the, the numbers that people were able to accrue here through this game. Coming off Heaven when there's people just underneath Heaven, it's not an easy task, and I think that's why you see them, scrambling to try and get off there, maybe knocking into each other a little bit with the cars. It's not easy to get off that spot sometimes.
No, it's not. They didn't have a massive slice of the high ground to play once phase 7 closed. And the fact that Na'Vi was so active, Zenith was still so active, FaZe ultimately had to sit that one out, right? Effectively, they had to wait for everybody else to fight in order to take a clean fight versus T1. And I think we highlighted a couple of times, right? The fact that T1 are able to reset off that mistake and still take a relatively clean engagement to FaZe when it mattered was actually pivotal in them getting that win.
Definitely so. I'm looking at the numbers coming in here. Na'Vi playing down towards the south. I actually thought, Clover, for a bit of this game that, if that circle shifts away from Heaven, that maybe some of those teams in the south had the advantage, but in the end it didn't play out, Clover.
And I think, we saw Orange take that push onto meta. I think Na'Vi kind of hoping that was going to pull away too, and they wanted to strengthen that south, ultimately losing Orange, but still cleaned out meta. And I mean, we even saw at the very end just slivers, right? Na'Vi just kind of hiding behind a tree, hiding behind a rock, trying to stay out of sight from the other teams. And to kind of double back a bit about what Hypoc was saying earlier, about the compound, you had 7 teams playing out of Heaven, and that's absolutely wild. I don't think you can really feign a compound curse at all onto T1 if you can stay alive with that many people around you.
Yeah, Hypoc, thoughts?
Yeah, and again, just coming back to that as well, converting that into kills as well. You can take nothing away from them. Again, I've been very critical of T1 in terms of decision making, but right there, I even called it. I was like, yeah, I'm ready for T1 to throw this, right? As soon as Circle 2 posted, and they were kind of split, it was 2 Heaven, 1 to the south, 1 over to the west in the yellows in Yasnaya field. But the fact that they kind of reinforced on that, they didn't try and contest that crash from Oath as well into the North Glass House, which again is a big factor to consider. They gave it up. They came and played the flat top. They didn't want to over risk, which is something we've seen T1 do a number of times. They'll lose one in a pointless rotation. They'll lose one, sending somebody out to split elsewhere to get extra information. That their decision making wise was kind of night and day from what we've seen from T1 so far.
No, I've been critical of them as well. If you think for T1, the road has been tumultuous at best. They had that little honeymoon period when Star-Lord joined the team, and then the end of 2020 was not great for them. And now, coming into this tournament, I think all of us had question marks around T1. They're slowly getting back on the horse, I feel like. They're slowly getting back there. So good stuff for T1 to advance on here into the weekly final. Congratulations to them. As we move into our next game, Clover, another team that is going to be joining the lobby is Damwon Kia, a team that I think a lot of people didn't have question marks around coming into the tournament. A lot of people saw them as one of the big favorites. It's not been quite like that in the past couple of weeks.
No, I mean, in a similar vein in that we've been critical, of T1. We've been very critical of Damwon Kia through this event because they were one of the favorites. When we looked at their performance in 2020 and even just the way that they were performing in the scrims leading up to this, they looked great and something just has not clicked. I don't know if it's the format, if it's the way that the players are participating in this event, but something's just not working for Damwon, and we want to see that fix itself now that we're in the second half of this event.
I think they're probably hungry to be able to show some decent performances here, Hypoc, considering the lineup that you have available to you, the ex-Entus roster here, extremely capable, extremely consistent in terms of performances. This tournament so far has been a little bit of a stumbling block for them, aside from that week 1 and as well as the initial ranking decision matches.
Yeah, and the big thing for Damwon is we've not seen them kind of get into make any sort of power plays, right? Get themselves into a game-winning position. I kind of made this comparison with T1. I don't want to harp on them anymore now because they've actually come through and got a win. But Damwon just seem to be struggling so much on a macro perspective. And it's not even like they're really losing those pin everything on one team fight or pin everything on one crash. It's kind of like they're just not even really getting themselves into a position to really convert any of these games.
Here are our current lobby leaders, effectively, if you want to call it that, in terms of prize money 1 phase. looking poised to get themselves a win eventually here. They've got themselves a 4th place with 2 kills in the previous game, but aside from that, there's not been many waves made by FaZe just yet. And the American teams actually, though, have been making waves in some of these lobbies when you look at it, Clover. Zenith and Oath have been putting a lot of work in these past couple of games.
They definitely have been finding really creative ways to stay up late, stay up healthy, and get quite a bit of kills. But as we talked about, the chicken dinner is all that matters this week. And with that, I mean, you've got to push just a little bit further, commit, stay a little bit more alive. You know, I think you can break some of these plays down and pick out 1 or 2 big things that kind of didn't go right for them. But I think that, you know, what we need to see from them is there. It just need those little ingredients to come together.
No, I believe too. I mean, considering that I came in and let's call it an NA skeptic, I've been converted when it comes to some of the performance we've seen here at the PGI.S, and they're looking good. But anyway, it's time to get into it. It is game number 4. We are going once again. Who is going to be able to move on into that weekly final? Let's find out on Miramar. Paper, Wind Blast, show me the game.
Thank you very much, Laris, Clover, Hypoc. Fantastic work, as always, over on the desk. And, you know, for me, I'm a little sad. It's the last time we get to see Miramar on the day. I'm a big Miramar guy, and it is what it is. But going into this, for me, Toby, I'm not going to lie. You know, I have a little bit of a bias. When it comes to PUBG. I like the Korean teams, and, you know, I've been living here, been covering them for some time. Shock of the century, I'm aware. But today, Genji T1. Now, Damwon's in here, Afrika's still in here. Could this be an all-Korea day? Can my dreams come true? Probably not, if history is any indication in my life, but that's what it is.
We don't have to go too far back to see not that many Korean teams make it through. But we'll see. Maybe I'll believe with you for a little second. I'll believe with you, and we'll see what's gonna happen. Just kind of building that storyline. We'll see as time goes by. One thing that is kind of interesting to me in this lobby in particular, and with this plane coming in, is a lot of teams opted to go around the middle and north. We don't have a lot of teams opted to go down on the south side, wrap out towards the west. And that does mean that we have a lot more space towards that south and southeast side than otherwise we would have. Now, circle up towards GSG we go, just kind of in between Junkyard and Minas. And when we send, it's hard not to do, but when we send our early game on a mountain, you just know it's going to be a cluster of a game, because it means that not that many teams can opt to sit around that center in the early game, in the very phase 1, and then when you get that hard shift, you have a ton of teams where normally it maybe would be 2, 3, potentially 4 teams you shift away from. Now half the server could be shifted away from if we see a tough phase 2 shift, as we have seen so many times before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far in this tournament, it's definitely felt like the Circles just don't want to do anything friendly. They want to be as aggressive and unforgiving as possible. Now, that being said, so far here today, Toby, the Circles been relatively mild, at least compared to the rest of the tournament. And there's something I kind of do want to talk about a little bit, and it gets into something pretty nerdy here, a little bit of statistics. So there was a change made prior to this event on how the circles function. It's been talked about quite a bit in this tournament, in that the timing is a little bit different and the sizes are a little bit different in the early circles, and that, you know, people thought that might be influencing some of these hard shifts and other things. But at the same time, I would like to caution some of the idea on that, because you need to see about 1,000 circles of this setting before you know for sure that the hard shifts are more likely. Does that make sense? Before you have a statistical sample size large enough, yeah, to really make a determination on that. So it could just be, frankly, bad luck.
Yeah, it's there's a very big chance. It could. Only one thing that is, I mean, with this difference that I think not that many people have maybe taken into consideration is the fact that while we said, okay, so the first circle is going to be a little bit smaller, that impacts all the next circles too, because the next circles shrink depending on the previous one. So if you make the first circle smaller, essentially you make all the circles to follow smaller as well. And that, I think, has had a pretty big impact, because if we're removing, I think the math was that we're removing about 200 meters in diameter. in a circle, that could be one, potentially two compounds not being inside that phase 4 that we normally would have had. So we are having much smaller, not much smaller, we're having progressively smaller circles coming into the later portion of the game because the first circle has been made a little bit smaller. That's just something to keep in mind when you see teams fight maybe earlier than you normally would see. It's because maybe there's just not as much space now as there would have been in the previous super settings.
That's a really good point. And I think that also can make it feel like the circles are crazier than they are. You know what I mean? Like, especially if all it takes is like a couple rounds where you're one of those teams that isn't finding that normal, let's say phase 3 circle, where you'd have a compound or something like that. And all it could take is a couple rounds to kind of tilt you, because early, like, it's in human psychology, like, early on things, whatever happens to you first or early on is going to be what sticks with you. It's just like why first impressions are so important when you're meeting someone, right? Like, because you want to have that first idea of how things are going to happen. And early on in this tournament was crazy circles. So I think that, set a lot of the tone for this. And, that also could have been part of the psychology there, is that just because those circles are a little bit smaller, you're having one or two teams, like you mentioned, that are outside of it early, that kind of also kind of escalates the tension inside of it.
Yeah, it's forcing teams to do things differently, and I mean, sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But what I did love to see is, speaking of that exact situation, right? Last game, and we mentioned it last game too, but last game, I mean, T1 had a chance to rotate in on the south side with everyone else, but they realized if the circle goes away from there, that's going to be the hot side of the circle. We will be in trouble. FaZe had the same thing on the Miramar game just before that, where they opted to rotate south around. It didn't end up paying off for them because Oath helped them out. But they tried to rotate in on the quiet side of the circle, hoping a shift to go their way. And while it didn't work out for FaZe in the previous Miramar game, for T1, they just made it to the finals.
Exactly. You got to kind of take those gambles, particularly in these weekly survivals, and you got to look for changes and open space, and you try to lock it down as best you can. We've seen a lot of teams be very good at controlling open space. Gen.G's one that comes to mind. For me, of course, again, Korea bias, what can I say? But a lot of teams have done a very, very good job of it. Historically, I would say teams like Tianba, TSG, the good European teams, Virtus Pro, FaZe, and all know how to control space very well, and that becomes so much more important as time goes on in this tournament for these weekly finals.
I'm looking up towards the north right now as we see both Daytrade, Na'Vi, and Zenith kind of doing a north side wrap. I'm expecting all three of them to wrap at least up to where we're seeing Zenith right now. As I say, that seems to me like Na'Vi are going to wrap on over the water treatment mountain to see if they can get themselves into a better position. And as you can see in the meantime, down towards the hill around Minas, a lot of teams have already gotten here. Divine doing their small split. We have Multi-Circle Gaming doing a split. And because, as I said before, because there's a mountain now in the center of the circle, just a little bit south of the very center, it means that you can't just traverse across the center back and forth as you please. It's going to take you too long. Everyone's going to be wrapping around. And should this circle hard shift to any one side of the mountain with this next shift, these rotations are going to be absolutely brutal because you cannot have scouted. There's no way you have had a chance to scout to the other side, unless, of course, if you're a mountaineer like Afrika Freaks, who sits on the very top of it.
Yeah, Afrika Freaks loves this hill to the north of Minas. I see them work this all the time when they're able to drop near Minas proper, and they will watch everything that's going on around them and then try to make their moves north, most likely, outside of it. Oftentimes, when circles are slightly shifted south, this is where they like to go. I should say, this is hard to explain. When they're on the kind of southern half of the circle, is the way I should say it. They like to get up on top of this position because they plan to eventually move north. Coming back down into Minas is a little bit more tricky oftentimes, but typically you're able to keep your vehicles actually alive. On the other side of this hill, there's enough cover over there, and you can kind of move forward. One of the teams that I saw early on that popularized this, or a player at least, was Duckmans way back in the day. There's some old school PUBG names now. He loved to come up here and kind of play from there and do that. And for Afrika, I've seen them do it a lot.
It makes good sense. You can see pretty much the entire circle from up there, so why not go and try and grant yourself a better position to scout from. FaZe, speaking of scouting, try to look their way into the circle, and they just found a knock on to Alo. Oh, Pensa, sorry, make that. I don't believe anything will come off it, other than the fact that SDK now knows where FaZe is, and, well, FaZe now know where SDK is.
Yeah, Penta, he's going to be okay now. Going to be looking around probably to regroup and get back the utility that he might have lost. Of course, you can't recover from a knock in terms of bleeding out faster the next time you are knocked. There's no repairing that. There's no health kit for that status. So that'd be kind of interesting if maybe the med kit did that, Toby. If the med kit repaired you back to knock 1 status, what do you think?
That is.
I throw you the oddest
you caught me.
Come
here. Yep, you caught me off on that one for sure. I mean, let's make a podcast about it, shall we? I think there's a lot to be considered in that. It would be pretty game breaking if the medkits did that. But I guess that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Maybe chat can give us some advice on what the better.
They're pretty rare.
That is.
They take a long time to use.
Yeah, if you could downscale or just have an Now I'm going to be thinking about that for the rest of the game. Thank you, Paperthin. Let's see the next circle. Where are we headed? Will we see a tough hard shift? Will it be a simple one? Or will we just go straight down on top of the mountain, making phase 3 that inevitably more terrible to play?
Well, looks like, it's not maybe it's going to go to the southeast. So, a lot of mountainous terrain inside of this. Afrika still going to be pretty well centered inside of this. So, some long-range shots going to be taken by them on these teams that are moving around them, trying to, A, keep teams, kind of at bay, keep them away from their position, and B, do some damage in the meantime. So, it gets a little tricky for a lot of these teams around here. James has a decent chance, not really able to really get his red dot fully lined up on the crossing path of MCG just yet. Here's another opportunity for them. EJ as well getting involved, and Lingdu takes some damage, has to get off. Summer slowing up. I take that back. He's just driving down the side of that hill. Forget that. And they do have to get out here and kind of regroup. They've taken too much damage.
Yeah, I can't. If you want to pop the tires, you got to hit them first. That's how bullets work. Packs off. Didn't want to overextend his stay on peeking that angle. Makes perfect sense. There's no reason to get yourself knocked because you're looking at a tire. And also, as you can see, he's kind of playing on the other hillside. So should he get knocked, yes, a rest could be possible. But for any of the players, since they're sitting in the 4-way split that they are right now, it would be too much time consumed and too risky. It's just no reason to overextend to get knocked potentially there.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially this early. Really no point. MCG does regroup, gets their heals off, and they're going to continue their rotation. Akkad chonks away with the SKS, and Evo Lee going to have to settle up once again. As MCG does find a home in one of the shanty towns to the kind of east of Minas Generales here, and they're going to have to settle in with this. But tires still exposed, and Akkad this time does what you should do, hits the tires with bullets. Congratulations, Akkad. You made it work.
There you go. Only thing for him is he's down to 61 bullets, and while it might sound like a lot, if he's going to continue shooting at the same rate that he did just before, he could be out of bullets quite soon, and I'm not expecting to see Akkad find a place to find more ammo anytime soon, with Liquid playing below and Multi-Circle Gaming being around here as well. Silson does get knocked, but again, don't expect too much to come of it. Metagaming are in a wide 3-way split on this side of the circle. Hiruzen doing his best stunts down the hill. Will stay put. Spiro driving right past him saying, no, Hiruzen, this is how you're supposed to do it. And he comes down swiftly.
Thought for a second there, he might have to turn around and help his teammate out, and you can help yourself out by getting a code over on the left-hand side of your screen. UBMDHLKWKKSV is going to be the code this time around. VP continues to make their path as they have settled up there. Some of their teammates, Batulans in particular, find some open space on the southeast side of the circle, and they're going to head out that direction. Junkyard is going to be occupied by Dom1 Kia. They love this spot.
And they've played it from here as well before. They've had really good success playing from here, so not surprised that they have to stick around. Kale, is he looking at the map right now? I think he was. That's a smart thing to do, right? Because some people, they just go on the map and they just, stand still looking at the map, but you gotta keep on moving. I think that's what he might have been doing, or maybe he was in his inventory. We don't know exactly. I cannot see exactly what this is doing. Let's see the next circle. South we go. Well, Multi-Circle Gaming, they did it once where they play one game, they qualify, and they make it to finals. Damwon Kia, they're now inside the circle. We'll see if they can do the same.
Yeah, Faye's going to have to make a rotation from the south. Sungjong just popping some shots, trying to see if he can bait anybody out over the hill, maybe. There is some vehicles making some noise. Just maybe practicing his aim a bit there as well. Meta, what in the world is going on over here for Meta? Silzen gets off the vehicle out in the open. I'm not exactly sure what this is, but he has a tree at least to hide himself a bit from Team Liquid. But I don't know how long that's going to last for poor Silzen.
No, that's him in trouble for sure. Also, when the only teammate around is a guy in a vehicle, that's not going to make things any easier, especially not when that vehicle is the minivan. Na'Vi try to make a southside rotation as well. They end up losing one. Senya falls down. Divine makes a great hold, but Divine also just allowed for a team to come through. Now Meta pulls up on the Freaky Freaks. They're still in their split. They're trying to hold off. Fortunately for Ikaru and EJ, they find the first. Ragnar falls down. Silson, we know, is isolated, but now Akkad falls down on the hilltop. That's the trouble. How can they get up to him at this point? It's simply going to take too long, I believe.
You just drop down off the side. Easy. Just take a whole bunch of damage. Depending on where you fall, you might survive. It kind of depends, I suppose. EJ here. Here's Sparking driving up next to him. James, even on the further side of that rock, but not really able to do much about it yet. And indeed, I believe Akkad did drop down, and Hansia is there, I think, going to be able to get that res. Zenith getting poked at from long range in their shantytown. Those vehicles are all smoking for them, so even though I don't see any tires popped, they're very beat up, and it's not going to take too much of a spray from any team to finish the job on those.
Yeah, the tough thing about this circle is if we cut it in half, south to north, because of the ridge line, everyone sitting on the south side essentially have no clue what's happening up towards the north. Sparking, solo player left alive, trying to find a way to to hide it down. We'll be able to do just that, at least for now. But everyone on the south side will have no clue what's happening to the north. So if we see a north or south outshift now, which we very well could, it's going to be tricky. Only thing is we're going to shift away from the west side mountains. So Damwon Kia, I mean, that junkyard position is looking very, very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very favorable spot in the circle of Freak of Freaks. Not too bad either for them. Virtus Pro still wrapping. Very shortly, Toby.
Yeah, it's I would it should go east, looking at how and that's exactly what's going to happen. Out towards the east we go, and I think that's why we didn't see teams commit harder to these fights, because they know the circle is going to come their way. Virtus Pro had no need to take the fights to the jump, but now they want to push in, they want to get into a better spot. And for Divine, they need to find a way to wrap around on this. But as I said before, we are on a mountain. It's incredibly difficult to know what's over on the other side. And here comes Virtus Pro, 3 in a vehicle. Nades in hand for 2 of the players. We've seen it. Here they go full speed forward. Spiro down, the roots and down. The Tulin's down. They're getting slaughtered in seconds. And down goes all of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that didn't work out. You're going to have to go back to the drawing on board on that one. That was definitely not what they expected out of that. Sparking trying to hold on by himself, but the little help from Mexi, it's going to be James and Liquid taking down Sparking. Here comes FaZe's attempt now into MCG. They lose a couple real fast to Evil Lee and Tank. Fuzzface trying to find something, but Summer's got an angle on him. Evil Lee's around the corner, almost shoots his teammate. He's so jacked up there, ready to go. And for FaZe, it's just 8C all alone on a motorcycle, going to try and figure out somehow, some way to snake this one out.
Yeah, it's, again, I believe probably too much to ask for any one player to try and get a win with 50 life. But then again, I mean, we've seen crazier things before. I believe it was Shanjian for TSG who got a win when he was a solo since 54. So, you never know. You never know. Let's see Norrens now, speaking of TSG, able to find 2. Pero will find the 3rd. That jumps here down. It's just 1 left up and alive. I don't see how Bali, being this far outside the circle, now can get away. He's trying to get into a vehicle. Will try and drive off into the blue at least. Seems so, but he's going to be running straight into day trade.
cursed him, Toby. You cursed him. All right, now LG Divine, finally somebody's going to make a play at Damwon Kia's junkyard. Indigo going to be on the front line. Sungjong gets a good grenade, a molly. Kale follows up with the grenade there. So that's going to be June knocked. More stuns coming around here for Sungjong. Sungjong really wants to see if he can get into the back line of LG Divine. JN's going to bounce his own grenade. It gets caught up in the kind of framework of the fence there. Sungjong is around the corner. He's going to clean out one. Got to be careful himself. Gets around in time to not take any damage. JN looking, waiting, smoke's coming down. LG Divine really trying to buy as much time and space as they can to keep Damwon Kia from getting this surround on them, but pretty well entrenched here so far is Damwon Kia under. Gonna let loose with his molly there. It's gonna be a bit too far. He was stunned, but around the corner he goes. JN's gonna get knocked. Levy's the only one left. He gets Sungjong. He's gonna flush it out quick. Actually, Kale gets knocked there. Somebody ends up finishing it. Indigo, I believe. And there you go. Damwon Kia loses one in the fight.
I was just gonna compliment Damwon for being proactive and aggressive in this situation and trying to get rid of the opponents fast enough, but losing one there, maybe they went a bit too aggressive. I don't think they should have needed. When they're in a 4v1 situation, you should not be losing players. Just peek us two together, time it right, and get the kill, but of course, heat of the moment, anything can happen. In the meantime, this fight coming to an end allowed for both Zenith and Tianba to pull up on the junkyard now as well.
Yeah, Afrika is going to get taken down. Eventually, the circle left the mountain. They kind of hung out there for quite a while. Orange sees Purdy out, the blue out in the open, and that's an easy kill, no doubt about it. Navi still on the western edge as the circle again shifted over to the east. So for them, going to be a little bit tricky going forward. As we mentioned, circles don't like Navi, and I'd say that's actually more due to their edge play style than honestly anything else, as they are heading out, or going to have to head out here relatively soon, and everybody else is kind of trying to poke and prod their way through into this Phase 5 circle.
I think Oath should count themselves fortunate that no one up to try, like that not more teams up to try and wrap into the southeast. They've kind of just been backtracking Zenith for a little while now. They'll be playing on the far south side. Next circle is going to be it's going to be fun to see because we have pretty big amount of space up towards the north side of the compound. But if all these teams that are currently sitting within the junkyard have to leave, it's like all kinds of chaos is going to unfold within the compound. On the other side, if everyone has to make their way down towards junkyard, which very well could happen, having to fight your way through the open like this with teams fighting inside, like shooting at you from inside the compound as well, is going to be tough. Here comes Liquid. Clowncock going forward. 1 down early, 2 down early. Liquid out in 11th.
You know, I want to see a junkyard circle, all right? I'm asking for it, and that's what I want to see. Now, 8C all alone, 4 phase, taking a whole bunch of damage, isn't dead just yet. Trying to see if he could get lucky. Nope. Nope, Reload does not allow that. Molly right there. Easy finish. Phase out in 10th. Oh, back over to poor old Navi, as they do have to make their way in on the western edge. And it's Pero this time. It's going to be their opponent. Orange knocked. Tab and Besto still going. Tab going to have to wait a bit as he got stunned. Up over the hill is Mamu. Great spray there. Tries to get another one. Not able to readjust fast enough onto Besto. Besto able to get the best of that one. Going to get back to the rock here and try to wait it out, but Long not going to wait. Is impatient, going to get the finish, and it's Nurens from Daytrade who finishes the job.
Yeah, they needed to deal with Petrichor as fast as they could. Unfortunately, it took too long, and Daytrade gets the third party on that one. Now, Daytrade, it's not been the best day for them up until this point, but if they can clear out Petrichor, if they can get all of it, essentially the top half of the current circle to themselves, if they can spread out, take control, maybe hold out multi-circle gaming as well, they're going to be in an extremely good position.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they really control a lot of this circle. And they're another team that I should have mentioned when I talk about teams that are good at controlling space. It's been a big reason why Daytrade has been able to find the amount of success they have in this tournament. And we're going to the northeast on this one. So cuts out about 1/3 of the junkyard. Let's call it that. A good grenade from Nurens. Gets Long down. Mamu, the only one left here for Pero. He looks to try to get to his teammate, but Daytrade, aware of the situation, knows that Pero is already very beat up. Going to finish off Long. Looking to see if he can get that finish on a Mamu's circle. Going to force the issue potentially eventually as well. But Daytrade's got to be careful here. They don't want to give up too much position if they can help it. I mean, they do have Puchils wrapping way around the backside of this. And we've seen it before here today, Toby, where a team can lose that member and the round can fall apart.
Exactly, they need to try and hold off, and I think right now their priority is set completely right. They're trying to hold off and make sure that Multi-Circle Gaming don't make an picture code's been dealt with, but hold off the guys from MCG now as well. You have them locked down on a shack. You can see in the meantime, Nurens trying to hold off. Ooh, nice shot from Flash down towards Tank. That's going to be one down, and now they fight inside the city, and Zeus, he had no clue, Roth. And there was one sitting right on the corner, tried to push in, but surprise, surprise, Minx is there. And down goes Roth. Still one left alive, though, at least for now, is Punich from CNA. He's dead.
Puchels gets something out of that wide flank at least. He gets Punich there, and MCG under pressure, under fire. Vanatica finding a knock through the smoke, looking towards that last member, but the smokes are there to cover most of the both sides of that rock, and they're going to be behind the rock itself to get the res going. So Tank is alive. Now they're looking for Lingnu, but he is going to find smokes. Not enough of them, I should say, as one goes away. He gets taken down. Vanatica around the side of the shack here, looking to see if he can catch Evil Lee peeking, and Evil Lee does peek. What a peek by Evil Lee. Almost gets the knock there.
Yeah, despite a good ton of damage coming his way, still able to hold off, and I love the way Daytrade are positioning themselves right now. They have Flash inside the circle, making sure no one can push underneath. Puchus, as you said, dangerous to push him out this far towards the east, but he's not going over aggressive. He's holding it passively. He's just trying to make sure that no one's going to wrap underneath on that side, and even if they are, I would assume to see him try and back off and regroup with Flash up on the hilltop. They're playing the high ground. They're playing the terrain perfectly to their advantage. Right now, they just want to deal with Evil Lee as fast as they possibly can. If they can get rid of him now, they're going to be good, and all they have to wait for now is for Evil Lee to push away from this rug and into the open.
Yeah, it's been interesting for them because, well, there you go. Vanatica's going to do it, and now they have basically cleared out the entire northern half of the circle. Nobody's been able to push out a junkyard yet. TSG, Tianba, Damwon, Kia, Oath, all kind of causing each other problems. It was Zenith for a while there too, but they're gone. So this has really bought Daytrade a ton of time. And like you mentioned, they're able to get MCG out here fast enough that now they control the northern part of the circle. Is that where it's going to go? Nope, just going to center right up, but still a lot of territory and space available for them. But a couple of these buildings still in the warehouse and the red brick on the junkyard still going to find phase 7 space.
Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy fight for the building, the brick building that Tiamba is sitting in right now. We do have a bit of the warehouse left, but also for Daytrade. Now, while all this chaos is gonna unfold inside the compound, they need to find, as you can see here, the best way to play the open terrain should the final circle leave the compound. If they need to position themselves, they need to sit tight, wait for all this to be over with, and whichever teams ends up winning the fight within the compound, they have to be ready to kill come phase 8. No, you can't have that happen. Go back, rest him. You have 10 seconds still. No, is he not going for it? Okay, he is going back to rest. Thank you. I was just gonna say that's a that might he just pushed him out a bit further. That might make, I don't think there's time for it now. Crawl,
scooting over to the other side.
Get inside. No, he can't do it. He hit him with the vehicle, and that's it.
Go.
He bounced him out a meter, and that means he ain't got time to get up in the vehicle. That's why. That's why he couldn't get him.
It's the little things. It's the little things. They make a big difference, and we talked about it. Puchos, that could be the round there for Daytrade. We'll see. They're still in a fantastic spot. They've still done a great job. Tons of kills, maintaining the north side of the circle. So nothing to take away from them. It's been a wonderful round. Oath says, we want nothing to do with this fight over this. Oh, I take it back. I thought they were going to drive around this, but nope. Okay, they actually are going to try to fight this. I thought they might go for something a little cheeky and try to avoid the fight in this red brick, but instead they're just settling up underneath it. I don't think their idea is to push it just yet, Toby.
Oh, no.
Just get those vehicles hidden and safe and wait for the next circle.
Everyone's hoping the circle to go out to the east. I think even to some extent down one. I mean, yeah, while they just don't want to have to push into it. They want to be able to push up the hill here without Tiamba having any impact on it. You can see for Oath, they're trying to position themselves so that they can hold off Tiamba should the circle go towards the northeast while still not getting shot at by Daytrade. But wow, does Daytrade wish they had 4 alive right now? That's just, I mean, again, small things. But having 4 alive up there is the ability to spread out, take control. If one gets knocked, you can still play aggressive with 2 while the other one is resing. They even get the circle now. This is going to be, if Daytrade doesn't win this one, they're going to be upset that they lost 1 player there for sure.
Definitely, definitely. And now you've got decisions to make. Tianba is going to find the northern part of the red brick here, still in the circle for Phase 8. Of course, Phase 9 will just go dead center of the Phase 8 white circle. Nurens is just going to be watching the edge. And I think Oath, they might have to just like get in those vehicles and try to push the eastern flank here. Volley Bear tries to do something, but Kia is not fooled by the snake too much. And Under is going to be the one to finish that. Raylo starts pushing in, and Oath is going to try to take this fight here, Toby.
I love how Tianba positioned. I mean, they're covering all corners. They're really making sure that they have so many spring traps, like so many booby traps in this building. One of which are the first one they have to clear, being Mings right here with the Saiga in hand. We know how much damage these shotguns can do, and give one to Mings, sit up close with it. That's just terrifying.
Yeah, so Oath is going to rethink their strategy, going to have to utilize a lot of those throwables. I think maybe they were hoping that they get away with not doing that. There's Nurens over on the side, being a thorn in the side of Oath. Pat Caps does have an AUG, just pre-firing into that smoke just in case somebody's trying to come around the corner. And again, Circle gonna force the issue here. As we go back over to Mings with the Saiga waiting patiently, but Durena gonna catch Oath on the outside of the door. A grenade does find Lin Shun here. And we still watch Mings just waiting ever so patiently. There we go, now he gets to come alive with the Saiga. Balefrost down, Oath in shambles around the corner is Mings, what a shot!
That gun is so damn terrifying. In the meantime, Snakers said, you know what, guys, I'm just going to back off. I don't want to go into that compound. I'm going to try and play from the outside. Under is doing the same thing, but that's what you get when you go outside. Daytrade have the hillside under control. 11 kills now with just 3 teams left alive. Now, one got a knocked player should be able to get the rust depending on what Daytrade does here. Under still up close trying to throw nades down to buy some more time for the team and not allow for Ciampa to push out. They spot one up above. Indigo falls down instantly. Under now have to hold up against 3.
Yeah, he throws, oh, never mind. Well, he got the molly out, so he might have got some damage into Tianba. Indeed, he does. That might have softened up Tianba enough for Daytrade here. We'll see. More throwables being used, but now Flash out of everything. No smokes, no mollies, no frags. M200 watching the corner. Gets some damage into Nurens there, but he's going to wait it out. There's some stuns and other things coming over. I think he might have got caught by a molly himself. Frags being thrown both ways. Lorena gonna let go. Let's see if he's able to connect with that one. Gets a bit of damage into Flash's side. Daytrade here, pretty well grouped up, pretty well boxed in here by Tianba. But Vanatica on the side, ooh, he takes a molly. That's bad news.
Will he go down? I'm not sure he will. No, able to stay alive. Cancels the first aid, trying to back off. And again, oh, does Daytrade wish they were 4 alive in this situation? They have to dot. They know that Lorena and Tianba has to wrap around the side. And you can see right now, Tianba trying to smoke off, make themselves a path to push in from Norrens and Monatica. Smart positioning on their part, playing the left side and Flash on the other side, trying to hold off. Should they try and wrap on the other side of the smoke? Monatica is up close. He's inside the smoke right now, playing behind them. No! Lawrence peeks over, wrong time for him. He's gonna go down to the backside of it. M200 now trying to peek around the side. Proning forward. Do they know that they have one straight inside the smoke here?
Yeah, it was an overload by Tianba onto the right-hand side of the circle. So up to the last 2 members of Daytrade to try to close out this round. Oh no, Mings with the Saiga. Is he gonna do it? It's the finish for Tianba. They come out, shotguns blazing. And they are going to take this round. Daytrade, a hell of a round, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Tianba finding themselves in the weekly finals for the 2nd time in a row.
Great push out from Tianba. Great hold. We can laugh all we want about a team just quote-unquote just sitting and camping a building, but they did so much more than that. And when it came to them actually awaiting those pushers, they were positioned perfectly. They were constantly holding each other's angles. There were so many crossfires, so many great off angles that they were trying to sit and utilize, and they've got so many kills off of it. They didn't lose a single player until they had to push out of the buildings there in the end of it. Very well played in full Daytrade. You can see they're frustrated, and I understand that completely. I mean, they were in a position, had they been 4 up there in the end of it, I am very convinced that they would have brought home that win as well. They could have played it more actively. They could have pushed further forward to try and take control. They could have had 2 players on that east side of the smoke to try and hold off. Didn't work out for them. Great game, though, for Tianba in the end of it.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for Daytrade. Definitely feels like one slipped through the fingers there, no doubt about it. But for Tianba, starting to shape up here, and Miramar again. It has been a great map for the Chinese teams. They really excel on this. $4,000 going to fall the way of Tianba as well for that win there. And man, what a finish there. What an exciting finish. I was really interested to see what Oath was going to do. I don't know how you feel about this, Toby, and feel free to disagree with me, but I was kind of thinking that after Poochills went down, that Oath might try to wrap into the side of day trade. I know it's risky. I know there's, maybe some open angles that, then I don't feel so stupid.
No, throw smokes, wrap east, and contain the guys inside the compound, especially when they saw the bike going back up the hill. That's exactly what they should have done, at least in my opinion. I would love to hear the desk maybe break that one down a little bit. All these woulda, shoulda, couldas is what makes the game fun, because it's all over the game. It's so many decisions having to be made in order to go out and win a game. And how often is it that we see the final 2 kills with a Saiga and a pump action? That's double shotgun kills to claim the win. Goes to show that the shotgun is back. The shotgun is back for all the naysayers. The shotgun is back and been putting to full effect here in the end of the game against Tianba.
It's back, baby. I love it. I love to see it. It's great to see the teams being adaptive and versatile, taking advantage of, the situations that they're given there. The shotguns are nuts inside of compounds. So for Tianba, they're going to hold on to them to defend the red brick. They do it successfully. And in a phase 8 circle, you're in close enough range situations that the shotgun's still good. It's still just as useful. So I'm really impressed with the decision-making here at the end of the game from Tianba.
Yeah, and they played according to what they had to work with, right? They throw the smokes down, know they can get close quarters, they get the kills, and now let's hop on over and hear what Tianba have to say after making the Week 4 finals.
PGI Weekly Survival 4주차 네 번째
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 4, and the winners of our 4th match who are taking home $4,000 were Tianba Esports. I'm here with player Lin Shun.
네, 오늘 첫 상금을 어찌 보면 가져가게 된 캔바 e스포츠 정말 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
사이에 두고 숨막히는 교전을 펼쳐 주셨는데요.
So at the end, the game got really intense while you guys were playing carefully behind the smoke. What was that situation like for you guys?
然后进行了一个非常紧张的一个战斗，你能说明一下当时的情况吗？
那波想就是把他们脸上封上烟，然后我们站那边打，然后站到棉花庄的中心过后，就一个人看一边吧，然后就架着烟就好。
저희는 당시에 연막탄을 중간에 뿌려놓고 각 방향에 한 명씩 자리를 위치한 다음에
So we strategized to use the smoke in the middle and we surrounded on either side.
캔바 e스포츠가 사실 젠지를 라이벌 팀으로 꼽았었던 적이 있거든요.
So before there was a time when you guys chose Genji as your rival team. Is there something you want to say to them right now?
说过你们的竞争对手是 Genji， 然后我想问一下你们选他为竞争对手的理由，然后再给 Genji 战队说一句话吧。
因为他们的实力很强吧。 我们希望超过他们，成为世界强队。然后我想跟经济的朴说，我希望摸到你的屁股。
사실 젠지는 굉장히 대단한 실력을 갖고 있는 팀이기
Genji is a
때문에
really great team.
경쟁 상대로 맞췄고요.
And so we appointed them as our rivals. I'm really hoping that we can overstep them. And if I were to say something to them, I want to say that we will be kicking their ass.
자, 이제 템바 e스포츠는 오늘 $4,000를 추가하면서 앞으로 더 많은 상금 확보에 심혈을 기울일 텐데요.
So you guys will definitely be adding more prize money after the $4,000 today. How are you guys going to be approaching the weekend finals?
为了下次继续获得奖金的话，你们要再接再厉吧。我想问一下你们现在的决心。
希望在周决赛拿到前4名吧，因为我们现在奖金比较低。
저희 지금 상금이 많진 않기 때문에
because we haven't collected that much prize money quite yet, so we're really hoping that we can collect a lot by winning this weekend. Thank you for your interview.
Bye.
네, 이렇게 해서 템바 e스포츠의 린슌 선수의 소감까지 들어봤습니다. 계속해서 오늘의 마지막 매치에서
I was caught off guard. Tianba gets themselves the victory, but in a reserved fashion, our translator says, we will be kicking their ass. And that is how things go, going up against Gen G, apparently. There you go. Tiamba with the victory. Joining me is Hypoc and Clover here to break things down. And Tiamba up against the wall here, Hypoc, against a day trade that looked fantastic up in the north. They're not able to round it out. Tiamba is in the end with 4,000 to the name.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see some of these teams build so much momentum to the mid game, and then it's a team that comes up in the end of it and clutches out. And Tiamba, they've only played top 5 7 times through the weekly survival matches, and that's out of 30-something games. So it's good to see them now finally convert a game. Again, it's been difficult for them to really get on the board, but this situation around Junkyard was like just came. I mean, this was how Down 1 survived. I know we were talking about this. Down 1 managed to survive much longer than this, which is only, Circle 4 we're talking about coming into this. So absolute bloodbath over on the west side. But again, just scrappy throughout. It was only really the teams on the north and east side that were able to maintain.
And especially, though, when you look at... Go on, Clover.
Oh, no. I was just kind of building on that, right? We did kind of have the two different separations of the games there at the end. Day trade out in the north with multi-circle gaming, and then everybody that was just kind of compound camping up in the late game. And we saw Mings kind of taking a nap in a corner, but then being right where he needed to be to prevent that push coming in from Oath, who, real quick shout out to Oath. They've managed to find themselves in the late game. I think as well, I thought there was a lot of potential for Oath here. We know them as an edge team, and having TSG out, having some of the other teams that have kind of been rivaling them for a lot of placements throughout the day so far in terms of where they've been entering in the zone, I was thinking this might be an opportunity for them, but unfortunately, I think the way that some of the teams did stack into these compounds in the end just didn't quite work in their favor. I mean, who's expecting to open a door and get shotgunned in the face? It's not really a late game play.
They make it look great, though. They use those shotguns all the way to the very end, and Tiamba gets themselves a position in at the weekly final. And considering the fact that week 1, week 2, Hypoc, no weekly final for Tiamba, a team that a lot of people said were one of their favorites actually coming into the tournament, considering the play that they exhibited in China. Week 3, they get to the weekly final, and now week 4, once again, they're here after just 4 games.
Yeah, and I think Tiamba's probably a clear example. You could say, especially early on, maybe some struggles along the way in terms of adapting, right? We always talk about the international kind of meta and how things kind of switch up, and there's very different, play styles coming together. Tiamba's definitely one that struggled to find their feet. Again, we've seen, I hate using the term glimmers of hope. I feel like we use that for so many teams nowadays, but it's good to see them convert it, because I think individually there's been some standout performances from them.
Definitely so. Yeah, they've looked pretty damn good. Mings putting in a lot of work with that shotgun towards the end. One team, of course, that really garners a lot of respect here from this game, Clover, is Day Trade. They looked really good up in the north, and it was kind of their game to win, but they did not round it out.
No, it was their game to win, and once again, their game to lose, right? That Erangel match in the very beginning up against Gen G. Day Trade had so much control on the north up through the mid to late, and unfortunately just kind of fell apart at the end. I mean, we did see the amount of kills and damage that Venotica was putting in, and I mean, Venotica, in terms of just player, there's been so much growth through this whole series. And I think we're really starting to see these moments of brilliance that Day Trade would have individually start to come together and be more and more consistent. And I think that if Day Trade can just continue to build on that, we could see really great things from them. We just need them to be a little bit more confident.
I would have to agree with that. And a team that we've already seen great things from, but would like to have a bit more consistency in these past couple of weeks, is the next team that's going to be joining the lobby, Hypoc, which is Sonics. We've seen at the start of the tournament, they were hot, but right now, not as much. They need to get a win on the board here pretty soon and fast so they can get into that weekly final, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely the second most frustrating in terms of performance behind T1 for me personally. To come out of the gate swinging, and I always talk about Sonics as being a team that thrives off momentum and kind of making those confidence plays. Again, like we look at Tiggleton's play style and what he's brought to this roster last year. It's been a shame to see them kind of start so well and then just fizzle out so quickly. Again, in terms of these North American teams coming in, this is for me arguably the second one behind SDK on an international stage. The expectation was very high for these guys to deliver. I mean, I said that, yes, I'm glad they're potentially getting some of their rougher weeks out earlier on. Obviously, we know how the prizing structure works here. Some of these teams that potentially can heat up towards the back end of the event are going to really come alive. And Sonic's now, I mean, it's getting to do or die moment, right? If you wait any longer, it's going to pass you by.
Yeah, especially since, again, I was so impressed at the beginning by Mime and H-Win, considering especially how the performances they were able to put in. But anyway, time for a short break. When we return, we have got our final game of the day, as our 5th team will be decided for the weekly final.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every % gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash, though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Tell me the guy me like wanna chat. Climbing and humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. No more breaking in his mind, what? Are you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aiming and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. Trigger happy, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PGI.S. We have one more match remaining for our first day of Weekly Survival here in week 4, and we are going to find out which is our 5th team joining the others in the weekly finals. So far, so good. Genji, ENCE, T1, and Tiamba have been able to make it here, and joining me is Hypoc and Clover to break things down. Clover, the 4 teams that we've got through so far, great rosters to be able to make it on quite swiftly, and it doesn't look like too many of them have really had that many problems to be able to actually get to those positions.
No, we really, I think, even kind of talked about it a bit with ENCE, right? And Genji. They figured out how to play this game style. They're not really having too many problems in terms of getting the chicken dinners and moving on to the weekly finals. And on the flip side of that, seeing what we would wanted to out of both T1 and Tiamba and in terms of team play, mechanics, and obviously getting the chicken dinners, right? Because these were 2 teams, week 1 ranked, that we were like, you need to look out for them. These are teams that look great on these maps. They look great in these situations. They've been looking great in scrims. And then we got to this and things didn't quite click. So looking back on that, looking forward, we're now at the halfway point of PGI.S, right? We kind of need to start seeing growth and consistency from some of the teams that haven't quite figured out or stepped up yet.
Hypoc, thoughts?
My thoughts are, I can't believe Fuzzface actually cut his COVID cut. That's really upset me. I'm not saying he looks bad, but I was a big fan of it, man. That tweet had me a little bit upset when the hairbands went out. Yeah. But no, I did want to touch on a team very, very quickly, which was Oath. Now it's difficult being NA talent, obviously, and bringing up an NA team, but this team, they have the most top 5 place finishes through the weekly survival. Now, that for me, coming into this, the biggest question around Oath was kind of their consistency on a macro standpoint, right? Usually they're very, very kill heavy, and we've seen them actually adapt very well to playing this survival game. The problem comes, and it's something I keep coming back to, is seeing these teams kind of struggle with that switch between decision making. Because Oath is very similar to Liquid regionally, right? They're predominantly, I mean, Clover will back me up here. It's like they either go out 16th with 0 points on a game, or they're farming lobbies. It's double-digit kills. So to see them kind of revert back and kind of hit the other side of what my initial concerns were, it's a real shame to see them it's a similar situation to Zenith, right? Consistently placing high, but not able to close these games out.
Yeah, I think Oath is one of those teams that I look at from the North American region, and I think to myself, this team on paper for your region, in relation to everybody else, should be blasting. And they're able to show it, Clover, when you look at the results that they get, those constantly high posting placements. So, I mean, I have high prospects and hopes for them.
I think so, and I mean, just even with what we've seen today, right? We can't sit there and say, well, they played exactly the same every match. I mean, they got to the same situations, but they did so by tackling each problem very differently. You know, Oath is an edge team. I think when we've tried to watch them send it center, try things that are different, play a game that isn't theirs, is when we see, as, you know, Hypox said, games that they go out 16th, put down 0 kills, but when they play the game that they're comfortable with is the games that we really see them shine. Now, one more point I want to put about Oath is that they're also one of the teams that has been bullied out of their natural drop spots, right? Like when they leave PGI, they go back to the NA region, Oath loves to play that Milta power area, and they've kind of re-honed themselves up in Kamishki, you know, with the occasional drops down in the military, and the teams that they find themselves having to rotate through and pass early on the mid games is kind of affecting some of that, but we've seen them really adapt to that well, and I just think that going forward, you know, that was kind of a hard part for them early on. I think that, as Hypox said, you know, it's just their meta game now that they really need to work on.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. Hypox, I want to go back on something you said before when it came to FaZe and FaZe. Vikings are very in right now. Let's be honest. Vikings are very in. So why would you cut your hair? You know, why would you throw away the bands and everything? Okay, Ragnar's going to do something.
Okay,
weird.
yeah, hold that thought.
Oh, hold that thought, hold that thought. What's he doing? Oh,
is it a Hadouken? Oh, no, it's a heart. Oh, okay, he's eating a heart. That's
I was really worried for the cameraman for a moment, you know?
Yeah. That started off as like a Hadouken, right? It was almost like he's going to throw it right into the camera, but no, just come back. Dude, I'm just going to say it. Fuzz, he was looking pretty hot with that COVID cut.
Yeah.
And I mean, I touched on it on one of the shoulder content pieces I did. That Instagram photo was steamy. So I was very disappointed to log on. Yes, was it yesterday or today? You made the tweet. I can't remember.
It was yesterday.
Yeah. Heartbreak.
Yeah. Bloody Fuzz, playing with all of our hearts. Speaking of another man playing with our hearts, the Tap. There he is. Looking pretty good. And actually, touching on Na'Vi here for a moment, Clover, it's interesting to think, like, this is a team that traditionally in the European region, they would come out hot, blasting, wins early. This tournament around, it's been quite middling for Na'Vi, but they've had some, you know, some successes here and there. What do you think about Na'Vi when it comes to, I mean, they've had the orange even be added intravenously to the games every so often, and I think he's a stellar player.
Yeah, you know, and Orange has really been popping off when he's been playing, and today, but at the same time, I mean, you talk about like things that Na'Vi does that I don't like. I think that they still haven't fully adjusted to, you know, to the weekly survival. We'll watch them overextend to try to flush kills. They're looking for point opportunities, and I think they need to remember, like, hey, you don't have to take those risks. They're unnecessary. Just keep yourselves a little bit healthier up in the late game, which is where we've seen them struggle lately.
That's an astute point you make, because Hypoc, I think that Na'Vi traditionally they are fighters. I think that's fair to say.
And again, it's another edge team that you know, more often than not, when you play that playstyle, we've seen this sort of regionally, right, back in PEL, the number of times they can situate themselves in a spot where come circle 5, circle 6, they find these really, really favorable fights for them, where it's kind of they're 4 up, they're sweeping the edge, they're cleaning up, you know, 2 or 3 kills that are down to a solo, a duo, maybe even a trio. And that almost kind of suits this format a little better, right? Eventually, you will get that game where the stars align positionally. You look much stronger in Circle 5 than you do in Circle 1, where Na'Vi are 3 kilometers into the blue, right?
Yes, sometimes that will happen to them, but they will try and fight in no matter the position. And now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the final game here. It will be match number 5. A huge thank you for sticking with us here as we continue on. One more team will join our weekly final for today, and we are getting good to go. We're heading back to Erangel once again to figure out how this is going to shape on up. Will we have another Korean powerhouse join them? Damwon Kia in the previous game, 3rd place with 8 kills. Can they round it out here in match 5 and put themselves back in dominant position like we know they're able to? Let's head over to Paper and Toby for all the action.
Thank you very much, Kalaris and the desk. We have one more game. We have one more team. who will be making their way to the weekly finals in PGI.S, presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And guys, just a few reminders here for you. If you're just tuning in now and you want to watch the VODs, definitely make sure you're subscribed to the PUBG Esports YouTube channel. You can go on there and watch all the games posthumously. Make sure you check those out. And also, if you want to, and Toby and I talk about this all the time, we highly recommend that you watch the map stream, twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map, so you can really keep track of your favorite teams and keep track of their rotations and really get a good breadth of what's going on in the games.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. You gotta get all those maps up there so that you can make sure that you can see everything that doesn't go on the mainstream itself. That's where, for a portion of it, my eyes are usually fixed, at least in the early games, trying to make sure that we understand where from teams are coming in and why they go in the certain directions that they do. And now Lou and James, who is gonna get that vehicle? I think they're both jumping down towards the hard spawn US. Yep, indeed they are. It seems to me like Lou has the better jump on it, and James gonna have to wrap around. And this is one of those things where I said, I mean, if you're Liquid, you want to qualify before Sonics come back into the lobby. They failed to do so, so now they had to back out. And okay, a potential military game to finish off the day. It's we know how clean-cut Liquid's rotations to military usually are when they jump Pachinki paper. They go in there, they get looted, they cross as early as they can to military. This time around, not being a Pachinki, they won't have all that loot near the same way that they would have had they been in the big city on their own. This might take them a little while longer.
Yeah, look who it is. It's the Sonics who have joined us for the final game of the day, and that's going to be the reason that it won't be as easy or as quick as normal for Liquid, like you're talking about. Nobody's really opted to mess with the Sonics, the two teams that historically have Damwon, Kia, and Team Liquid. I've kind of thought the better of it. The Sonics are quite crazy, quite good in those close quarters combat situations, and are tenacious inside of Pachinki itself. So we'll see exactly what the Sonics' ideas are going to be going forward. It's been after a really hot start for the Sonics. Oh, hold on. See if anything happens here with FaZe. I think they're going to be okay, but sometimes teams get kind of stuck up underneath that hill. When they come up, they might get shot and lose somebody if somebody can find a nice shot. Sia does catch some damage into the motorcycle, but it looks like FaZe is going to be able to get away with this early rotation for now. There is a member of Peril waiting at the crossroads, I think at the gas station, but I don't know if anything's going to happen there. But anyway, back to Sonics quick. They've been so good to start, and it's been a bit of a struggle since. Last couple weeks, they haven't found themselves in that weekly finals.
They've been sort of sailing the same boat that we saw from Damwon Kia, where they came out, and I don't want to say they blew everyone's mind with how they were playing, but I think for many, they played much better than what was anticipated, at least right off the get-go, and they just played extremely well, and then they've kind of failed to keep up that same level, while other teams have maybe been catching up. I don't necessarily think it's them playing worse than they did. I just think it's more teams now understanding the meta and what's going on and what's needed in order to go out and win games, and that makes it more difficult when you're like when you thought you're one of the few teams that could do that in the beginning of the tournament, that is on your own.
Absolutely. It is tough. I mean, everybody's going to get better. Everybody's going to level up. You know, people are going to make adjustments. They're going to go with their coaches and their analysts. You know, so many wonderful coaches and analysts here in PUBG Esports that do a great job getting these teams, you know, turned around and get them playing better. Tianba and MCG come to mind for me as two teams that came into this as definitely some of the favorites. Struggled in the beginning and have been playing as better as time has gone along. TSG, they're an interesting team to me, Toby, because they had one really good event in China, or here in Asia in China, and they won a PCS, but they seem to, you know, be hot and cold. And also, I mean, they're a great Miramar team, and typically they've struggled on Erangel. We saw that be not the case earlier today. But I have a lot of question marks around that team.
I think TSG, and the way that I look at TSG is pretty much the exact same way that I look at Tianba. They both are very, very capable of going out and dishing up 15-plus kill wins. We've seen 2 15-plus kill games for TSG that didn't amount to wins, of course, and in the first 2, and they also are available to be practically forgotten about at the end of a given day. It brings me back to the likes of what was before known as Tornado Energy, now under Raise Your Edge as an organization. That team, it comes to mind as well, how they had a period where they dominated everything, and then all of a sudden they couldn't get anything going at all. I think that's, as you're saying, hot and cold. It's very few teams these days, when you think about it, really, that just consistently find themselves in the top all the time. It's more often than not the other.
Yeah, there's just so many good teams now is a big part of it, and so many good players across all the different regions. And you're seeing here, particularly in this event, I mean, China, Korea, and EU really doing a great job. NA as well. You got to throw NA in there now with the performance of STK. Oats have been making it every week. You know, they haven't fared as well in the weekly finals, but SDK is always in the conversation. Always definitely in my pick'ems now to give me those sweet esports points. Got plenty of those thanks to SDK, not gonna lie. And MCG, let's see if they could they got 5th in the previous, in the week 3 weekly final, so they were close, but not quite there just yet.
Yeah, they're going to get themselves positioned. Sonic's another team that's managed to make their way over here. Sonic's the last team to join. Have made their passage across the military safe, and everyone's banking on this one going military. I will have viewers remember there is while extremely slim, still a chance that this one can shift back, and I wouldn't expect any teams to bank on that, of course, given how many teams have already made the cross on over. But you can see STK not opting to cross over just yet. We have VP scouting around on the West Bridge, Zenith over towards the east as well. And then we still have Divine and Damwon Kia, who are, well, in Georgia Pole, so they're clearly not in a hurry to cross at all.
Yeah, for Damwon Kia, a very unusual drop up on the northwestern corner by Zarki or North Georgia. I'm not sure exactly the whole area that they ended up working with there, but for them, I could tell you, after watching Damwon Kia for years, they don't drop up there, ever. So for them, that's definitely going to be unusual and quite interesting to see how they fare with that. Virtus Pro comes across the bridge late and are under fire from Day Trade, but veering quickly off to the right. They won't take much damage, if any, at all. MCG, in the meantime, has set up around the crossroads here. Are they going to go for the camp? You kind of have to. And they're going to take some shots out. Out in front is Tank, doing some decent damage. No knocks coming through yet onto Zenith.
Oh, there seems to be I thought they were going to stop for a second, but I think it's just Kickstart trying to reverse his vehicle to safety. Not the best when you have a back-wheel driven US try to make your way inside the circle like that. Not going to happen. Fortunately, it does get far enough backside the hill to safety to stay alive. And yep, there you go. Able to get a pickup on his teammate. Rather able to get him back on his feet and should be able to make their way into, I say safety, but they're actually driving straight up to one of the Picture Core players and a Freak of Freaks here over on the west side. That's a nice drift.
Yeah, they're not bad. They're both going to kind of avoid each other there. It's going to be up to the top of the radar tower for Zenith. Navi hanging out. Oh no, Ibiza, not like this. He is no hope now. He goes into the water, almost gets knocked. The rest of his team has found a boat, but now they're getting nailed by Senya. Senya Orange peppering the boat of Liquid. This could be troublesome. If he is dead to rights, I mean, there's just no hope there. He wants to get behind the boat and try to make something happen, but Navi is keen on having that boat for themselves. The ferry over there as well. Now it's getting more and more difficult. The longer range these shots get, of course, the more difficult it is to make them land. And I think Team Liquid is going to escape with their lives.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you can say that Liquid, or that EB forced some of the Navi players to focus on him rather than shoot at the boat, because maybe, who knows, had he been up in there could have been more casualties as a result of it. Now let's see, Damwon Kia, as you said, rotating out late from the top and area of the map. They usually don't opt to play around. They're going to be coming down towards that east side bridge now. And STK, I mean, they still haven't crossed yet. So if the timing is just god-awful for both these teams, they might run into each other at the gas station.
Well, yeah, absolutely, they could. They could definitely run into each other. And SDK is kind of playing things waiting things out, seeing what this one's gonna do as we get ready for the next circle. And oh my word, oh my goodness, that is a 50-50 almost. Woo! Finally, we've been looking for a brutal circle, and we got it, baby!
The thing is, even if it does shift south, right now we're looking at a circle where half the circle is not going to be used for anything. Maybe SDK, maybe Kia, maybe Divine will stay to the north, but that's it. No one else will go up here at this point. So everybody now are going to be fighting for that bottom part of the circle that's still a military, and that's at least 1.5 circles from where we are right now in terms of space to maneuver around. So good luck, have fun to everyone down on the south side trying to claim and spread out as you usually would in phase 2. There's just no space for it. Teams have to group up, get together now, because there's going to be so many teams coming in. Even though it's only phase 2, they're going to be playing this like it's phase 4, because there's just not a whole lot of space to utilize at all.
Exactly. That's really well said. And this, to me, is a PUBG Korea circle. I'm used to seeing awful circles like this. Drank plenty of coffee preparing for today. So finally, I'm able to summon the really, really bad circle. So Luke 12 gonna park his boat in the new dock. I like this. This is smart. He's keeping the boat safe just in case they have to go down south. And I'd say it's more likely to still end at the south, I think. With what I'm seeing in the circle. So that's smart, but that's really interesting. I've never seen anybody do that with their boat. That's the first time I've seen it, to hide it in that particular spot, and I really like it. That's really smart by SDK.
I mean, not just keeping the boat there, but it's the boat that spawned over by Sharkfin, so essentially taking away Damwon Kia's opportunity to rotate the naval route as opposed to crossing over with the bridge, right? There are 2 boat spawns on that side. The other one is up in that area where Luke essentially brought this boat. So just grabbing the boat away over towards the teammates further west. As you said, pretty smart move on STK's part. We'll see if it's going to pay off in a little while's time. Still a minute and a half to go until the next circle's going to pop, and that's going to be the telling story here. Should it shift north? If it shifts north, it has to center towards the north, and we're going to be the furthest away from the bridges we possibly could be. It's going to be absolute chaos.
What if it just centers again? What if it just...
Then Meta are going to be clapping their hands. Yep.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Meta. You're right. If it centers, it's probably going to be Meta. But you never know. I mean, and what gets weird is the only time I've seen a circle that goes late with a lot of the river still in it, it just turned into just people just dying to the blue because no one had any other option. Like, they had no other way.
Yeah.
It got really strange really fast. So we'll see. Things that are not strange though, codes. Those are nice. Those are normal. Those are things you could put into your game. Get some sweet free stuff. So make sure you do that. It's over on the left-hand side of your screen there. You know what's interesting is there's still a lot of room to maneuver. As odd as this is, we haven't had a lot of fighting.
No, not a lot of fighting. Everyone, of course, trying to stay alive for as long as they can. They know that brutal shift could potentially come, and I mean, the longer you can keep your players alive at this point, the better off you're most likely going to be. So no one opted to fight at all. We've only seen 1 casualty up until this point, almost 14 minutes into the game. And now, people, let's see where are we headed? Did it pay off for STK? No, it is going to shift south with the next circle, but not only are we shifting south, we are shifting out pretty much the entirety of military and a lot of those compounds on the east side. So we're forcing everyone out into the open. This is going to be chaos for everyone. Both teams inside the circle, and the guys trying to come down from the north.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to get wild. A lot of teams on the move. You can see FaZe Clan in the blue with Gustav, at least. The rest of the team has made it ahead a little bit, but Gustav's going to trail in the back and kind of watch the rear flank of FaZe. Zenith was in the previous circle. Now they're not going to be in the next one. They're going to have to make a move. They are trailing MCG. Petrichor Road going to be one of the teams to make the early move towards that mountain. That one that we saw Zenith get a win on a couple weeks ago, Toby. They're heading towards that direction. LG Divine crossing the bridge ahead of Na'Vi. And SDK did end up grabbing that boat. And I think they're going to be taking it over here to the South Island.
Yeah, pretty straightforward station for STK. Just full speed Synod. You want to spend as little time on the water as possible and get off the beach as fast as you can as well. Don't run each other over. Good job, Purdy, just slowing down so we don't hit one another with vehicles. Would hate to see that happen, especially when you're that far out in the open. And now Meta, well, they had the center to themselves before, but now Petrichor is up here saying hello. Liquid are coming in to say hi as well, and also Divine just crossed on over, are in the nearby vicinity.
Oh boy, this is about to get messy. Divine Turtle leading the way, Sparking trying to track him. Gets a little bit of damage in there, and now there's some vehicle mishaps here as LG Divine kind of pit maneuver each other a little bit there. Not ideal. Wicked's over in the shack, and they're going to find it too with some help from Sparking getting June. 2 down for LG Divine. Wicked seat swaps there to try to get around the backside. Meanwhile, it is Sonics and Na'Vi. Orange pushed in, but Sonics was there. And look at this. LG Divine is gone. Meta, hold fast.
Yep, trying to stay put as best as they can. Na'Vi tried to push forward as well, didn't work out for them. Now Punich takes down Rilo as they come driving forward. Nice little drive-by coming in there. Vehicles flying all over the place. But now Balefrost and Snakers, they've caught them trapped down completely. Seen it. Loses 3 in the matter of seconds. Just one more left alive now. Balefrost both go down as Indigo shoots over from the other hilltop. But wow, Zenith. They get the first one on Torello, and they think, okay, we're safe down here for now. But Patcaps and Snakers, they wouldn't have any of it.
Kia, they got some damage done in that fight, and they quickly are hopping into their vehicles and pushing further into the center. I like this from Kia. Shoot and move. The rest of the teams are busy licking their... Oh my god, please don't fall over. Oh my god, it's shaking. That's so scary. Please don't do it. Just be nice to poor Oath. Please do not do that. But yeah, Kia makes a really smart move here, getting out of, excuse me, Zenith, not Oath. It's Zenith underneath this vehicle. Yeah, okay, we have to do this. We have to cut out as much water as possible, and the circle's going to remove almost all of it. And there you go. Zenith able to get those reses. Indigo was knocked for Damwon Kia, but smokes are out. Should be resable. Back over to this fight. And name a more iconic duo, NA fighting NA. And it's Pat Caps getting a little bit of damage there, but Grenade's coming out, and he's pushing forward, so... Yeah, this is a rough one here for both these teams.
I got that one Kia up to not over-aggress on this one. They were on the east hillside, and I said, you know what? Instead of trying to push down into this and take the fight to them, let's just wrap over on the side on the other, and then hold them from above, and that's exactly where they're positioning now. Son Yang over the top, gets eyes on one. I don't think he knows it down here. Okay, as I say, stays on the hilltop. That one Kia wants all of it. They're going full speed downhill into the open, trying to go for drive-bys. What is going on here? Okay, they do manage to get the kill. There are still 2 Oath players up alive, though. This might have been a little overcommitted on my part.
Yeah, this is something that I've seen Genji kind of start, and now it looks like Damwon Kia has kind of picked up a similar idea. Hold 1 or 2 up on a hill, and then drive your vehicles over and try to go for the drive-bys in the process. And this time it is successful for Damwon Kia. Meta, what in the world is going on? They are demolishing Petrichor Road. Lingdu, speaking of getting demolished, finds some bullets from Jeems. And now MCG trying to roll up onto the side of this fight. One behind the tree, Grenade coming in onto Clib, but finds the front of that APC. Clib only takes partial damage. That grenade can be pretty good, just short of knocking Summer.
Drive-by shooting, drive-by nading, drive-by smoking. Now we've seen all of it. We'll see how long Multi-Circle Gaming get to stay alive here. I wouldn't expect it to be for too much longer. Virtus Pro has an angle down here. Face, we saw shooting in this direction just before as well. He did go down earlier. And Liquid are in trouble, to say the least. In the meantime, Damwon Kia starting to take casualties now as well. Maybe because they overcommitted too much. They went down the hill, that allowed for TSG to get over on the other side. And Tap now, in the meantime, able to find one. That's a freak of freaks now, starting to take casualties all over the place. Rimsey finds one as well. EJ falls down, just one left alive.
Yeah, the freaks are caught between a couple different teams. There's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And their smokes are down. Daytrade is over there as well. The Tab, the only one alive for Na'Vi. He had a couple sprays I think he would have liked to have had back. And Kia is going to lose under Sungjong and a lot of their team, Kale as well. So for Kia, yeah, they fall apart here. And Triumphant Song Gaming looks like they're playing angry today, Toby. They just want to frag everything.
I mean, when you start off with, over 30 kills in the first 2 games, and you don't get the wins, you're frustrated, and then I think that's part of what fuels their aggression. They just want to go out there, want to get it over with, they want to qualify. They don't want to have to go into tomorrow to continue playing when they started off as strong as they did, understandably so. But, I mean, for Down one Kia, that overcommitment down the hill, that's what I was afraid of. If they push down, they lose all control of the hilltop, and that allowed for TSG to push up and force the fight to them, and they played it extremely well. Again, TSG out there making good moves. Not only are they good in up-close fighting, but their decision-making and their timing on rotations really, really key and on point, and they managed to take down 3 from down one Kia and only losing 1 player in return.
Well, I got to say is if TSG can get to the weekly finals, they are looking scary. Super scary coming into it. They're playing fantastic PUBG right now. Sonic's looking to get up on top of Virtus Pro, maybe do some damage. Shrimy's going to see him, sees that grenade coming at him, tries to back off. A good one from Lou. A good follow-up from Hiruzen. Going to take a lot of members of the Sonics down. Batulin's the only one to be knocked. But Sonics loses 2 on the push. It's great reaction, great nades, perfectly timed, perfectly located for VP.
Yeah, in the end, down one Kia will fall down in a situation where, as I said before, probably could have stayed alive if they opted to maintain more control of the hilltop. Not quite the case, though. Batulins does get to stay alive. Neither of these 2 teams are inside the circle, and you can see where they have to go is just further out into the open. So for Virtus Pro, they want to deal with Sonics as fast as they possibly can, so then make the cross on over. They are still 4 alive, but as you can hear in the background, their vehicles are in everything from a good situation, like good durability right now.
Yeah, Shrimzy's last one alive for Sonics as Tiggleton has been knocked. Smoke's thrown. Is he even going to be able to get there in time is the real question. He's very hurt, is Tiggleton. But Shrimzy's going to go for it. That's the only hope he has to keep his team alive, to keep this round going, potentially. And nope, it's going to be Spyro finishing Tiggleton off. Endurance is going to finally finish off a Freak of Freaks, and Day Trade eventually committed to the fight as the circle forced the issue a bit as well. VP on the move, got to try to settle up on the hill in front of them.
I like it. Rotate underneath. You know that Day Trade just did a lot of damage on the north side, so if you can clear this out now, they might have a chance to push on over, take control, make your way up there. Oath, in the meantime, trying to stay put. All on their own against 3 of the TSG players. As I say that, Yamcha does fall down. Snakers finds a good nade. Now the spray comes through the smoke. I think there was a tag connected there as well from Patcap. Snakers is playing below. Patcap's playing on the smoke, but Shandia, nice shooting over the top. Manages to find 1. Should be able to get the rest up as well. As I say that, it might be easier said than done. Shandia trying to stay put. Blue is closing on in. And Snakers is playing this one slow and behind the vehicle.
Shandian all over the place, around both sides of the smoke, doing work here, gets damage into Snakers, but Snakers was quick to get his first aid going. Gonna throw some utility up there himself, trying to buy some time, trying to really put some damage into TSG, try to wait him out here, gonna have a good spray over the top.
Ooh.
Snakers gonna finish TSG off. That was really nicely done by Snakers, very patient play through the stuns, really kept them backed into the blue.
And not only does he get the kill, he gets the rest on up to his teammate as well. And look at this, look at the map. You can just see next to them how much space they have to maneuver into the little forest area. Now, there isn't a whole lot of playable terrain, given that we still have the hill on the west side in. But as we can see here, and as I expect, there will be so much fighting going on here that whoever is on this hilltop on the northwest side won't have the time to look for Oath in the southeast. So very, very well played by Snakers to keep the team alive. And who knows, maybe get them into a winnable position later on.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the part of the circle that they have to work with is the more dangerous part of it, but there could be the potential. With a lot of teams still stuck around the western edges, they might, and the northern edge, they might have the opportunity to get something done. You never know. Wicked here doing a fantastic job getting the finish onto Luke, continues to spray into SDK. And that is a really nice hold here, and that's going to buy the time for FaZe Clan to come alive and finish SDK off. Good shooting over the top of the hill for them, and SDK out in 8th place.
Yeah, right now for both FaZe and Oath, you can see Oath, they're actually sending it forward already. Not quite sure where they're planning to go. Okay, so they stop on the foot of the hill, hoping that no one noticed their rotation, then it can just sit tight, but in reality, all of FaZe Clan noticed their rotation, so that's a little unfortunate. Now they go into vehicles themselves. If they saw just one car go down there, and if 80 maybe spotted there just being 2 people in that car, pull up, pull up. We've seen it happen before. There might be just FaZe here trying to position themselves to get into off-angle position and take down Oath and play from their position. That's surprised to see Oath commit that far center. I thought they were going to stay on the edge, but now they've gone forward. They need to hold them off. And FaZe, they're in full rendezvous mode, trying to turret their way over towards Oath.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough rotation for FaZe. Some good shooting from Oath is opening up some space. Speaking of good shooting, Snakers finds the headshot onto Fuzzface with the SLR. That is really nice, but the bad news is there's just too many teams around the outside of this hearing this shooting. Oath gonna lose Pat Caps, but 5 kills for Snakers. Really coming alive in this round. I guess this is him. Just he wants that win. He wants to go for it, of course. Meta, in the meanwhile, is going to dust off Petrichor Road. Oh, there's one more member of Petrichor Road, excuse me. There's still one up there, but I think that's about to be over.
Yep, there we go. Long goes down. And this situation with FaZe playing below, it's very similar to the T1 win we saw earlier, just they over by Heaven on the east side of Erangel, where you can only play that field below when the hilltop in that last game was Heaven, but in the hilltop here doesn't have the time to look towards you. If the hilltop was free, if there was just one team sitting up there looking, you could never go into the open like that. But FaZe knows that the guys up on the hill are fighting one another. There's still 18 alive, and they've cleared the entire south side of the circle. That gives them so much more space to maneuver around, and look at the amount of control they've gotten to take while all these other teams are forced to fight one another above.
Yeah, Meta's the only one that could be a problem for FaZe right now. And poor Fuzzface, I noticed this earlier, he's got a mutant. That is all he's got. that's definitely you know, a bit of a feels bad man. The loot not. Yes, exactly right. They left early, so sometimes you got to sacrifice the loot for the early position, and it's paid off, frankly, pretty well here so far for FaZe. They're giving themselves a good chance to win this game. I totally agree with the decision to leave the Milta area earlier. Snakers still has smoke, still going to be waiting this out. Meta flanking out, trying to really secure their position on the northeast side of the circle. But as in everything with Snakers, it's a little bit unfortunate here. It's going to be him going out eventually. You take that center circle position. It's just too exposed in this area of the map.
That Oath rotation could have worked out really well had FaZe not noticed them going there. They could have maybe sat tight on the vehicle. People would have gone, okay, that's just a vehicle that rolled back down from the hillside. But they saw them. They made it incredibly difficult for them to stay alive without starting to shoot at everyone. And the end of it, as you said, they were just too exposed in that position. I do not believe Daytrade has any clue whatsoever that Tap is still around. And I think if they don't worry or care, Tap could become a quite literal thorn in their heel.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He's army crawling his way forward. VP on the other side of the hill. Those early grenades a bit too far. Lou's going to throw another smoke down. The Tab still able to keep ahead of the Blue just a bit. Staying on the ground. That also keeps you very quiet with your sound. So for Daytrade, with all this noise going on around them, with the smokes and the other things, the stuns, that doesn't help anything up. Tab should use that to get up and going, but he's actually going to keep staying. He doesn't want to fight until he absolutely has to, and eventually Nurens goes, what in the world? Who's that? Tab's out.
Yep, what he didn't know was he was crawling into no man's land, which is the opposite direction of where he probably would have wanted to go now! Virtus Pro peeks over the top, they want to engage the fight, and they're getting completely battered! But someone has to reload, that's an unfortunate time, tries to hip fire over towards Flash, he's not gonna work out for him, he's gonna go down, look at this in the meantime, FaZe once again, spreading out, taking control. Meta were in a position to take some control themselves, but they're forced down towards the south side. They do have Silson sparking alive, 8C right now, trying to hold them off. FaZe have a chance here. They need to deal with Meta quickly. They cannot just forget about Daytrade over the hilltop.
Yeah, they're really trying. They're throwing the mollies. They're taking the shots. They're coming through. Sparking's going to get the knock on to Uba. That man's got an AUG. And I can tell you from first-hand experience, he can be absolutely filthy with that gun, given the opportunity. Uba, I don't know if they're going to be able to go out and get him. It looks like he might be down and dusted for FaZe. They're going to claim the spot that Snakers was in earlier. Silson indeed going to finish the job here on to FaZe, but Daytrade 3 up, still have or actually 4 up, excuse me. They still have a great chance to win this game.
Saw them with a chance to get a win where Chiamba snuck it right before them on Junkyard, on Miramar just a few moments ago, and now here they have a chance again. That nade should fall short. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Actually, no. Surprisingly close, but no. No damage done. Gustav finds Silson, so damage done towards the east. They were able to get the rest on up, though, and with Uber not playing the hillside anymore, that has forced him down. Fuzzface is currently moving in between two teams. He's getting 3 shots over towards Silson, but I would assume no. Anatika can't find an angle to peek over the top. FaZe are currently playing in between all these guys. If Gustav goes down on the backside, it's gonna mean trouble for FaZe as they are in between everything else. But right now, for FaZe Clan, it's working out for them. They're forcing Daytrade and Meta to fight one another, pushing down towards the EU team.
Ooh, good shot from Gustav. Gets Sparking out of the round. Is meta as well. So a 4v3 here to finish this one up. Daytrade has the hill line. Fuzzface and 80 trying to play up, trying to back Daytrade off as much as they can, trying to open up that space. Gustav on the backside, going to be trying to cover his teammates, keep them, keep Poochills and Nurens from coming around the side. Blue is here. Phase 8 coming alive. Poochills gonna get the knock on the Fuzzface. Venatica, ooh, good shooting there. But Venatica really watching that position of Gustav with 2 down, 4 phase. It's looking pretty good here. Gustav still alive, just barely holding on. Poochills and Flash up for Daytrade. 10 kills here for them, looking to try to right the wrongs of the last game here. And they get the res, damage being done to Gustav around the corner, trying to peek. He is gonna fall. It's gonna be Daytrade that's gonna get the last win of the day. And they are able to recover from a heartbreaker in game number 4 to get the win in game number 5.
Very good late game positioning for Daytrade. But I mean, given how little they had to work with, that was a really impressive end result, because I thought that one had face written all over it. Gustav was in a really good position. I gotta give credit to him staying alive behind that rock for as long as he did, knowing when to peek out. I think it's a sixth sense type thing that I'll peek now, then hide for the next 5 seconds, and then go out and peek again. And you can see FaceClan here, frustrated, of course, that they don't manage to bring that one home. Upa going down early. That was their first kind of eye in the sky. Not much of a sky, but still a little bit elevated to get the view down towards the opponents. You can see as soon as Upa fell, they had to immediately full speed back off into the same dip that they took out Oath in, and they knew it was going to be hard to play from there. Things did go their way for a little while, but in the end, Daytrade solid playing down the hill, containing Gustav behind, while allowing for the teammates to take down Buzz and 8C up close.
And it's a big deal that they don't lose anyone to the snake, that Daytrade. Like, the fact that Nurens recognizes it and deals with it before it even becomes a problem is a huge part of that. That round could have gone sideways fast. Also, they hold off that VP push that immediately came after extremely well.
Yeah, they just played it overall incredibly well at the end of this game. I mean, the mid part all the way to the end of this one was really, really, really well put together by Daytrade. They were one of the first teams over on Military Island as soon as the circle popped, similar to what FaZe did. They sent it full speed forward, but as opposed to what FaZe were in, Daytrade, they were fighting on that west side for so long. It wasn't up close fighting until the very end of it, but they were doing such a good job at keeping people at bay. And while, I mean, Tap could have maybe done more damage to them than what he ended up doing, you saw how insanely fast they dealt with Virtus Pro. Coming over the top, they knew they were coming, clean sweep, and then spread out and take control on the hill for as much as they could. Very well fought in the end game there by Daytrade.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what I'm seeing from Daytrade. Again, they control space, like you said. They're just really, really strong when it comes to that ability. You could say what you want about some of their other things, but to me, I am so pleasantly surprised with this team. Probably the team that I am most surprised by, in a good way. I really am impressed with their ability to kind of hold on and navigate circles.
For sure. Well, from a second place with 12 kills into a win, they will be the final team to make it through. So let's hop on over to Daytrade and see what they have to say.
And the winners of our final match for tonight was Daytrade Gaming. I'm here with player Venatica. Congratulations on your win.
오늘 사실 자기장이 처음 떴을 때 이건 좀 까다로운 자기장이다 싶었는데요.
In today's match, when the circle first appeared, I think it was not really to your benefit today. How did you guys feel about that?
เล่นคิดยังไงถึงเล่นให้แบบเล่นดีอะครับคิดว่ามันลงล่างครับผมก็เลยซื้อล่างและเลือกที่จะเล่นข้างล่างครับผม 이제 밑에를 좀 공략적으로 진행해보자 해가지고 밑에 쪽을 좀 공략.
We decided to target the south side of the circle. So you've made it to the weekly finals with $3,000 as your prize money. I think you guys might think that your performance during the weekly finals up till now actually hasn't been quite successful. How do you guys feel about that right now?
เล่นแบบไหนบ้างอะครับเล่นแบบเดิมครับผมเล่นแบบเดิมเลยครับ
예, 이제 똑같이 변함 없이 그냥 똑같이 진행하겠다라고 말씀하시거든요.
We're going to carry through with it just as we've been doing until now.
그대로의 전략을 유지하면서 파이널에서도 좋은 모습을 그래도 보여주시길 바라겠습니다.
So hopefully we can see some better results this weekend.
고생을 했는데 오늘은 팀원들한테 좀 훈훈하게
So I'm sure you guys as a team have really come a long way. Is there anything that you would actually like to say to your teammates for tonight?
ทำหนึ่งก็ได้ครับผมช่วยทำกับทีมของ Day Trade เข้าใหม่ได้ไหมครับขอความพูดอะไรก็ได้กับทีมตัวเองครับผมก็เพื่อนๆนะครับสุดยอดมากครับทุกคน모두 정말 잘했습니다.
You guys did really great.
오늘 데이트레이드 게이밍 너무 잘했고요. 바노티카 선수 인터뷰 정말
Thank you for your interview and congratulations once again.
네, 정말 훈훈하고 즐거운 분위기가 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
I tell you what, it's no cold spaghetti to warm up the next day for Dave Trade. They have got themselves prime cut steak all the way here. Fantastic stuff. Win number 5 under the belt as they get themselves 12 kills off the back of it as well. Hypoc, Clover joining me here. Hypoc, to be fair to Day Trade, they've looked brilliant all throughout the day.
Yeah, they have. I mean, back-to-back games with 12 kills and second and first place. Fantastic way to close it out. And a team that there's been a lot of question marks over. I think that's fair to say. So it's good to see them kind of find some form now. Again, very active last week in the TPP event, and actually bringing some of that momentum across. It's fantastic to see.
It does sort of seem that way, Clover, when you look at it. I mean, the second place in the previous game, I thought that they were going to win that, and then now we get the first place here for Day Trade.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that has looked great. I mean, now I kind of think back to the first match, where they were playing a little bit safe in that compound that they unfortunately lost to Gen G. But then we saw them learn from those mistakes going forward through the day, and once again finding themselves a high ground position to play from, not giving it up too freely. And in fact, on the flip side of this, and I do want to touch base on this, FaZe, right? Another team that I think really looked great today. Obviously, they didn't get a chicken dinner, so they do have to still play tomorrow. But I really like what I've been seeing from them today. And I think that that's showing that, when you kind of look back on some of these teams that have had bad weeks, right? What are they kind of needing to work on, and what growth are we expecting from them? And that's what we're starting to see from some of these rosters, and I think that's really been the topic of conversation for a lot of the teams that have gotten their chicken dinners today.
Yeah, definitely so. I think when you look at a team like FaZe, Hypoc, they're able to get themselves eventually into those weekly finals, but I think they thrive more in the weekly final here than the survival for the most part.
Yeah, they do. And again, I know obviously there's been a lot of tweets from the guys themselves, coach included, obviously talking about kind of finding their feet and returning back to form again. A rough couple of first weeks, and I think you're absolutely right. I mean, that play style will warrant them much better results in the long run throughout the finals.
Yeah, not too bad at all. But as I say, Dave Trade now getting themselves the victory here means that they are through. They're secure into that weekly final. They get a bit of cash on the board as well. Great stuff for them, all things considered. And looking at how the circle played out, it wasn't exactly easy to deal with, Clover. Of course, we had that kind of 50-50 split. I know a lot of teams really didn't commit to that northern position. We're committing down towards the south, but it can be a little bit scary sometimes.
I mean, we've seen the circle take those hard shifts north, so you can't discount or discredit any of the teams that chose to stay, especially when you look at how much space was playable with that many people still up. I mean, taking that chance a little too early, just keep that spot. And unfortunately, those circles do prove pretty hard to play. But I do want to point out really quickly, while it's up on the board, Metagaming up here in the top 3. We kind of talk about the fact that they're a little cursed when it comes to weekly performances and not getting chicken dinner, but I feel like we're seeing a whole new meta, and I feel like this is the week that we're going to see them get a chicken dinner and move on to the finals.
Damn, you really do believe. And you know what? You're starting making me believe as well. Maybe they will. I would like to see it. Gustav Snake is sparking Flash up here as well with plenty of kills to boot. And, I mean, overall, I think when you look at Oath, they've had a pretty good day as well. No chicken dinners just yet, Hypoc, but they've certainly come out to play. Almost 1,000 damage. Jeez. Whew.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, I was touching on this there. Their top 5 ratio overall in their weekly survival, and actually, only one game placed outside the top 5 today. And to be fair, it's difficult to really look back at that and kind of say, yeah, you need to clean up some of the things. But it's good to see them come to PGI.S and fix some of the issues that I think were prominent last year recently.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, guys, here for being with us for day number 1 of week 4 for the weekly survival. It has been great, as we have seen Genji, ENCE, T1 Tiamba, and Daytrade get themselves a spot in our weekly survival, our weekly final even, I should say, so far. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, for another 6 games as we advance on into that weekly final. So we'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.